Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Jiang Hao woke up in a small rental house, his mind buzzing with unfamiliar memories. He sat up, dazed. What's this? As the flood of information settled, he understood. He had crossed over, not into a stranger's body, but into another version of himself in a parallel world. His name was still Jiang Hao, his parents were the same, but everything else had shifted. His childhood here was different. Place names didn't match. Back home, his country was called Huaxia. Here it was simply XX. The city he now lived in was Duche City, while his hometown was Tina City. In this world, he'd graduated a year ago. Dissatisfied with his oppressive boss, he'd quit half a month back. Since then, he'd been jobless, scraping by in a city where expenses bled people dry. Yesterday, he had begun searching for work again. Then he went to sleep and woke up as Jiang Hao from another world. Duche City, Tina City, North Star. The Duche battleship launched 2 years ago. This isn't coincidence. Did I land in the world of Super God? His voice carried doubt, but deep down he already knew. The memories confirmed it. He'd even seen someone he recognized. Chilean, the Kamigawa sniper, a future super soldier. Here, she wasn't just a name. She was his classmate through junior high and high school. While she'd gone to a police academy, he'd only managed a second-tier university. Now, she was already serving as a police officer in Duche City. Chilean had always been beautiful, attracting countless admirers. Even Jiang Hao, in this world, had been among those who chased her. None succeeded, not because she was cold, but because her parents forbade romance before college. Once they graduated, the difference in status between her and others became obvious. Most gave up. This single thread, his memories of Chilean, was proof enough. He was in the super god universe, and that meant disaster loomed. He knew the story: gluttonous invaders, demonic armies, wars that would kill a third of humanity. Jiang Hao frowned. How could an ordinary man like me survive what's coming? How do I protect my family when the world falls apart? A crisp voice echoed in his mind. Ding, traveler locked. Jiang Hao. Congratulations. You've received a gift from the world. Brain development, 10,000%. You are now the almighty god of knowledge. No field of study can stump you. No bottleneck can block you. What you imagine, knowledge will guide you to achieve. Remember, the end of science is theology. Before you, nothing is impossible. World Gate acquired. Opens in 3 days. Travel to other universes and witness the wonders of the heavens. Jiang Hao's eyes widened. So the golden finger has arrived. Before he could savor it, a sharp pain struck his head like a hammer blow. He collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. When he finally woke, the world looked sharper, deeper, almost alive with hidden meaning. His thoughts were frighteningly clear. Memories resurfaced with perfect detail, like films he could pause and replay. His mind raced, juggling not one, but dozens of streams of thought at once. This was the effect of 10,000% brain development. And yet, he was still just a man with no foundation. The knowledge was there, but he lacked the materials to build anything. He needed learning, resources, information. Without them, even a perfect architect couldn't construct a building. A quick check of the World Gate confirmed he'd been unconscious for 7 hours. The cooldown read, 2 days, 17 hours. It was 5 in the evening. His stomach growled. He hadn't eaten all day. Cooking had never been his strong point. His predecessors' meals were barely edible at times. But now, as he picked up a spatula, he instinctively knew exactly how much salt to add, when to flip the vegetables, how long to fry. His mind even recalled techniques from cooking shows he'd once watched. Minutes later, a steaming dish sat on the table. It looked and smelled like something from a restaurant kitchen. Jiang Hao took a bite and froze. The taste was incredible. This is what 10,000% brain development feels like. His tone was calm, almost detached, as though his amazement couldn't shake his composure anymore. He leaned back, staring at the dish with a faint smile. Jiang Hao was no longer the same man. The age of survival and creation was about to begin. Jiang Hao ate quietly, but his mind was racing. If he wanted to keep himself safe, protect his parents, his relatives, and maybe even the Earth itself, there was only one answer: become stronger. Strength was the only guarantee. With enough power, he wouldn't need to wait for the demons or Tao Tai to descend. He could wipe them out before they had a chance to ravage Earth. The path of power. In the super god universe, gods were not born of divinity, but of technology. Demons, angels, advanced civilizations. Every one of them had risen because of their mastery over science and the dark matter plane. Super soldiers drew their power from that opposite dimension, but for ordinary humans, touching it was impossible. For now, Jiang Hao had to admit he didn't even understand what the dark matter plane was. His brain might be the sharpest in the universe, but knowledge was still the foundation. Without it, all his intelligence meant nothing. He needed research. He needed resources. He needed super genes. Even with the World Gate, it was suicidal to leap into other universes unprepared. Brains alone couldn't stop a blade or shield him from an energy cannon. Facing absolute force, schemes and clever tricks became worthless. Until he had real power, he wouldn't risk it. The timeline. It was October 2012. Jiang Hao remembered clearly. The official super god story began in 2013. That year, Lena would come to Earth. Tao Tai would breach the solar system, forcing Earth's super gene activation. Su Xiaoli and Lu Chuang would awaken their powers by accident. Chilean would die in her first battle and be reborn through her own super gene. The hero company would form. By 2014, they'd clash with Sun Wukong, lose badly, then rise again in the Battle of Tianhe, the first war between mankind and alien invaders. And Tianhe City was his hometown. His parents lived there, simple fruit farmers. They worked the land, raised their crops, scraped together a living with hard labor. His parents in this world were no different from the ones he'd known in his old life. Same faces, same voices, same quiet love. Jiang Hao's jaw tightened. There's no way I'll let Tianhe become the battlefield where millions die. Not when my parents and family are still there. Urgency and planning. He had just over a year before the invasion began. It wasn't much time at all. While finishing his meal, Jiang Hao laid out his plan. Make money. Without it, he couldn't study super genes, couldn't build anything. Learn. Accumulate knowledge while earning, so he didn't waste a single day. Obtain super soldier genes. His first target was clear: Chilean. The first step: Chilean. Though only a Kamigawa generation soldier, even the weakest super soldier was leagues above ordinary humans. Their mental calculation abilities, their endurance, their reflexes, their recovery, every stat was multiple times that of a normal person. Compared to later generations of divine bodies, Chilean was fragile. But compared to mortals, she was already superhuman. Still, Jiang Hao's true ambitions aimed higher. The ultimate prizes. What he wanted most were the genes of Su Xiaoli and Lu Chuang. Su Xiaoli carried the power of the galaxy, a body so durable it rivaled a third-generation divine form. His very existence was data eternalized, a being that couldn't truly be erased. Even god-slaying martial arts could harm him, but not kill him. No wonder Kesha had told Yin to wait. With such a foundation, Su Xiaoli could only grow stronger, destined to become a cornerstone of the universe. And his abilities: the Void Engine Sword, pure destructive might, a weapon of judgment. Anti-void, the power to redefine reality itself. Fire could be made cold, water could be made solid, the living could be turned into illusions. The dead could be defined back into existence. It was an ability terrifyingly close to the Tao of heaven. Creation and destruction, bound only by computational power. But if the enemy's computing exceeded his own, everything collapsed instantly. That was why Su Xiaoli had once been crushed by Tianjia Huaye. The ceiling of his power was infinite, but his road to invincibility was long. Even so, the power of the galaxy was unmatched. It was the crystallization of angel civilization, the super seminary, and the Nuashian civilization, a weapon perfected by three great forces. In the known universe, nothing was more complete, more terrifying. And Jiang Hao had just over a year to prepare. As for Lu Chuang's Nuashian god of war super gene, it is far inferior to that of galaxy power. Although it is one of the three major god-making projects, Lu Chuang can still catch up with the power of the galaxy in the early stage. As the time goes by, the gap between the two will only become wider and wider. Of course, this is compared to galactic force. In fact, among the super genes, Lu Chuang's Noxian God of War super gene is also the top one. Its expressive power is powerful strength and defense. If Su Xiaoli had an invincible body, his health would be almost unlimited. Then Lu Chuang's defense is crazy armor stacking. The further back he goes, the higher his defense becomes. The only difference is that his stacked armor cannot be stacked to a certain extent. The same goes for strength. Lu Chuang's power can continue to increase with the base of super gene energy in his body, but this increase is also limited. But no matter what, these two super genes are very powerful super genes, especially galactic power. Jiang Hao is almost certain to win, but it's not that simple to get the super genes of these two people. First, the two of them have been secretly monitored. If you contact them rashly, you will be targeted by Duche. Secondly, even if he got the blood and hair of two people, it would be difficult to analyze their genes. Angels, super seminary, and Dino civilization are definitely not philanthropic boys. They must have protective measures in their genes. For example, locking genes or something. Such an operation must exist. Even if I got the super genes of the two in my current situation, it would definitely take a lot of time and energy to analyze their genes. And what he needs most now is time. For Jiang Hao, what he has to do is to have enough strength to make Tao Tai dare not start a war in Tianhe City or even on Earth before the Battle of Tianhe begins in 2014. Defend enemies beyond the Earth. In this way, his parents, relatives, and friends can be safe. Therefore, rapid development is what he needs, rather than spending a lot of time to deal with two unstable factors. After all, whether it is to unlock the genetic lock of two people or to recreate it, this is not a simple project. Instead of doing this, it is better to first equip yourself with a certain level of strength and then go to other worlds to get more choices. How can the resource limitations of one world compare to the resources of an infinite world? After dinner, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Hao turned on the computer. Start looking for some information he needs online. 12 years have passed since the internet era. Jiang Hao can already find many things directly on the computer. But soon, Jiang Hao realized one thing, that is, knowledge also costs money. Many things require money to purchase. In particular, Jiang Hao is looking for books about genes and biology. And he is poor now. His predecessor left him 1,500 yuan. Next month's rent is 1,000, 2,000, not counting water and electricity and his daily living expenses. It seems that making money is still the top priority. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao typed on the keyboard with both hands. Soon, something special appeared on the screen. Don't get me wrong, it's not a learning material, but how to become a hacker and what is the basics of becoming a hacker? What is a hacker? What hackers can do? What you need to learn to become a hacker. 3 hours later, after watching a lot of videos and reading some related knowledge, Jiang Hao successfully became a hacker. In just 3 hours, Jiang Hao learned computer science, programming, and design. No, it is not appropriate to describe it as simple learning. It should be said that Jiang Hao has completely mastered computer science, programming, and design, and has achieved innovation. It is no exaggeration to say that in just 3 hours, he has transformed from an ordinary person to a super hacker. So, let's do an experiment first. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao logged into OO, then clicked on his colleagues group and found a person with the remark as Manager Wang. Manager Wang is the predecessor's boss. In the past, Manager Wang always found various reasons to work overtime. and there is no pay for overtime work. Because I had just graduated from school, I was worried that this job would be gone and it would be difficult to find another one. In addition, the Huxia people like to seek stability, so my predecessor had always endured it. Before resigning, my predecessor originally wanted to say something harsh in front of Manager Wang, but in the end he couldn't. In Jiang Hao's memory, he hates Manager Wang so much. Although it wouldn't kill him, I had always wanted to teach him a lesson, but I didn't have the ability, so I never took any action. Manager Wang, let me use you for my experiment. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Jiang Hao's hands began to operate. He first wrote a program for himself on the computer. At the same time, he started to change the IP of his computer. He didn't want anyone to come to his door afterwards. Wang Shengli. He is a department manager of Lixing Company. He manages a small department. On weekdays, I mainly do software-related business. Because he is engaged in software-related business, he often needs to communicate with customers and his subordinates. So the chat tool OO is their commonly used software. Although VX has been launched in November 2011, it has not yet been used as the main chat tool for offices. The chat tools most people use for work are still mainly OO. It is now past 9 o'clock in the evening, and as a manager, he is also working overtime as an example. Of course, his overtime work consisted more of hanging out in the company, drinking a cup of coffee, or chatting with female employees. Anyway, I don't need him for work or anything. It was almost 9:30, and Wang Shengli felt that he could leave the company at this time. As a manager, he sets an example by working overtime until 9:30, which is enough. Even if people in the company have complaints, they have nothing to say. As usual, he sat at his desk and planned to turn off the computer. As soon as I held the mouse, the blacked-out computer screen was restored. Then he saw the prompt that his OO was forced offline. This made Wang Shengli stunned for a moment. Why was my OO forced offline? He didn't log in anywhere else. He clicked to log in again in confusion, but I was prompted that the password was wrong. Wang Shengli immediately realized that his account had been hacked. Holy shit, who the F***K stole my account? Wang Shengli immediately became angry. He didn't log into any websites not suitable for children. Why was his account hacked? His OO is mainly used for work. Most of them are colleagues at work or company leaders, followed by his family, classmates, friends, and so on. If your account is hacked and you post something you shouldn't, it will be very embarrassing. The most important thing is that he is afraid that someone will use him to cheat money. Thinking of this, he stood up and left the office. After a while, Wang Shengli returned again. Behind him followed a man in his mid-20s. This man is a technician from their company. His name is Feng Zhe, and he is very knowledgeable in computers. He also knew OO very well, and he asked the other party to help him get OO back. Feilu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Feng Zhe, please help me get OO back quickly. Otherwise, the B ***ch who stole my account will defraud my relatives and friends of their money later. Manager Wang, has your OO bound your mobile phone number? It must be bound. Wang Shengli said. Hey, Zhe, what do you call Manager Wang? Just call me Brother Wang. Manager Wang is too alienating. Then what? My number is bound to a mobile phone number, so I can definitely get it back. In a certain sense, that's true. Feng Zhe nodded, then began to appeal for Wang Shengli. If your OO is stolen, filing a complaint is naturally the fastest way to get it back. Just when Feng Zhe complained, in the office, 2 more people suddenly ran in. Manager Wang, has your OO been stolen? Both are employees of the company. Yes. Did the guy who stole my account send something bad? We can't explain this either. You'd better see for yourself. One of them handed the phone to Wang Shengli. Wang Shengli quickly took it and began to check. Looking at it, almost people didn't faint directly. Because of his OO number, he actually posted pornographic pictures and some URLs in the company, and also advertised for Zhaoquan. It doesn't matter if you just post these things. The key is that this group is their company's company group. Not waiting for him to finish reading, his phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was my wife calling. Honey, what's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter? Wang Xingli, look at what you posted in the family group. How shameless are you? You guy, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Wife, what did I say? Listen to me, wife, my OO number was stolen. You quickly find a way to get my second uncle to change my number to T. That number was stolen, and the person using it now is not I. It was stolen. Why didn't you tell me earlier? My second uncle is probably asleep at this time, and you didn't even look at what time it is. Oh, hurry up and ask my second uncle to remove my account from the group. By the way, withdraw all the things that were posted by my account. The group owner and administrator have the authority to withdraw the information. Thinking of this, Wang Xingli had a headache. Family groups. Naturally, everyone in the group belongs to their Wang family. And there are a lot of people, almost 50 people. There are uncles in their 50s and 60s above, brothers in their 20s and 30s below, and even his nephews a little below. For example, his second uncle is 56 years old this year, and his grandson is 13 years old. He has interjunior high school and is also in the group. There are also his uncle's grandson and granddaughter in the group. Just thinking about it is enough to kill society. Although the person who sent it was not him, it was his OO number that sent them. Everyone will subconsciously think that he sent it. Even if it was explained clearly later, his family would definitely wonder why his OO was stolen. After all, under normal circumstances, OO is rarely stolen, unless it is browsing some unhealthy website. Now he just hopes that Fong Zhe can help him find his number quickly. Brother Wang, check if there are any text messages on your phone. Fong Zhe's voice rang at this time. OO generally only needs to bind a mobile phone number, and it is easy to retrieve it. Okay, let me take a look. Wang Xingli looked at his phone and found that no text message had been sent. No. How could it be possible? I have already filed a complaint. Fong Zhe looked confused. After confirming that the mobile phone number entered in the complaint was correct, Fong Zhe frowned. Brother Wang, UOO, I'm afraid I can't get it back. I guess your phone number has been changed by the other party, so you can't appeal your phone number now. The person who stole your number is a master. Brother Wang, did you browse anything bad on your computer just now? Wang Xingli's face darkened slightly. No, that's strange. If you haven't browsed those things, why would your account be hacked? And the person who hacked your account is obviously not an ordinary person. As he was talking, Fong Zhe discovered that Wang Xingli's computer was suddenly controlled remotely. This directly stunned Fong Zhe. Although he knows some computers, that is only for ordinary people. In fact, he doesn't know much. Now that the computer is being controlled remotely, he doesn't understand it at all. Wang, Brother Wang, someone is controlling your computer remotely. Someone is controlling my computer remotely. Is it true? Wang Xingli was stunned. When he looked down, he found that his computer was indeed being controlled by someone. Because Fong Zhe didn't move the mouse at all, but the mouse on the screen is moving by itself. In Wang Xingli's comment, his OO was logged in again. After his OO logged in again, his computer recovered. Obviously, the person who remotely controlled his OO no longer controls his computer. But he became more and more puzzled. Being able to control his computer remotely means he is obviously a very powerful person. But why does the other party want to steal his OO? Brother Wang, you have been banned. Fong Zhe's voice sounded. Only then did Wang Xingli come back to his senses. Then I took a closer look and found that my OO account had really been blocked. Sorry, your OO has been permanently banned due to your illegal operations. Please log into XXX for details. I'm sorry. OO is not a valuable thing. But the problem is he applied for that OO very early. The account number is only 6 digits, and the numbers are top quality. Moreover, in order to improve his level, he had been signing up as a member. On weekdays, it is a great tool for him to pretend to be sexy online. After all, a high OO level means you are rich, which can make you superior to others on the internet. In addition, he has many middle school and high school classmates in OO. OO has been blocked and has no other contact information, which is basically equivalent to disconnection. And OO is also a big helper for him in his daily work. Even if you apply again now, it will be very troublesome. To say how big the loss was, it was not. But it really annoyed him. It felt like eating a big turd. It won't kill anyone, but it's disgusting. In a rental house, after confirming that Wang Shengli's OO account was blocked, a smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. It could be regarded as revenge for this guy who honestly made me work overtime before. As for killing Wang Shengli directly, his temper is not that bad. Then, the next step is to make money. The reason for practicing hacking skills is not just to get revenge on my former boss. So, the next step is to write a program first. Soon, an hour passed. It's done. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Look at the computer screen in front of you. A strange software pattern appeared on Jiang Hao's screen. This is a high-level program that Jiang Hao spent an hour writing. He is certain that no one else can write such a program based on the current situation on Earth. Later, Jiang Hao opened the program, entered something, and started the program. With the excitement of the program, the next second, Jiang Hao's cell phone buzzer kept ringing. Pick up the phone and take a look. The amount of his account is expanding rapidly. What started as 4 digits quickly expanded to 5, 6, 7, 8, and even 9 digits. In less than half a minute, Jiang Hao transformed from an unemployed person who had paid next month's rent and had no money to eat to a billionaire. The extra money in the bank card was transferred by Jiang Hao from the bank accounts of dead people around the world through the program he just created. As for whether doing this will attract the attention of the bank, no need to worry about this at all. As long as Jiang Hao doesn't go to the bank to withdraw hundreds of thousands or millions in cash. The bank couldn't detect the changes in his bank account at all, because the program he designed will help him hide all information. He could spend this money without any scruples. Of course, there's still some risk for him to do this. After all, he is an ordinary person who suddenly started spending a lot of money. Once someone is interested in investigating him, they can still find out something. But by that time, either Tao Tai has already invaded or he has acquired the strength to ignore worldly rules, and there is no need to care about this at all. At this point, I no longer need to worry about money. Jiang Hao is not in a hurry to buy equipment or anything. He first bought himself a large number of genetic and biological books online. Of course, Jiang Hao also bought a lot of books on physics, materials, chemistry, and aerospace. Anyway, he is not short of money now. In addition to some ordinary books, Jiang Hao also purchased some research materials from top experts in genetics and biology. Naturally, these things cannot be purchased through conventional channels. But don't forget, Jiang Hao is still a super hacker. If you can't buy it through conventional channels, then go to unconventional channels. Jiang Hao directly entered a trading darknet in Malay country and purchased some of the research materials he needed from top experts. The price is expensive, but money is nothing to Jiang Hao now. Even if the price is hundreds of thousands of dollars, he can easily win it. I looked at the time and saw that it was already around 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Hao is not sleepy. Physically, he is just an average guy. But with 10,000% brain development, his energy also far exceeds that of ordinary people. Even though he had consumed a lot of energy before, Jiang Hao is still full of energy now. Sleeping is definitely not possible, because the physical book you purchased will take time to be delivered. Jiang Hao can only rely on computers to study for the time being. It's just that the computer at home is so bad that I need to get a better one, and a place to live. Although the house he is renting is not in the center of the city, it is still in a busy city. The sound insulation effect of the house is average. You can hear the horns of various cars and the roar of engines outside. Living in such an environment is quite annoying, especially since he has to study hard next. So I will definitely have to move next. A night of silence. After studying for a whole night, Jiang Hao felt that he had a lot of useful knowledge in his brain. At this moment, he was still very energetic. But due to the fact that his physical condition was still that of an ordinary person, Jiang Hao still chose to take a 3-hour nap. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Hao woke up. Next, he planned to contact Chilean first. Of course, in addition to Chilean, Jiang Hao now has another chosen target. That was Su Xiaoli, a member of the second team of the Xiaomi company. Su Xiaoli is not a super soldier. The genes in her body can barely be regarded as super genes, but she's not good at fighting. Su Xiaoli's super gene did not come from civilizations such as Dino, Angel, or Liang, nor did it come from the super seminary. but it comes from an unknown cosmic galaxy. Because of the uniqueness of this gene, on Earth, such genes are called goblins. Su Xiaoli also has a unique ability. Her genes allow her body to emit a unique fragrance every moment. This scent will confuse your mind and fascinate you deeply. This allows people to achieve the purpose of controlling others. To put it simply, it is to improve a person's appearance so that they can perform beauty traps. Although it doesn't have any offensive power, its ability is not weak just by improving a person's charm. In ancient times, King Yu of Zhou dynasty smiled at his concubine Bo and lit a beacon fire to play with the princes. From ancient times to the present, there has never been a shortage of men causing wars because of beautiful women. Beautiful women are poison to men. And for a good-looking man, this is not the case for his daughter. Therefore, Su Xiaoli's genes are actually very useful. Male lust is also a good weapon sometimes. Of course, another reason why Jiang Hao targeted Su Xiaoli was that Su Xiaoli was just an ordinary goblin, not even a super soldier. Her genes must also be unlocked. This also means that her genes may be easier to study and reproduce than Chilean's genes. It is estimated that Duche did not monitor Su Xiaoli. It's just as easy to approach her yourself. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. In a factory outside Duche City, Jiang Hao stood in a hill made of stacked books. Slowly put down the last book. In his eyes, a bright light flashed away. He spent a week studying online and reading physical books. Now, Jiang Hao could be said to be the most powerful person in the world in his research on genes and biology. The reason why Jiang Hao dares to think so is naturally because of his own particularity. Brain development reaching 10,000% is not just as simple as brain development reaching 10,000%, just as the system was introduced before. In the field of knowledge, he is the omnipotent God. There is no bottleneck in front of him. When learning anything, Jiang Hao's ability to understand and comprehend is top-notch. Not only can he quickly absorb the knowledge of his predecessors, understand it, and then create something of his own. You can also draw inferences from one instance and draw new understandings that directly surpass those of your predecessors. As the system said before, all the impossible will become possible with him. Name, Jiang Hao. Age, 23. Race, human. Talent, gift to the world, knowledge God. Effect, brain development 10,000%. Combat power, 6. Because of your smart brain, your combat power is much better than those miscellaneous fish with only 1 to 2 combat power. World Gate, cooling completed. Currently traversable World 1, unnamed. Jiang Hao's system has no other functions, but it can digitize itself as a whole, allowing him to understand his own changes more clearly. The combat power has 6 points, which Jiang Hao did not expect. After all, his current physical fitness is no different from that of ordinary people. But thinking about his current thinking ability, he immediately understood that he should have 6 points of combat power. Now that you have learned everything you need to learn and the equipment you bought is in place, then it's time to get in touch with the target person. Where Jiang Hao is now is his laboratory, located on the outskirts of Duche City. The reason why the laboratory is placed here is that it is large enough and the environment is located outside the urban area, which is not easy to attract people's attention. Of course, because he bought a lot of expensive scientific research equipment, the security here also needs to be arranged. Although he wouldn't feel bad about being stolen, it would definitely affect his progress. Therefore, he had to find a few security guards for his place to watch over it for him when he was not around on weekdays. Thinking of this, he directly called his 3 cousins. These 3 cousins grew up with him in his own world, and their parents didn't farm in their hometown from the beginning. When he was young, his parents were also one of the migrant workers. He was a left-behind child at the beginning, and he lived with a few cousins and his grandmother. So although they're only cousins, the relationship between the brothers has always been very good. Although they don't have much money, they are basically busy and short of money. If they ask, they can always squeeze out some of each other. On weekdays, I'm always on call when something happens. Looking for an outsider is definitely not more reassuring than looking for your own relatives. although many people say that you cannot do business with your relatives. But he is not doing business in cooperation with his relatives. Jiang Hao called over 3 cousins who happened to be working on a construction site in Duche City and were driving came over that day. How? You're so anxious to call us here. Are you making a fortune? Asked the eldest cousin Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's mother is the eldest sister of Jiang Hao's mother. Looking at him like this, you know he must have gotten rich. Why? Do you want to take care of us? The person who spoke was second cousin Zhao Lang. He and his eldest cousin Zhao, who were brothers. Zhao Langren is a little fat, even though he is 2 years older than Jiang Hao. But this guy's older child is already 7 years old, a daughter, and the younger one is already 5 years old. As for my wife, she ran away a few years ago. Zhao Lang got married relatively early. When he got married, he didn't have a marriage certificate because he was not old enough. Later, because I had no money, I quarreled every day, and my wife ran away because of the quarrel. His fatness is also due to his physique, not because he eats well on weekdays. Jiang Hao actually admires his second cousin. Even though his wife has run away, he is still so optimistic. The only bad thing is that this guy is too lazy. On weekdays, I don't go to work for long. Some are nibbling at the old. I called you here because I really want to take care of you. If you see the building behind me, I have bought this place. Now, this is my territory. I'm calling you here this time because you're here to work as my security guard. I'll pay you a salary that won't be low. Really? Are you really rich? Zhao Langren was startled. He just said it casually. It was a joke between brothers. They have been like this since they were young. The eldest cousin Zhao Hu and the third cousin Feng Jie also look surprised. Well, I'm really rich. Now it's not a problem for me to buy you a Mercedes-Benz. How about it? Are you interested in hanging out with me? If you really get rich, I will definitely be interested in hanging out with you. Zhao Hu said with a smile, and he was very excited. He finally figured out that Jiang Hao was serious and not joking. I'm afraid you are robbing a bank. Feng Jie said, it's okay to say it's robbing a bank. Come with me and show you something. I am no longer who I used to be. Jiang Hao did not intend to hide some things from Zhao Hu and the others. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to explain them later. It's better to tell them from the beginning that you are already very good, so that you can save a lot of trouble later. After seeing Jiang Hao's top hacking skills, Zhao Hu and the others were dumbfounded. The 3 of them all went out to work before graduating from college. Feng Jie played games anyway. Both Zhao Hu and Zhao Lang are the kind of people who basically don't touch computers and know nothing about computers. After seeing Jiang Hao's hacking techniques, that is no different from reading the heavenly scriptures. Both of them were shocked. At the same time, he also realized how powerful his little cousin was now. Afterwards, the 3 naturally stayed behind. On weekdays, when Jiang Hao is not in the research room, they are responsible for keeping an eye on this place for him. All food and accommodation are here. As for the salary for the 3 people, Jiang Hao is not short of money, so the salary for the 3 people is 5 W a month. Of course, this is just salary. In other respects, Jiang Hao plans to give 3 people a house and a car. However, there is no rush for the house for the time being, because it would be too high profile to give it away now. As for the car, he will only give it to them later when he has the strength and can be high profile. The 3 of Zhao Hu naturally had no dissatisfaction. A salary of 5 W a month. Such high wages were something they could not even imagine in the past. The security guard who usually guards the research room was found, and the next step was naturally to carry out his own plan. After taking 3 cousins to the city for a meal, Jiang Hao separated from them. The 3 of them have to go home, pack their things, pick up some daily necessities, and move into the research room. There are 2 buildings in the research room, one of which is used by Jiang Hao as a research room, and the other building, except for books, is mostly empty and can be used by Zhao Hu and the others. Jiang Hao himself could live there. After separating from Zhao Hu and the others, Jiang Hao drove directly to where Su Xiaoli was. The car was bought a few days ago. The current car cost Jiang Hao hundreds of thousands. As for Su Xiaoli's address, Jiang Hao had already obtained it. Su Xiaoli was a female anchor before joining the Xiongbing company. Jiang Hao found her without much effort on the internet. After tipping some money, Jiang Hao was easily added to her OO. Then Jiang Hao invaded her computer and checked her IP address. Through the IP address, Jiang Hao easily locked Su Xiaoli's address, which was accurate to the house number. In a rental house, Su Xiaoli was putting on makeup. She is very beautiful, even without makeup. But exquisite makeup can make her more attractive, and also more attractive to those LSPs on the internet. Su Xiaoli is still very clear about this. Although Su Xiaoli has the gene of a fairy, but before Delana did not come to Earth, people with super genes on Earth are actually no different from ordinary people. Because their super genes do not have enough energy and are not fully turned on. Most of them are hidden, and only a small number of people are half-opened or fully opened. Half-enabled is someone like Su Xiaoli. Her beautiful appearance has a lot to do with her genes. And the one who is fully turned on is naturally Duche. As the daughter of Duche, she was exposed to the concept of super genes and super soldiers very early. Before Xiaolin and the others turned on the gene, Du could already use the micro-wormhole technology. In the room, Su Xiaoli has already done her makeup and is choosing clothes, wondering what to wear today. Her closet is full of clothes, including some sexy cosplay clothes. After all, she is in the anchor industry. Not enough clothes. Boom! At this moment, Su Xiaoli heard a knock on the door from the living room outside. Who is it? Su Xiaoli asked subconsciously. But soon he thought that if he made a noise in the bedroom, people outside probably wouldn't be able to hear him. So she gave up on choosing clothes. Instead, he walked toward the living room outside. Who is it? Su Xiaoli asked again when he came to the living room. Her voice is not low, and the sound insulation in her house is not bad, but she knows that people outside the door can hear it. A night of autumn breeze. One night in the autumn wind. Su Xiaoli didn't react at first, but she quickly realized that her #1 list these days was a guy whose ID was Chiofeng Ye. That guy would reward her with 10 WS every day. Currently, he is the #1 tycoon among her fans. She also added the other party OO. Wait, Su Xiaoli didn't open the door directly. Instead, go to the room to get the phone, log into OO, and send a message to Jiang Hao. She is a beautiful girl, and suddenly a man comes to her door. Naturally, she cannot open the door directly. Even though the security in Duche City is not bad, and it is still broad daylight. But nothing is absolute. Su Xiaoli, who has been beautiful since she was a child, knows how to protect herself, especially since her mother is not a good person yet. A cute little fox. Boss, are you looking for me? Boss Chiofeng. Well, it's me who's outside the door. Open the door. A cute little fox. Boss, how did you know I live here? Also, why did you come to me? I'm not realistic. You don't want to do anything to me, do you? If you have any bad intentions, I will call the police. Boss Chiofeng. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I came to you just to get some of your blood and your hair. A cute little fox. Want my blood and hair. Boss, you don't want to curse me or control me. Autumn wind boss. Boss Chiofeng. You are overthinking. There is no witchcraft in this world, and I am not interested in controlling you. I am so rich. If I like a woman, I can use money to make her like me. Looking at the message sent by Jiang Hao, Su Xiaoli thought about it and found that there was nothing wrong with what Jiang Hao said. It is certain that Jiang Hao is rich. After all, Jiang Hao has rewarded her with 10 WS for 7 consecutive days. It's now 12 years, and 700,000 is not a small amount. The live streaming industry has just emerged, and a generous brother like Jiang Hao is still rare on the internet. After thinking carefully for a moment, Su Xiaoli chose to open the door for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao rewarded her 10 times online for 7 days in a row. For the sake of money, she is willing to meet Jiang Hao. And as Jiang Hao said, it's broad daylight now. And even if Jiang Hao wants to do anything, she just needs to bark to attract the attention of the neighbors. The place where she lives is located in the center of Duche City, and there are many people around. When she calls, she can attract the attention of many people. And because she is beautiful, more than one man living in the surrounding rooms expressed his interest in her openly and secretly, and asked her if she wanted to have a short but vigorous love. As long as she shouts, those people will definitely come to save her immediately and stage a heroic rescue of the beauty. Of course, she's also good friends with Jiang Hao, and the two of them have also chatted on the internet, so they are not strangers. As long as they were not strangers, Su Xiaoli would be less wary of Jiang Hao. Click! The door opens. Jiang Hao is revealed, standing outside the door. Jiang Hao is 1.78 meters tall. He has a somewhat Huxia face, but not that Huxia. He has thick eyebrows and big eyes, a bit like Yin Quan, and he is handsome. When he was in college, many girls chased him at first because he was handsome. As a result, after learning about his family's family conditions, they all ran away. In their words, what's the use of being handsome? If you don't have money, you're nothing, and it can't give them the life they want. Especially since his parents are still farmers and don't even have a house in the city. They are even less interested in him. Whether it is Jiang Hao in this world or Jiang Hao himself in another world, he is the kind of person who can't talk to girls and doesn't know how to make a girlfriend. To put it simply, he is thin-skinned and his family conditions have not been good since he was a child. Jiang Hao always feels inferior in front of strangers. Of course, Jiang Hao is no longer the same after having the system. Now, he always has a faint smile on his face, and his eyes are full of energy and confidence, paired with a handsome enough face. With just one glance, Su Xiaoli was stunned. It's not that Su Xiaoli has never seen a handsome guy, a nymphomaniac or something like that. She just didn't expect that the wealthy man who rewarded her online would be so young and so handsome. Just now she was wondering if Jiang Hao was a greasy middle-aged man in his 30s, with a bowel movement and a greasy face. So now she was a little surprised to see Jiang Hao so handsome. Are you the boss? Su Xiaoli was shocked. And when she was looking at Jiang Hao was naturally looking at Su Xiaoli. It has to be said that Su Xiaoli is worthy of being a descendant of goblins, even if the super gene in her body has not yet been turned on. But she is also very beautiful. Of course, beautiful is not entirely appropriate. In Jiang Hao's opinion, Su Xiaoli should be described as cute. But while she is cute, she is also really beautiful. The already beautiful face, under the blessing of delicate light makeup, immediately became more beautiful. At least she is cuter, more energetic, and more beautiful than Jiang Hao saw in that film and television image. You don't need to call me boss. My name is Jiang Hao. You can call me by my name, or you can call me Brother Jiang. After saying that, Jiang Hao looked Su Xiaoli up and down. His sizing up made Su Xiaoli shy for a while. After all, she's just a teenage girl. P.S. The image and character of Xiang Binglian are chosen here. Jiang. Hello, Brother Jiang. You said just now that you are here to ask for my hair and blood. I would like to ask, why do you want these things? Looking at the handsome Jiang Hao, Su Xiaoli felt that the other party was not a wizard. After all, wizards should not be as handsome as Jiang Hao. In anime, wizards are all old men in their 60s and 70s who look ugly and scary. There is no president like Jiang Hao. Because you are special. Am I special? Su Xiaoli was puzzled. Yes, maybe you don't know it yourself, but you're not an ordinary person. I'm not an ordinary person. Am I some kind of wandering princess? Su Xiaoli raised her chin with her hand and exclaimed, No wonder I haven't seen my father since I was a child. My mother also said that my father is dead, so... Hey, what are you thinking? Have you read too many anime or novels? Jiang Hao was speechless. This Ari is a little different from what he imagined. When I say you are special, I mean you are not an ordinary person. For Su Xiaoli, Jiang Hao did not intend to hide too much information from her. First, it's not necessary, because Jiang Hao has confirmed that Duche did not secretly monitor Su Xiaoli. So Jiang Hao doesn't have to worry about getting Duche's attention if he touches Su Xiaoli. In order to get in touch with Duche in advance and expose his existence, Jiang Hao wasn't worried about exposing himself to Duche. But I don't want to be exposed to gluttons and demons early. Tao Dai has not yet come to the solar system, but Jiang Hao knows that demons have actually descended on the Earth secretly. It's just that people on Earth didn't notice it. And Duche has always been the target of the devil's key surveillance. If Jiang Hao is exposed to Duche, is tantamount to being exposed to the devil. Before becoming stronger, Jiang Hao didn't intend to let the devil know of his existence. Secondly, Su Xiaoli's genes are currently in an unactivated state. And studying a gene that has been turned on will be much simpler than studying a super gene that has not been turned on. He needs Su Xiaoli's super gene to be turned on. And this also meant that he needed Su Xiaoli's cooperation and couldn't hide something from her. As for turning on the super gene in Su Xiaoli's body, it was a very simple matter for Jiang Hao. Because of turning on the super gene in Su Xiaoli's body, Jiang Hao only needs to inject enough energy into her body. Not an ordinary person. Yes, actually, I am a special department of the country, responsible for finding special talents like you, Su Xiaoli. I am a special talent? Why don't I know it? Su Xiaoli was puzzled. Of course you don't know, because it's all hidden in your genes. Have you got a meal yet? Su Xiaoli was stunned. Why did Jiang Hao change the topic so quickly? Not yet, not yet. Perhaps because Jiang Hao was her financial backer, or perhaps because Jiang Hao just said that he was from the country's special department. Su Xiaoli subconsciously answered Jiang Hao's words. Then let's go out to eat together. But I'm going to start the live broadcast soon. I start broadcasting at 3 o'clock every afternoon. You should know this. I just sent a notice in the group saying that I will start broadcasting. Then let's not start the broadcast. Go to the group and send a message. Just say that I have something to do today and I won't start broadcasting now. Well, okay, just wait. For some reason, Su Xiaoli chose to believe Jiang Hao's words. I plan to take a walk with Jiang Hao first. One is Jiang Hao's promise. The second is that she has never said her real name on the internet or in a group, but Jiang Hao just said her real name. Then his identity as a member of the country's special department may be true. For ordinary people, the words special departments of the state still have high credibility, because generally no one dares to emerge from this kind of organization. After having a casual meal outside with Su Xiaoli, Su Xiaoli got into Jiang Hao's car. You said you were a special department of the country. What is your department called? What is it responsible for? In the car, Su Xiaoli sat in the co-pilot and asked curiously. I can't tell you the name of the department yet, but you will know it later. As for what is responsible, you will soon find out. You just need to know that it's good for you. Okay. Su Xiaoli nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Soon, Jiang Hao brought Su Xiaoli to his research institute. His 3 cousins have already taken up positions in the research institute. Seeing Jiang Hao's car, let Jiang Hao go in. Brother Zhao, I have something to do, so I won't chat with you. I will ask you to have dinner tonight. No, Hao, if you have anything to do, just go and do your work. The 3 of us have never gone to college and don't know anything. But since you asked us to look after the door for you, we will definitely look after you well. Yes, you don't have to worry about us. You can do what you should do. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded. He didn't say anything more. Su Xiaoli on the side had some doubts, but she didn't ask in the end. After parking the car, the 2 got out of the car. Where is this place? Graduate school. Graduate school? What are we doing in a place like this? You'll find out soon enough. Su Xiaoli was very puzzled, but since they have come, it may be difficult to leave now. She wanted to see what Jiang Hao was going to do. Follow Jiang Hao into the research institute. I saw scientific research equipment in the research institute that I had never seen before. Su Xiaoli was shocked. Soon, Jiang Hao brought Su Xiaoli to a machine. What the hell is this place? Why are there so many machines here that I don't even recognize? There's a super gene in your body, but the super gene in your body has not yet been turned on. As long as it is turned on, you'll transform from an ordinary person to a Superman. Really or not? You lied to me, right? Su Xiaoli asked with some doubts, but she actually already believed Jiang Hao's words. Later, I will use this machine to activate the super gene in your body. Then what do I do now? No rush. I have to modify this machine first. Please wait a moment. Oh. Su Xiaoli didn't understand anything and could only nod. Jiang Hao also quickly found a toolbox and some things and began to modify the machine. Soon, a special machine with a leather sofa chair appeared in Su Xiaoli's sight. Just now, there was no leather sofa chair. The transformation is complete. You can go up now. Su Xiaoli sat up obediently. In fact, Su Xiaoli herself didn't understand why she should listen to Jiang Hao. But what she didn't know was that Jiang Hao had set a trap for her from the beginning. Previously on the internet, Jiang Hao would reward Su Xiaoli every day. After the reward, Su Xiaoli will definitely perform some talent or dance. And these are all specified by Jiang Hao. And Jiang Hao did this just to give Su Xiaoli a psychological hint, that is, to listen to him. This is why when Jiang Hao met Su Xiaoli, he had to report the ID of the account he used to reward Su Xiaoli. It was precisely because of this that Su Xiaoli didn't even notice it. She would never refuse Jiang Hao's words. Watching Jiang Hao put an iron hood on his head, Su Xiaoli said worriedly, "Isn't there any danger in this?" That scared expression looks quite cute. Won't. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. If you're afraid of pain, you could just sleep over. Jiang Hao was not impatient and explained patiently. He did not deceive Su Xiaoli. Helping Su Xiaoli activate the super gene in her body will not cause any pain. On the contrary, the process will be comfortable. No, I'll go to sleep. What if you do something bad to me? And I can't sleep now. Jiang Hao. In the end, the hood was put on Su Xiaoli's head. As Jiang Hao turns on the machine modified by Jiang Hao began to convert electrical energy to charge the super gene in Su Xiaoli's body. The machine modified by Jiang Hao is completely different from the machine Jiang Hao originally bought. Jiang Hao gave it a new name, Gene Charging Device. It can be used to charge super genes and can also be used to turn on the genes of super soldiers who have not turned on the super genes in their bodies. And you can also change the charging power according to your own needs. Jiang Hao spent half a day conceiving and transforming this thing. His current brain development is 10,000%. Even so, it took Jiang Hao half a day to design this thing. This shows how difficult this thing is to handle. Of course, the reason why it took half a day. In the final analysis, Jiang Hao's knowledge accumulation is still too low. Even if it only took him a week, he had already read and fully understood and learned knowledge that many people would never learn in 2 lifetimes. But Jiang Hao's knowledge accumulation is actually not enough. At least compared to civilizations like angels and demons, his knowledge accumulation is completely incomparable. The gap is too big. Knowledge, for Jiang Hao, is more like the foundation before building a house. Only if the foundation is strong enough. Follow-up, Jiang Hao can build a house quickly, and he can build it however he wants. In the final analysis, Jiang Hao received a gift from the world, and the time for brain development was too short. If he accumulates enough, it may only take him a few hours or even minutes to design this genetic charging device. After the gene charging device is turned on, Jiang Hao stood aside and waited, because it is to activate the super gene in Su Xiaoli's body. Jiang Hao turned on the power of the gene charging device very low. This is done, albeit at a slower pace. But it won't cause any harm to Su Xiaoli. It won't let her feel any pain or discomfort. About half an hour later, gene charging device automatically shuts down. Jiang Hao looked at Su Xiaoli in front of him. Compared with Su Xiaoli before, she is even more beautiful now. And there is a different kind of attraction between the eyebrows. If Jiang Hao's brain had not been enhanced, his self-control ability would be extremely high. Jiang Hao might have been fascinated. Jiang Hao knew that this was the activation of the super gene in Su Xiaoli's body, turning her from an ordinary human into a fairy. This goblin is not the goblin in fairy tales. It's because her ability is to enhance her own charm and confuse other people's minds. To put it simply, she is so beautiful that she can turn people into lickers. It is somewhat similar to those fairies in mythical stories that confuse and control people's minds. Therefore, they're called goblins. In a certain sense, Su Xiaoli was actually a super genetic warrior. But as a warrior, she is more of a support player and more functional. Jiang Hao knew that his goal had been achieved, and he had successfully activated the super gene in Su Xiaoli's body. The next step is to really start studying the super gene in Su Xiaoli's body and then recreate it. Super genes that have been activated are easier to study. A super gene that is not activated is equivalent to being dead. No matter what you do to it, it will not respond to you. The activated super gene is alive and will respond to you when you fiddle with it. Therefore, activated super genes are easier to study. 3 days later, Jiang Hao smiled with satisfaction. He has fully understood the super gene in Su Xiaoli's body. Jiang Hao named the super gene extracted from Su Xiaoli's body the fox demon gene. After all, this gene increases a person's charm, but the improvement in physical fitness is not significant. Su Xiaoli's current strength, endurance, spirit, etc. are at most 4 to 5 times that of ordinary people. Compared with ordinary people, the physical fitness of ordinary people is 4 to 5 times that of ordinary people, which is actually very powerful. But compare with those super soldiers, such physical fitness is no different from that of a soldier. On the battlefield, they can only be used as cannon fodder. Of course, Su Xiaoli's genes did not give her great power, but rather charm. Jiang Hao's research found that there was a not-too-weak force hidden in Su Xiaoli's body. If Su Xiaoli can control this power, her strength will be greatly improved. As for the specific level of improvement, Jiang Hao is currently unable to determine. The fox demon gene has been understood, so the next step is to copy this gene into one's own body. But once you get to this point, it's easy. As for whether rashly recreating it will cause the genes in his body to collapse, don't worry about this at all, because Jiang Hao received gifts from the world, not just in his brain, still physically. To put it simply, his body seemed to possess a tiger charm that represented the balance of yin and yang. Any force can coexist in his body, and no matter how strong or weak it is, it can achieve absolute balance. Physical collapse, being unable to withstand the force, etc. would never happen to him. One day later, Jiang Hao successfully extracted the fox demon gene and reproduced it in his body, fused with his original ordinary gene to form a new benign supergene. Jiang Hao has simulated these hundreds of times with his brain when conducting his own experiments, until the simulation is fully feasible and 100% successful. The brain development reaches 10,000%, and it is just simulated in the brain. Others cannot do it, but Jiang Hao can. After completely integrating the fox demon gene, Jiang Hao opened his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly feel the changes in himself. Power seemed to flow out of his body. He knew that this was just an illusion after his strength had increased several times. Before, his physical fitness could only be regarded as that of an ordinary person. After merging the fox demon gene, his physical fitness has improved at least 4 to 5 times. It doesn't seem like much, but it's actually quite a lot. The physical fitness of an ordinary person is 4 to 5 times weaker than that of a super soldier like Xiaolian. Compared with ordinary people, his physical fitness is 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary person, which is already quite impressive. On the ancient battlefield, I dare not say that I am invincible, but there is no one who can defeat more than 10,000 people. Of course, apart from the improvement in physical fitness, the biggest change is actually charm. Standing in front of the mirror, Jiang Hao found that his height had changed slightly, and he seemed to be a little taller than before. Of course, it doesn't matter. Look at yourself in the mirror. He still looked the same, but compared to before, even if it was just a mirror, he could tell that he looked different in the mirror. It seems to be more attractive. It was as if there was an extra magic power in him. Just then, Su Xiaoli walked in from outside. She is now Jiang Hao's assistant and is responsible for delivering meals to Jiang Hao on weekdays. As soon as she came in, she saw Jiang Hao, who was shirtless and looking in the mirror. Jiang Hao turned around when he heard the noise. Then he saw Su Xiaoli. "You boss, did you succeed?" Su Xiaoli took off the sunglasses and mask on her face with a surprised look on her face. Because the super gene in the body is activated. She is so charming now. As soon as she goes out, she is the focus of the crowd. From 3 years old to 100 years old, as long as they are male, no one will not look at her. There are more than 10 times more men than before. So when she goes out now, she will always wear a hat, mask, and sunglasses. This is true even in Jiang Hao's research institute, because Jiang Hao's 3 cousins can't resist her charm. Currently, only Jiang Hao can resist her charm. This has something to do with Jiang Hao's brain development. Currently, she is acting as Jiang Hao's assistant. In addition to helping Jiang Hao with some physical work, she is also responsible for buying vegetables and cooking for Jiang Hao. The reason why she agreed to Jiang Hao to become his assistant and cook for him was naturally not because of what Jiang Hao said at the beginning that she was in a special department. Because she already knew that Jiang Hao was not from a special department at all. But it's true that Jiang Hao is rich. So after Jiang Hao offered her a salary of 20W a month, she chose to become Jiang Hao's assistant, although she makes a lot of money as an anchor. But after tax deductions and commissions are given to the platform and labor unions, she actually only earns 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a month. Although there's still a lot of them, she is used to the days of dancing and laughing in front of the screen every day. What's more, Jiang Haokai's salary is still so high. The reason why he spent so much money to keep Su Xiaoli by his side. It's not that Jiang Hao is stupid and has a lot of money. In fact, money is just a number to him now. The reason why he kept Su Xiaoli by his side, it was Jiang Hao who didn't want to let Su Xiaoli out and expose his own affairs. He still needs to keep a low profile now. And it's not possible to force Su Xiaoli to be locked up here. He can't do that kind of thing. As a person, he still has a very good bottom line. So just spend the money. Anyway, money is just a number to him now. As long as it is a problem that money can solve, it is not a problem. Moreover, Su Xiaoli's cooking is really not delicious. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't get out of the busy research room, he would definitely spend some time doing it by himself. As a chef, Su Xiaoli was very unqualified. For this reason, Jiang Hao has urged her to learn cooking skills. There's still some effect. At least yesterday's food wasn't that bad. It could barely be called delicious at first. Boss, have become much more handsome than before. No, actually nothing has changed, but you really look more attractive than before. Especially your eyes, they're so beautiful. They're so pretty. Su Xiaoli graduated from junior high school and never went to high school, so she didn't have much vocabulary. I can't say anything complimentary, but it can be seen that she is really praising Jiang Hao. I know that if it doesn't work, it doesn't mean I'm successful. Where's the food? No, I brought it to you. Today is braised pork with roasted eggplant. It definitely tastes better than yesterday. I made it one by one in front of the video. Boss, I really envy you to have such a beautiful female assistant cooking for you. After handing the rice to Jiang Hao, Su Xiaoli said with a smile, I can do the cooking myself, but your monthly salary will be reduced by half. No. After hearing Jiang Hao's words, Su Xiaoli's expression suddenly changed and she refused. Why do you, a young girl, spend so much money a month? Because I need to buy things, clothes, bags, cosmetics, shoes. Okay, pretend I didn't ask. You go out first. I'm going to eat. You can come in and clean up after I finish eating. Jiang Hao said. Su Xiaoli, boss, are you a man? You're not happy with me, a beautiful woman, talking to you. I didn't say you weren't beautiful, and I wasn't unhappy either. I just want to eat quietly now. Su Xiaoli snorted lightly without saying anything. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and started playing with it. After eating, Jiang Hao took out his mobile phone. After logging into OO, he rummaged around in the contact column, and soon, he found his goal. White rabbit milk candy, note, Chilean. I glanced at Chilean's OO, but Jiang Hao didn't click directly. Instead, he continued to swipe down, and soon, an OO named Remark Wang Juntao entered Jiang Hao's site. Wang Juntao, Jiang Hao's class monitor in high school. He was the class monitor for 3 years in high school. I majored in media at university, and I heard that I am working in a media company now. I heard that I did a good job, and now I am a team leader with a monthly salary of less than 10,000 yuan. You know, it's only been 12 years now, and a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan is already considered a high salary. Most people's current salary is only 3 or 4,000 a month. Here, clicked on Wang Jintao's OO, and Jiang Hao sent a message, originally thinking that it would take some time for Wang Juntao to reply to him. Jiang Hao was about to put down his phone and go sort out some data. Unexpectedly, a message came back in seconds. Here, old classmate, you suddenly came to see me. What's the matter? Wang Juntao is the kind of person who has a smooth temperament and doesn't show favor to anyone. He was the squad leader for 3 years in high school, and he did a pretty good job. At least many people in the class listened to his overall squad leader organization. Wang Juntao is in the company at the moment. Because of his work, he often uses computers on weekdays. When Jiang Hao found him, he happened to be sitting in front of the computer, and because of work requirements, his OO is also logged in directly on the computer. Wang Jintao was a little confused when Jiang Hao sent him a message. Although he and Jiang Hao are classmates, their relationship is average. The last time the two chatted was 5 years ago when they graduated from high school. Therefore, why did Jiang Hao suddenly chat with him? I want to ask the squad leader for a favor. Of course, this favor, otherwise your help will be in vain. Oh, help, what are you doing? Can you give me the monitor's phone number? It will be more convenient to chat on the phone next time. Jiang Hao's message was sent. Wang Jintao hesitated, but still sent the phone number to Jiang Hao. He felt that the other party was not trying to sell him something. Not long after the call was sent, it rang. Wang Jintao stood up from the stool. He is now in the office, and there are many company employees nearby. It is not good for him to answer the phone here. Take your phone and go to the corridor outside. Wang Jintao answered the phone. Jiang Hao, it's me, the old squad leader. I'm looking for you this time because I have something to ask you for help. Oh, how can I help you? Wang Jintao did not reject it outright. He was curious about what kind of help Jiang Hao wanted from him. After all, he's not a big shot. If Jiang Hao is busy, you need to ask him for help. At the Duche City police station, Chilean, who has just joined the criminal police team for half a year, is processing some information. She joined the criminal police team half a year ago. Now he is mainly responsible for some clerical work of the criminal police team. While she was dealing with work, Chilean suddenly heard the cell phone ringing beside her. That was the notification sound that someone sent her a message. Chilean did not check it immediately. Instead, it took him half an hour to complete the task at hand before he picked up his phone to check. Unlock your phone. Click She found out that the person who sent her the message was her best friend Tianwan. Tianwan's home is not far from hers, and the two have known each other since childhood. Elementary school, junior high school, and high school are all classmates because we have known each other since childhood. The friendship between the two is very deep. However, after the college entrance examination, she chose the police academy, and after graduation, she became a policeman in the city police station, while Tianwan applied to the drama academy after the college entrance examination, planning to become a star. But how can it be so easy to be a star? Although Tianwan is quite pretty, but in the entertainment industry where there are a lot of beauties, her appearance can only be regarded as ordinary. In addition, Tianwan's family conditions are average, and she is still just a walk-on actor after graduation, not even 18th tier. Although many people have hinted at Tianwan, Tianwan is not stupid. As far as the conditions mentioned by those bastards are concerned, she knows it is a lie without even thinking about it. She often complained to Chilean about these things. But Chilean was puzzled. Why did Tianwan suddenly send her a message today? Although she chats with Tianwan on weekdays, it is usually after 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. It is almost impossible to send her a message in broad daylight like this. Click on a message from Tianwan. It says, when you get off work, I will pick you up. Chilean was a little surprised. She knew that Tianwan was in the capital North Star before, so why did she suddenly return to Duche City? Have you returned to Duche City? I came back last night. It was too late, so I didn't notify you. I wanted to give you a surprise today. How about having fun? Do you want to work overtime today? If you don't want to work overtime, come out and play. Chilean took a look at the information that had been compiled. No overtime. By the way, you stayed well in Beijing. Why did you suddenly return to Duche City? Chilean was a little confused as to why Tianwan suddenly came back from Beijing. After all, Tianwan had previously said that she would have to make a good showing at Beijing before she came back. Unexpectedly, he would suddenly return to Duche City. It's not easy to mess around. I'll tell you later. Northern Star is really not a place for people like me. Okay, I get off work at 6 o'clock. You can pick me up after 6 o'clock. The city police department will know the way there. Of course, who wouldn't know about that place? Soon, the time came to around 6:10 p.m. Chilean, who had changed back into casual clothes, stood at the door of the city bureau. After she declined many colleagues who wanted to take her home, she finally saw Tianwan riding a small electric donkey to pick her up. Karin, Xiaoan, let's go first. This is not the place to talk. Yeah, whatever you want to eat today, I'll treat you. Tianwan smiled. Because it was summer, she wore cooler clothes, wearing a white shirt on the upper body and a hip-length jean skirt on the lower body. The whole person looks refreshing and fashionable, giving people a girl-next-door feel. Especially the pair of long, white legs under the jean skirt are very eye-catching. Many people passing by will take a few glances. Just keep going. Just go to the hot pot restaurant we often go to. Okay, it's up to you. Chilean waited until she got into the back seat. Tianwan started the electric car and left. In a hot pot restaurant, Tianwan and Chilean chatted while eating. What they talked about was nothing more than what happened to her at Northern Star. Some happiness, some unhappy moments, and her experiences at Northern Star. Tianwan told them all in one go. Chilean just listened, occasionally sighing and echoing. By the way, Monitor Wang came to me today and told me that he planned to hold a class reunion. He said that it would be a gathering for all the classmates who are still in Duche City. We haven't seen each other for many years. Are you going? I don't know about the class reunion. Chilean asked doubtfully. He said it in the group of classmates. He came to me and asked me to take you with me. He didn't come to you specifically, lest you, a beautiful woman, think that he wants to chase you. Tianwan said with a smile. After hearing this, Chilean took out her phone and looked at it, and found that the high school class group was indeed very active now. After Wang Juntao proposed holding a class reunion, many people in the group responded. There are still people chatting in the group now, and the chat is quite lively. Chilean did not join the conversation. She is not the kind of person who likes to join in the fun. Of course, the most important thing is that everyone has graduated from high school 5 or 6 years ago. Some classmates with whom I had no contact or impression in the first place might even have forgotten their names, let alone their appearance. Although Chilean didn't forget the person's name, there was nothing interesting to talk about. What? You want to participate? Chilean looked at Tianwan and asked. I haven't seen my old classmates in 5 or 6 years. It doesn't matter if I go see them. If you think about it carefully, time flies really fast. 5 or 6 years have passed so quickly. It feels like I was a student yesterday. Compared with my current life, life was so easy when I was studying. Tianwan sighed. Chilean, are you going? I don't know. You also know my work. I may not have time. Chilean said. Wang Juntao said in the group that the party will only start after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. This will make it easier for those students who have jobs to finish their work before attending the party. Don't you usually get off work at 6 o'clock? Besides, even if you don't go, you have to go with me. I want to go. I heard that a few of our generation got rich. By the way, do you remember Jiang Hao? Jiang Hao. Yes, you must be familiar with the most handsome guy among the boys in our class, Jiang Hao. That guy confessed his love to you back then. Do you still remember? Chilean blushed slightly when she heard this. Jiang Hao. How could she not remember him? In high school, he was the most handsome boy in his class. He confessed to her at first, but she rejected him. One is that her family doesn't allow it, and the other is that she doesn't want to fall in love in high school. After that, Jiang Hao didn't talk to her much. I'm also a bit autistic, and I don't interact much with my classmates who are in charge. Remember, why did you suddenly mention him? What happened to him? Chilean said. She knew that there must be a reason why Tianwan specifically mentioned Jiang Hao. I heard Jiang Hao got rich. Get rich? Chilean was a little surprised. Yes. He will also come to this class reunion. Didn't he chase you before? He was just handsome before, but now he is rich. You don't have a boyfriend yet, so you might as well find him. Also, Jiang Hao has a pretty good temper. Except that he didn't like to talk before, he has a good personality in every aspect. And it doesn't matter if you don't like to talk. Such people won't be outside enjoying themselves. What are you talking about? Chilean's face turned red when Tianwan said it. After graduating from high school, I had no contact with him. I guess he already has a girlfriend. Why, if he doesn't have a girlfriend, are you really going to be his girlfriend? Chilean's face turned red, and she said nothing. My thoughts seem to be pulled back to my high school days several years ago. School days are always a good time for most people. Of course, Chilean didn't come either. After all, when I was a student, I basically had no worries. Jiang Hao gradually appeared in her mind. What is that guy like now? Chilean didn't notice. Tian, who was sitting opposite her, had a hint of relaxation in her smile, as if she had completed some task. Chilean didn't know that Tian actually came back suddenly this time. And the reason why she came back suddenly was because a man came to find her. That person is Wang Jintao. Of course, Wang Jintao was not looking for her. Wang Jintao was looking for her, but for someone else. That person is Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao and Wang Jintao both know that Tian and Chilean are good sisters. Chilean is now a police officer in the criminal police team. It's not that simple to ask her out to attend a class reunion. So Jiang Hao thought of Chilean's best friend Tian. The reason why Tian spared no effort to help was naturally because she received benefits from Jiang Hao, the heroine of a movie with an investment of at least 30 million and 1 million in cash. The money Jiang Hao had transferred to her bank card immediately, so Tian believed Jiang Hao's words. In the face of interest, what about best friends who grew up together? Moreover, Jiang Hao is already handsome, and now he is rich. He did this just to create an opportunity to pursue Chilean. For Chilean, this is not a bad thing. Now I see that Chilean is not very resistant to Jiang Hao. Tian was actually relieved. This made her feel a lot less guilty. At the same time, I was also a little envious of Chilean. Why is the person Jiang Hao likes not her? On the other side, Jiang Hao saw the message from Tian saying that she succeeded. Chilean has agreed to go to the class reunion with her. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. The purpose is achieved. In a blink of an eye, the time came to 6 o'clock the next night. Grand Hyatt Hotel. It is a 5-star hotel in Duche City. Today, the Grand Hyatt Hotel was booked out. The person who booked the venue was naturally Jiang Hao. The entrance to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Wang Jintao acted as the welcome person this time. After all, this class reunion was apparently held by him. Monitor, it's amazing that the Grand Hyatt Hotel is the venue for the class reunion. This is a 5-star hotel. At this time, many people attending the class reunion had already arrived. Many people didn't know at first that the party was held at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. They didn't know until Wang Jintao notified the location this afternoon. Because it was at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, some students who had not originally planned to come also came. The Grand Hyatt Hotel is a 5-star hotel. The consumption level is extremely high, and basically no one among them has ever come to the Grand Hyatt Hotel to spend money. It's not that they can't afford it at all, but if you come to a place like this once, your salary will be gone for at least 3 or 4 months. For some with lower wages, half a year's salary is gone after one visit. So basically none of them have been to the Grand Hyatt. Of course, as a 5-star hotel in Duche City, they still know that they live in Duche City. Squad leader, you've made a fortune this time. No. Wang Jintao shook his head again and again. How can I make a fortune? I'm not the one who booked the Grand Hyatt Hotel this time. Who is that? As soon as Wang Jintao finished speaking, someone asked curiously. I can't help but be curious. There are only about 50 people in my class in high school. Among these 50 people, there are some who are doing well. But even if you're doing okay or doing well, there really is no one. Whoever has the strength to directly book the entire Grand Hyatt Hotel. Jiang Hao, Mr. Jiang, he's a big boss now. Jiang Hao. Many people were shocked when they heard Wang Jintao's words. Basically, everyone still has an impression of Jiang Hao. After all, Jiang Hao was the top student in his class, and he was very handsome. It's just that the family conditions are worse. There were some people in the class who had a crush on him. No one expected that in a few years, Jiang Hao would turn around and become a big boss. For a class reunion, the Grand Hyatt Hotel was booked directly. If you want to book a 5-star hotel like this for a day, it will cost you at least 1 million. It's not like those of them don't have $1 million at home. But having 1 million and being willing to use 1 million to waste are completely two different concepts. The former represents petty bourgeoisie, while the latter represents very rich people. Jiang Hao, oh no, what is Mr. Jiang doing now? Monitor, someone immediately asked. This, I'm not very clear about it. He's coming today anyway. You could just ask him yourself then. Is Mr. Jiang here now? Not yet. It will probably be a little later. Everyone, please go in first. Don't stand outside. Everything has been arranged inside. Wang Jintao smiled. Soon, the time came to 6:50. Chilean and Tian appeared outside the hotel. Squad leader. When they saw Wang Jintao, the two of them greeted him first. Wang Jintao also looked at the two people with a smile. Of course, his eyes fell more on Chilean, because he knew very well why there was this class reunion. Chilean, Tian, are you here? Come in, the classmates and teachers are here. They are all inside now. You can just go in. Today, Jiang Hao has reserved the place. There are no other guests inside. Wang Jintao smiled. Road. Jiang Hao booked this place? The guy is really rich. Tian pretended to be amazed. Chilean was also surprised. The Grand Hyatt Hotel is a 5-star hotel. If you want to book the venue, you need at least 1 million. Spending more than 1 million at a time is quite shocking to an ordinary detective like her. Although her family is not short of money, it is not a wealthy family. Being able to spend 1 million freely means that 1 million in the other party's hands may be as easy as spending one in their hands. Yes, he is super rich now. Can he be rich? If he helps Jiang Hao get things done this time, he can get 2 million from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao has given him 1 million of them. If things go well this time, he can get the follow-up 1 million. This is why he is so concerned about this class reunion. The temptation of money is difficult to resist for many people. Just as Wang Jintao finished speaking, a car stopped on the roadside in front of the hotel. The car door opened, and a man in his 20s, wearing a black suit and looking like an elite, stepped out. Who else could it be if it wasn't Jiang Hao? At this moment, Jiang Hao is wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He is polite and has good looks. You can tell at a glance that he is not simple. Hey, Chow Chow is here soon. Look, isn't Jiang Hao coming? Wang Jintao was facing the road, so naturally he noticed Jiang Hao's arrival immediately. Chilean and Tian heard this, turned around, and immediately saw Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao just gave the key to the hotel person and asked him to park the car for him. He turned around. They just happened to look at Chilean and Tian. Looking at Chilean, the corners of Jiang Hao's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a sunny smile. In his world, there was no such person as Chilean. During his high school years, he never confessed to anyone. After all, he was doing much better in another world than he was in the parallel world. With a smile on his face, Jiang Hao walked towards the three of them. Chow Chow is about to arrive. Jiang Hao, I was talking about you just now, and you are here. Squad leader, I'm really troubling you this time. Jiang Hao nodded first, and then smiled at Wang Jintao. No trouble, these are all what I should do. Wang Jintao smiled. This guy is also a human being. What he should do is that he will get things done after he gets the money. Tian secretly glanced at Wang Jintao from the side. I was not sure just now, but now I'm almost sure that Wang Jintao, like her, took money from Jiang Hao. Chilean, Tian, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. I didn't expect you would become a big boss after not seeing each other for a few years, Jiang Hao. What a big boss, he just made some money by chance. Jiang Hao said with a smile. It was clearly Versailles, but the words he spoke were not offensive. Jiang Hao, you're more handsome now than when you were in school. We haven't seen you for a few years, and you have changed a lot. Tian looked at Jiang Hao with a smile. I was so far away that I couldn't see clearly. After getting close at this moment, she found that Jiang Hao had changed a lot compared to when he was in high school. Jiang Hao was a handsome guy in high school, and now he is obviously more handsome than before. It's also more attractive. Moreover, Jiang Hao had an indescribable temperament that made her unwilling to take her eyes away from Jiang Hao. It felt like seeing an item she particularly liked. Chilean felt the same way, because at this moment, like Tian, she had her eyes on Jiang Hao and couldn't move away at all. Because Wang Jintao is a man, he is much better than the two. After all, his orientation is normal. But Jiang Hao's current handsomeness really makes him, a man, unable to take his eyes away. What a hell. In fact, this is the manifestation of Jiang Hao after integrating the fox demon gene. This is Jiang Hao's effort to control the charm he exudes. Otherwise, Chilean and Tian would be immediately fascinated by him. Compared to Su Xiaoli, who couldn't control his own power, After integrating the fox demon gene, Jiang Hao had complete control over how to control his charm in just one day. These are all related to Jiang Hao's current brain development reaching 10,000%. Because of his ability to learn very quickly. Mastering your own power is a kind of learning in itself. Is there any? Jiang Hao asked with a chuckle. Of course, Chilean, don't you think so? Tianwan shook Chilean beside her. She knew that it would definitely be impossible for her and Jiang Hao, but not necessarily Jiang Hao and Chilean. She knew very well why there was this class reunion. Oh yes, Jiang Hao, you have changed so much. Chilean said with a slight blush. She's not the kind of person who blushes easily. After all, I have been working in the city police station for half a year. But now she is not wearing a police uniform, and the person in front of her is not a criminal, but her old classmate. They're all old acquaintances. She didn't need to wear a mask in front of these people. Okay, let's go in first. I guess the students are all impatient. Okay. Wang Jintao nodded. Then lead the way ahead. It's like he is Jiang Hao's subordinate. Chilean was shy and didn't notice this at all, but Tianwan noticed it. At 9 o'clock in the evening, everyone ate and drank at the Cointreau Hotel, reminisced about their youth, and then went to the nearby KTV. Like the hotel, all rooms there have been booked by Jiang Hao. It wasn't until almost early in the morning that everyone dispersed and agreed to meet again next time. Chilean, Tianwan, how did you get here? We came by taxi. I'm afraid it won't be easy to take a taxi when we go back so late. Tianwan spoke first before Chilean could speak. Is that so? Then let me take you back. It's already 40 in the morning, and it's already very late. It's probably not easy to take a taxi. I happen to have a car, so I'll take you back. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Wang Jintao has already left. The guy was very smart. He knew that his mission had been completed and there was no need to stay, so he left first. Okay, I'll bother you then. Tianwan agreed before Chilean could refuse. Seeing that Tianwan had already agreed, Chilean didn't say anything. And it was indeed a bit late now. It would be difficult for them to take a taxi. Jiang Hao sent them back just in time. And it's so late, taking Jiang Hao's car is definitely safer than taking a taxi. After sending Chilean and Tianwan home, Jiang Hao did not leave directly. Instead, he went to sit where Chilean lived. Of course, I just sat down for a while and drank a glass of water. After going to the toilet, he left. For Chilean, Jiang Hao naturally has ideas. After all, she is indeed very beautiful. When I first watched Xiao Shun, among the many beauties in Xiao Shun, Jiang Hao's favorite was Chilean. Not only because Chilean is beautiful, but also because her character is the most lovable. Jiang Hao is a normal adult male, not an eunuch, and a beautiful member of the opposite S*X. Naturally, he also has ideas. However, now is not the time to think about the love between children. The cooling time of the gate of the world has long passed. But Jiang Hao has not been used. It was because he wanted to give himself more cards before using the world gate to go to another world for the first time. Therefore, Chilean's generation of super warrior genes must be obtained, reproduced, and fused. Although Jiang Hao didn't get Chilean's blood, when he went to the toilet at Chilean's house, Jiang Hao took some of Chilean's hair. With these few hairs, his main purpose has been achieved. Naturally, I didn't stay any longer, and it was really late. In front of Chilean's house, Chilean and Tianwan watched Jiang Hao's car leave. Why, Chilean, are you reluctant? I think Jiang Hao is still interested in you. He will definitely treat you to dinner another day. How about such a handsome guy, and now he is rich? Do you have any ideas? Tianwan asked Chilean with a smile. If you talk nonsense again, be careful, and I'll deal with you. Chilean was so embarrassed by Tianwan's words that she directly threatened her. But Tianwan was not afraid at all. I'm not afraid of you. Speaking of which, Jiang Hao has become much more handsome and taller than he was in high school. There is still money now. He is tall, rich, and handsome. I'm not talking about people like him. Such a high-quality boy. If you have no idea, I will take action. Tianwan said. Of course she knew that Jiang Hao had no idea about her, and she also knew that Jiang Hao's goal was Chilean. She said this to provoke Chilean on purpose. She didn't believe that Chilean really didn't have any thoughts about Jiang Hao. The first meeting of a person starts with appearance, followed by loyalty to character, and finally the conditions. Needless to say, Jiang Hao's good looks, the fairy gene, made him even better than those older brothers and big stars. In terms of character, they are classmates from junior high school and high school, and they know Jiang Hao well. As for the conditions, although Jiang Hao's conditions are not very clear, they're definitely not bad. She didn't believe that Chilean really had no idea at all. Then you do it, Chilean said. She did have a crush on Jiang Hao, but she fell in love with him directly before reaching the point. At most, she has a lot of good feelings and does not resist getting along with Jiang Hao. Speaking of heartbeat, when I first saw Jiang Hao again, I was really heartbroken. But after calming down, Chilean thought about more things. Chilean is not stupid. She didn't think much about it before. After Jiang Hao sent her and Tianwan back specially, she vaguely realized that Jiang Hao came specially for her. What kind of class reunion? Maybe it's just an excuse that Jiang Hao specially made for her. Although the idea is somewhat narcissistic. But today at the class reunion, Jiang Hao didn't chat much with his old classmates. He just sat there without saying a word, leaving no one guessing what he was thinking. Although the class reunion was initiated by the monitor Wang Jintao, she knew that the real organizer was Jiang Hao. Come on, people don't look down on me. I think Jiang Hao is here specially for you. Okay, stop talking, it's getting late, let's go to bed. Us? Yeah, I'm staying at your house tonight. There's no one in my house. It's boring for me to live alone. I might as well live with you. Chilean. The other side, Jiang Hao has already returned to the laboratory with Chilean's hair. Start analyzing Chilean's genes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Even with his previous experience, it still took Jiang Hao 3 days to analyze Chilean's first-generation super gene. Because the super gene is not turned on, it is even more troublesome to analyze. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had previous experience in analyzing Su Xiaoli super genes. Otherwise, it would have been even slower to analyze Chilean's genes. And the completion of the analysis does not mean that Jiang Hao's work is completed. He also needs to replicate and fuse Chilean's super gene into his own body. This step is the key. But Chilean's super gene has been analyzed, and the re-engraving and fusion are actually easy for Jiang Hao. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Jiang Hao successfully reproduced Chilean's genes perfectly and integrated them into his own body. It is then fully activated by the gene charger. Along with this, the genes of a generation of super soldiers copied from Chilean were activated. Jiang Hao got another boost. Compared with the first strengthening, Jiang Hao was strengthened even more thoroughly this time. Although Chilean is only a generation of super soldiers. But compared to ordinary people, a generation of super soldiers are already very human beings. The overall physical fitness is more than 10 times higher than that of ordinary people. Best of all is resilience. Although it does not have the recovery power of Wolverine, but not by much. Of course, this premise is that there is enough energy in the body. After the strengthening was completed, Jiang Hao tested his strength with the strength testing machine he modified. The power of the fist can reach a maximum of 11.2 tons. The strength of the legs can reach a maximum of 18.9 tons. The fastest speed can reach 24 meters per second. Body hardness has been slightly improved. The improvement in resilience is the greatest. Ordinary muscle injuries can be completely healed within 3 minutes. Even a severe muscle tear can be completely healed within 2 hours. This kind of resilience is not enough compared to superheroes such as Wolverine and Deadpool. But it has also officially stepped into the non-human range. Jiang Hao knew that he could set off to the world after the World Gate. He actually wanted to go already. It's just that he was an ordinary person before, so he never set off. He has long wanted to know what kind of other world is outside the World Gate. Jiang Hao knows very well that no matter how smart his mind is, given the situation in the Super God universe, it will be difficult for him to rise in a short period of time. Once he exposed his talent, he was noticed by Duche. Then the demon queen Liang Bing will also notice him, and was noticed by Liang Bing. That woman would definitely try to take him under her wing. Once she refuses, she will definitely find a way to destroy herself. No matter how Liang Bing is beautified in anime, One thing can be admitted, this woman is not a good person to the Earth, nor is she easy to mess with. In the original book, the reason why she chose to help the Earth was also because of Duche. At Liang Bing's place, she believed more in the law of the jungle. If it weren't for Kesha's existence, she would have developed her power unscrupulously on Earth, assimilate humans into demons. In comparison, the angel Kesha, who seemed like a villain at the beginning, is actually justice in the true sense. At least if she discovered Jiang Hao's existence, she wouldn't be like Liang Bing, who would silence him if the recruitment failed. So what kind of world the first world is really important to Jiang Hao, because it will determine the speed of Jiang Hao's development. Name, Jiang Hao. Age, 23. Race, human. Talent, gift of the world, knowledge god. Effect, brain development 10,000%. Combat strength, 25. After integrating super genes, you're no longer an ordinary person. World gate, cooling completed. Currently traversable world 1, unnamed. Compared with before, his combat power has increased from 6 points to 25 points. Jiang Hao knows very well what he can do with 25 points of combat power. If it was a fight with bare hands or cold weapons, no matter how many ordinary people came, it would not be enough in front of him. Now he's a true super soldier. It's time to start the first world. Of course, some things must be arranged before departure. For example, my 3 cousins and Su Xiaoli. Things about the world gate must not be known to them. The explanation given by Jiang Hao was that he needed to go out for a while. The exact number of days is unclear, but he will come back as soon as possible, and the research laboratory needs to keep an eye on him. Wait until everything is arranged. Jiang Hao drove away from Duche City, found a remote mountain with no one around, and opened the door to the world. When his eyes fell on the door of the world, some information also appeared in Jiang Hao's sight. Gate to the world. There is currently an unknown world coordinate. You can go there. Whether to set the 2-boundary time flow rate, the current ratio can be set from -150 to 150. Jiang Hao was delighted to see that the time flow rate of the 2 worlds could also be set, because this means Jiang Hao will have more time to become stronger. The 2 ratios are also easy to understand. -150 means that 150 days have passed here, and only 1 day has passed in the other world on the other side of the world gate. The 150 is just the opposite. He spent 150 days in another world beyond the world gate. Only 1 day will pass in the Super God universe. It goes without saying how to set it up. It must be set to 1:150. In this way, 150 days have passed since Jiang Hao was in another world, and only 1 day has passed in the Super God universe. This is equivalent to giving Jiang Hao more time to grow up. Jiang Hao is naturally not stupid. After setting the time flow rate ratio, Jiang Hao opened the door to the world. The world behind the door is a jungle. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and walked directly through the gate of the world. After Jiang Hao passes through the gate of the world, the door to the world is also directly closed. Arrive in the unknown world can be named. Available stay time, 1 year. The gate to the world will not be opened before the stay time is cleared. After reading the information, Jiang Hao knew that he could stay in this world for 1 year. During this year, the door to the world cannot be opened again. Of course, what he is more curious about now is what kind of world he has come to. I just hope that this is a nice world that can help me improve my strength. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Hao suddenly heard a loud noise from the other end of the jungle. It sounded like a car rolling over. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and ran directly in the direction of the noise. He needs to get in touch with people in this world to learn something about the world. The other side, Wukong was still looking curiously at the monster that suddenly appeared in front of him. Just as he was thinking about something, a half-man suddenly appeared among the monsters. As soon as the man appeared, he pointed a black object at him. "Go to hell, you monster." Bulma roared angrily, and after speaking, he also shot directly. She was also stunned. She was driving the car well, but suddenly the car overturned. She didn't understand what happened. When she climbed out of the car window, she immediately saw son Wukong, who was looking at her curiously not far away. Although the car accident just now did not affect her life. But at such a fast speed, if the safety measures of this car were not good, she would have been seriously injured if not dead. If she was seriously injured in this deep mountain forest, she would definitely die. So she was very angry now. So after seeing Sun Wukong as the culprit, she also shot without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out. As the daughter of the world's richest man, Bulma is not only rich in her family, she is also very smart. It can be said that she is a genius girl. Naturally, he has been exposed to guns for a long time. Not to mention that her shooting skills were perfect, but at such a close distance, which was only a dozen meters away, she could basically hit wherever she wanted. When Sun Wukong did not avoid it. All her bullets hit Sun Wukong. Ding, ding, ding. But Bulma didn't know what kind of monster he was facing. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Sun Wukong was beaten so hard that he ran away with his head in his arms. But the bullet hitting his body not only caused him some pain, didn't even break the defense. But this is normal. Son Goku is a Saiyan after all, not even a low-level warrior. But they're Saiyans after all. It is quite difficult to break through his defense with a weapon like a pistol. What was that just now? You can use magic, right? The Bulma people were also stunned, because she found that her pistol not only failed to kill Sun Wukong, but also failed to break through the defense. A look of horror immediately appeared on his face. What kind of monster is this? The pistol couldn't even break through the defense. Strange. Why can't you be beaten to death? Idiot, I won't be beaten to death by you so casually. My body is as hard as steel. As he spoke, Sun Wukong stood up from the ground, took out the golden cudgel behind him, and rushed towards Bulma. I'm going to get rid of you, the monster. Sun Wukong has been living in Baozi Mountain with his grandfather Sun Wufan. After his grandfather Sun Wuhan died, he lived alone in Baozi Mountain. Never left Baozi Mountain. I have never seen any other human beings. As for cars, I don't know them at all. So much so that he directly regarded Bulma and the car as monsters. He saw Sun Wukong rushing towards him menacingly. The Bulma people were frightened. The little monster in front of me is a monster whose skin cannot be penetrated by bullets. His only weapon was a small pistol, and even the pistol couldn't kill him. How could he be this little monster's opponent? Think here. Bulma quickly explained. Wait a minute. I'm not a monster. I'm a human. Because Bulma has realized it. The guy in front of me may be a country bumpkin who has never seen a car. Huh? Human? Are you a human? After hearing Bulma's words, Sun Wukong stopped immediately. Boomer also took this opportunity to climb out of the car window. Yes, of course I am human. But why do you look different from me? Sun Wukong asked doubtfully. Of course it's because I'm a girl. Bulma explained. Ah, girl, you are a girl, no wonder. Sun Wukong said. Have you never seen a girl before? Bulma was basically sure that the Sun Wukong in front of him was a bumpkin. However, even if he is a country bumpkin, it is not like he has never seen a girl. This guy must be a savage. But it doesn't look like it. Sun Wukong is wearing clean clothes. Savages don't wear clean clothes. Oh, girl, are you a girl? Of course. I'm so beautiful. Can't you see it? Bulma was anxious. What does this guy mean? Doesn't he look like a girl? Forget it. Why bother with a country bumpkin? I've never been outside. Except for Grandpa, I've never seen other human beings. You are the second human being I've ever seen. Grandpa said, be gentle with girls. Sun Wukong said seriously. Looking at Sun Wukong's serious look, Bulma thinks this kid is quite cute. When this kid knocked over her car, she was not so angry when she thought about it. And no matter how you look at this kid, he looks so deceptive. Just when Bulma was about to speak, click, the sound of a branch being trampled was heard. Whether it was Bulma or Sun Wukong, they all looked in the direction of the sound. Ooh, it was Sun Wukong who spoke. He looked warily at Jiang Hao, who suddenly appeared. On the contrary, Bulma was stunned for a moment when he saw the face of Jiang Hao, who suddenly appeared. My saliva is about to flow out. When Bulma was a girl, she was a top nymphomaniac. It is very difficult to resist handsome men. Jiang Hao has the blessing of fairy genes, and his charm is almost immediate. She has no resistance at all to such a super handsome guy. Handsome guy. Bulma was very surprised. Why would he meet a handsome guy in a deep mountain and old forest like Baozi Mountain? Jiang Hao stepped on the branch intentionally. He did this deliberately to expose his whereabouts and tell Sun Wukong and Bulma of his existence. This way his appearance won't be sudden. At this moment, he was still ecstatic. He never expected that the first world he came to would be the Dragon Ball world. Naturally, he has not watched Dragon Ball, a hot-blooded anime. Jiang Hao knows the world of Dragon Ball very well, and there are a lot of good things in this world. Among them, what Jiang Hao values the most is the cultivation method of qi. This is a practice that can make ordinary people extraordinary, and the upper limit space is huge. Super divine water that can enhance people's potential, fairy beans that can restore injuries and physical strength after one drop, and divine dragons that can grant people's wishes. Of course, there's also Son Goku's Saiyan identity. There is no doubt about the power of the Saiyan bloodline. Not to mention that when the S cells reach a certain base, the super race form that can be opened from tens to hundreds, and the latter few forms are exaggerated increases of thousands of times the combat power. As long as they don't die, the more severely injured they are after the battle, and the more combat power they will improve after recovery. It is enough to prove that the Saiyans are called the fighting nation of the universe, and they deserve their name. Of course, what Jiang Hao values most is the qi cultivation method. As long as you can increase your energy, you can increase your combat effectiveness. In Jiang Hao's view, the so-called qi is more like the technology of one's own energy. The higher the energy technology, the higher the combat effectiveness. In the Dragon Ball world, anyone with a combat power of over 1,000 will have the ability to destroy planets. After tens of thousands of combat power, even if placed in the Super God universe, not many can achieve it. Of course, if you really want to compare, it's actually not easy to compare. After all, the Super God universe is more of a system in which technology becomes a god. The system of the Dragon Ball world is a system for cultivating extraordinary people. The performance is more in terms of physical destruction. But it is undeniable that the system of Dragon Ball world is very powerful. The first world is the world of Dragon Ball. For Jiang Hao, it was a surprise, because this means that he will have strong combat effectiveness before the Battle of Tiana City. Handsome guy, what is that? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Of course you don't understand. You country bumpkin. Bulma said dissatisfied. Is he human too? Of course. But why are you different from me and don't have a tail? After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulma noticed that Sun Wukong had a tail. But Bulma didn't take it seriously. She felt that Sun Wukong's tail should have been installed by herself, and it was fake. After all, how can a human have a tail? I have never heard of any humans on Earth having tails. While the two were talking, Mr. Jiang Hao had already walked over. Hello, my name is Jiang Hao. I am a survival expert here for the Wild Survival Challenge. I didn't expect to see people deep in the forest like Baozi Mountain. I heard the loud noise just now. Jiang Hao found an identity for himself, a wilderness survival expert. Otherwise, his appearance here would be too abrupt. It is also necessary to take the initiative to contact Sun Wukong and Bulma. The timeline of Dragon Ball is so early, which is great news for Jiang Hao, because in this period of Dragon Ball Earth, there are still no powerful villains. There is enough time left for Jiang Hao to develop. The most important thing is that he could do a lot of things with his foresight, and getting in touch with Sun Wukong and Bulma is also a must. Sun Wukong has the Saiyan genes he needs, so it is inevitable to recreate the Saiyan bloodline. Not to mention the huge increase in combat power of the Super Saiyan form. Jiang Hao is bound to get the fusion of Saiyan blood based on the fact that every time a Saiyan is seriously injured in a battle, as long as he does not die, his combat power will be greatly improved after recovery. And Bulma, as a genius girl, is the daughter of the world's richest man. Jiang Hao's research on Super Saiyan genes will definitely require a lot of high-tech instruments, and Bulma must have them. Although Jiang Hao can also make his own money and buy these machines, or design them himself. But this is a waste of time. 1 year may seem like a long time, but in fact it is not that long. Jiang Hao should try his best to spend his time improving his strength. With Bulma's help, he could save a lot of time. This way, he would have more time to practice. As for who to practice with, Jiang Hao already has a goal. That is Kame's Sanin. Although the old man's own strength is nothing at all in the later stage. But as Sun Wukong's master, he is definitely qualified. However, even if you want to learn from Kame Sr. now, is not the time yet. You must at least copy the Saiyan genes and integrate them into yourself first. What just happened to you? Hello, I'm Bulma, and that overturned car is mine. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Bulma couldn't wait to introduce himself. Now, she looks to be only about 15 years old. She looks very young, and she has a ponytail. She has not yet started to grow her hair short to the ears like she did later in the plot. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong also looked at Jiang Hao curiously after introducing himself. Oh, do you need me to help you turn the car over? With that said, Jiang Hao didn't wait for Bulma to refuse, stepped forward and straightened Bulma's overturned car. The car, which weighed several tons, was not heavy in his hands at all, and it was effortless to lift it upright. Boom! The car was being straightened out, and the glass in the front car was broken. Bulma was dumbfounded. Sun Wukong is already a monster enough that he can't be killed by bullets. Unexpectedly, another super handsome guy like a monster appeared. She finally understood why Jiang Hao appeared alone in this deep mountain and forest. With his strength, even if he encounters the wild beasts in the forest, the unlucky ones will only be those wild beasts. Wow, you are so strong. This monster just knocked me away. Sun Wukong sighed. You're the monster, okay. Bulma complained in his heart. But a pair of beautiful eyes just looked at Jiang Hao and never looked away from him from beginning to end. When Jiang Hao looked at her, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang Hao. You're welcome. Can I call you Bulma? Of course. Bulma naturally nodded in agreement immediately after hearing this. Little brother, your name is Sun Wukong. Yes. Sun Wukong also nodded. It's okay if I just call you by your name. Of course it's no problem. Is this the prey you hunted? Jiang Hao pointed to the big fish that Sun Wukong hit. Oh, that's what I just caught in the river over there. It's my lunch. Do you want to eat? If you want to eat, I will give you this fish. Sun Wukong said very generously. This fish is too big for me to finish. But in addition to being a wilderness survival expert, I'm also a gourmet. My cooking skills are very good. But it's a pity that this place is in the wild and there are no conditions for cooking. Jiang Hao said regretfully. That's not necessarily true. It was Bulma who spoke. Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong looked at Bulma. I saw that I took out a white capsule and threw it at her car. Boom! A burst of white smoke rose and the car disappeared. Only one capsule remains. But the capsule has changed from white to red. Hey, why is that monster gone? Sun Wukong asked curiously. It's a universal capsule. Jiang Hao explained. As he spoke, he looked at the universal capsule on the ground. Universal capsule technology, this is a very practical black technology. In the world of Dragon Ball, the reason why the Bulma family is the richest man is because of the universal capsule. That's right, it's the universal capsule. Bulma laughed. Pick up the capsule from the ground. Bulma took out another red capsule. She pressed on the capsule first. Then he threw it to the ground next to him. This time, it was thrown almost 10 meters away. Boom! With a sound, another puff of smoke rose. But the smoke quickly disappeared again. When the smoke dissipated completely, a semicircular house appeared in the sight of the three of them. Mr. Jiang Hao and that monster kid, please come in. Boomer smiled and invited them. I'm not some monster kid. My name is Sun Wukong. Okay, Sun Wukong, please come in. Bulma said. Sun Wukong said nothing more. Instead, he followed Jiang Hao into the semicircular house created by Bulma. The space of this house is not small. After understanding its structure with eyes, Jiang Hao immediately calculated the size of the house. 64.8 square meters. It may be said that it is not big, it may be said that it is small, but it is not small at all. The room is fully equipped with all kinds of furniture and appliances. There are 3 rooms in total, a mixture of bathroom and toilet, then the combination of master bedroom and living room, and finally the kitchen. The kitchen is large and has all kinds of electrical utensils. How about it? My house is not bad. Saying that, Bulma went to a cabinet and opened it, revealing a cabinet full of condiments. Jiang Hao nodded. Wukong, please go and bring that fish in. I'll cook it. Jiang Hao planned to use delicious food to get closer to Monkey King. Son Wukong has a big appetite and is also a food lover. To get closer to him, food is undoubtedly a good way. Jiang Hao not only wants to copy Sun Wukong's genes, he also has the idea of training Sun Wukong. Moreover, Jiang Hao knows that Sun Wukong is a very simple person. As long as he gets close to him, he will not refuse if he is asked to help with things in the future. Oh, okay. Sun Wukong did not refuse. He had just met other humans and didn't know what rejection meant. The fish Sun Wukong caught was very big. The fish is almost 2 meters long. It's bigger than Jiang Hao do. It weighs about 300 pounds. After the fish was brought in, Jiang Hao also started to handle the fish. Today, he's going to make an all-fish feast. Ingredients and vegetables are all available in Bulma's kitchen, and they are all fresh vegetables. Jiang Hao's cooking is not only fast, but also has a sense of flowing flow. Bulma watched the whole process and looked at Jiang Hao with brighter eyes. Because Sun Wukong was bored sitting in a room, he ran out and went to exercise outside the room. Almost 40 minutes later, the whole fish feast is ready. 8 dishes in total. Because the fish was so big, even if there were only 8 dishes, the entire table was piled full and there was no room for it. Wukong, it's time to eat. Jiang Hao went outside to ask Sun Wukong to eat. I saw Sun Wukong getting a stone from somewhere and playing with it. That stone is bigger than others. Jiang Hao just took a look and figured out that the stone weighed at least 400 kilograms. Oh, here we come. Sun Wukong responded. He immediately put down the stone and ran towards Jiang Hao. He was already hungry. As soon as he entered the room, Sun Wukong was stunned, because the room was filled with the aroma of food. He had never smelled such an aroma before. Good, it smells so good, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Let's start eating, Jiang Hao said. After saying that, he also sat at the table, and Bulma was sitting next to him. Then, let's get started, Bulma said. Okay. Sun Wukong couldn't wait for a long time. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, he started to take action directly. There was a sudden gust of wind and residual clouds on the table. Bulma didn't eat much, and because he wasn't very hungry, he basically didn't eat much. He looked sideways at Jiang Hao the whole time, admiring Jiang Hao's side face. Jiang Hao ate quietly. He's not really hungry, but as a fusion of the Fox Demon Gene and Chilean's Generation Super Gene, he also has a large demand for energy. Even if he is not hungry, he will try to eat as much as possible because it digests quickly anyway. Almost 20 minutes later, the food on the table was basically eaten, mainly eaten by Sun Wukong. Jiang Hao and Bulma actually didn't eat much. Wow, I'm so full. Jiang Hao, the fish you cooked is much more delicious than the fish I cooked. It's the first time I discovered that fish can be so delicious. Sun Wukong looked satisfied with his big belly. Road. Then how do you usually cook fish? Bulma asked curiously. Put it directly on the fire. Boomer. Bulma was basically certain that Sun Wukong definitely didn't handle the fish before grilling it. Just put the fish directly on the fire and grill it. The fish's internal organs are not removed, so it's a ghost if it tastes delicious. What a wild little devil. After eating, the 3 of them sat and chatted again. Basically, Jiang Hao was asking questions about Sun Wukong, and soon he found out all about Sun Wukong. At first, Bulma thought Sun Wukong was stupid. Later, I found out that this guy was actually too innocent. As for Jiang Hao's special question about Sun Wukong, she didn't think it was anything. Although Bulma is a genius girl, she is only 15 years old now, which is too young. Compared to the mature and intellectual girl in Dragon Ball Super, she is really just a little girl and a liar. Now that men are lusting after her, she doesn't have any extra brains to think too much. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Bulma's purpose in the beginning was to find the Dragon Balls. If the legend of the Dragon Balls was true, after collecting all the Dragon Balls, she was going to make a wish for a handsome boyfriend. However, after Jiang Hao appeared, she found that this wish seemed to be achieved without making a wish. So I have no interest in finding Dragon Balls or anything. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, has no interest in finding the Dragon Balls, because he has no wishes that he wants to realize. But because he was bored living alone in Baozi Mountain, he also wanted to see the outside world. So I took the 4 stars with me and left Baozi Mountain with Jiang Hao and Bulma, and embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Balls. During this period, they traveled to many places. Wukong still met the turtlenecks to Kame Sunin, just like in the original work. The kind-hearted Wukong helped the turtle and received the Jingdo cloud presented by the turtle immortal. Although Jiang Hao and Bulma did not receive anything from the turtle immortal, they also gained the Gixianren's friendship. Turtle Immortal also told the 3 people the location of Turtle Immortal Island, so that if they need help in the future, they can go there to find him. Then Jiang Hao and the others went to the village where Oolong was located, just like in the original work. After defeating Oolong, they bumped into Yamcha, who was still a bandit, defeated him. Then they went to Frying Pan Mountain to find the Bull Demon King, because they got news that one of the Dragon Balls was in the hands of the Bull Demon King. When they arrived at Frying Pan Mountain, a huge fire broke out in the Bull Demon King's castle. So Sun Wukong took Chi-Chi on Jingdo Cloud to find Turtle Immortal for help. Finally, the Turtle Immortal was invited over. A wave of turtle-style Qigong put out the fire. In that time, Jiang Hao also saw the true strength of Turtle Immortal for the first time. I also saw what real Qi is. Afterwards, everyone continued their adventure to find the Dragon Ball. Finally, 3 months later today, they gathered the Dragon Balls. Jiang Hao, have you decided what wish you want to make? Bulma asked Jiang Hao before summoning the Dragon Ball. She was curious about what Jiang Hao would wish for. I've already thought about my wish. You will know it later. Name, Jiang Hao. Age, 23. Race, human. Talent, gift of the world, knowledge God. Effect, brain development 10,000%. Combat strength, 54. You who have super genes have become more powerful after learning how to use Qi. Skills, the Holy Chinkoan practices Qigong, Qi bombs, Qi fingers, fast movement, and comprehensive boxing skills. In 3 months, Jiang Hao certainly didn't grow at all. The day after meeting Sun Wukong, Jiang Hao learned how to cultivate Qi from Sun Wukong. Later, after meeting Kame Sunin, he received some guidance from him, which made him make great progress. Jiang Hao's strong learning ability allowed him to draw inferences from one instance, which also allowed him to quickly create a method of cultivating Qi that best suited him. Jiang Hao named it the Holy Chinkoan Qigong. It is a practice that can enhance one's own Qi energy, which suits Jiang Hao very well. Air Bomb, Air Finger, and Quick Movement are some moves developed by Jiang Hao based on the use of air. For example, the Air Bomb is to gather the air in the hand to form an energy ball and then throw it out. The energy ball will explode after leaving your hand. The power is extremely strong, no less than the damage caused by the explosion of 1 kilogram of TNT. The explosion can cause damage within a 10 radius. The Qi Finger, on the other hand, uses Qi to form a rapid and small impact. The power is no worse than armor-piercing bullets. The most important thing is that it is fast and has no forward swing skills. When fighting with people, it is hard to guard against. And to move fast is to support Qi on your feet to make yourself faster. It has reached a terrifying speed that is difficult for ordinary people to catch up with the naked eye. It is also a method of using Qi, which is somewhat similar to the lightness kung fu performed after the internal force is strengthened in martial arts novels. As for the skill of comprehensive boxing, it was Jiang Hao who combined some of the ancient boxing techniques he had learned on the internet, such as Tai Chi, Bajikwan, Hong Fist, Muay Thai, and monkey boxing, plus some moves he had learned from his daily battles, and created it. Boxing. Although the name is simple, the boxing method is not simple. What is important is to move according to one's heart. Do as one pleases, strike first, and defeat the enemy first. After Jiang Hao created this comprehensive boxing technique, Monkey King was beaten up by Jiang Hao for half a month. However, After Jiang Hao took the initiative to teach Monkey King comprehensive boxing skills and learned them, Monkey King's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. And because of his special Saiyan physique, his strength once directly surpassed Jiang Hao. But not long after, he was chased by Jiang Hao again. The strength of the two has always been between equals. You have been stronger than me for a while, and I have been stronger with you for a while. Compared with Sun Wukong in this time period of the original work, because of the appearance of Jiang Hao, Sun Wukong is much stronger than the original. On Earth during this time period, the one with the highest combat effectiveness currently should become Saiyan, whose combat effectiveness is a little over 100. Next is Xianren, the master of Tianjin rice and dumplings, and the younger brother of Turtle Xianren. His combat effectiveness should be around 80 or 90. Other than that, there are no particularly powerful characters. Even if there is, it basically cannot threaten Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong. As for the great demon king Piccolo, who has hundreds of combat capabilities, he is still staying in the demon ceiling altar. The combat prowess of Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong are both above 50. When the two of them join forces, it is basically difficult to meet an opponent. The Red Ribbon Army that appeared in the original work was also directly wiped out by the two of them. Of course, the battle process is definitely not that easy, but they still won. As for Pilaf, he may have seen the power of Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong, but he has never appeared. After finding all the Dragon Balls, the rest is to put them together, summon the dragon, and make a wish. To avoid being disturbed, Jiang Hao did not summon the dragon immediately. Instead, together with Bulma, Sun Wukong, and the others, they first found a place where there was no one. Later, Jiang Hao put the 7 Dragon Balls together and summoned the dragon. The 7 Dragon Balls were put together, accompanied by a burst of golden light. A giant green dragon rushed out of the golden light. The originally clear sky suddenly became clouded, accompanied by streaks of thunder and lightning. A giant green dragon, at least several kilometers long, appeared in Jiang Hao's sight. Looking at this giant dragon, Jiang Hao also felt shocked. He didn't feel much about it when watching the anime, but when he stood under Shenron in person, he felt the shock caused by the size difference. P.S. There is really no need to write the story of the first part of Dragon Ball, and the plot will not be complete. Let's make a transition to the early Dragon Ball, which will be written in the later martial arts tournament. Tell me your wish. Shenlong's voice was very loud. Even if it is more than 10 miles away, it is estimated that it can be heard clearly. And Jiang Hao also recovered from Shenlong's words. I hope to have the same immortality and unlimited physical strength as Majin Buu. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Shenlong was visibly taken aback. These are 2 wishes. You can only choose one. Shenlong shook his head. Then I want an immortal physique. Jiang Hao answered immediately. After Jiang Hao's words fell, the next second, a golden light shot out from Shenlong's body, and the golden light instantly enveloped Jiang Hao in it. Jiang Hao immediately felt the changes in his body. And after Jiang Hao's wish was realized, Shenlong also transformed back into 7 sparkling Dragon Balls. The next second, 7 Dragon Balls flew in different directions. The speed was extremely fast, disappearing into the sky in almost the blink of an eye. And Jiang Hao is feeling the changes in himself. His 10,000% brain development gives him 100% understanding of his body's condition, and he can detect even minor changes. So he knew that his wish had really come true. Majin Buu's undead physique. This physique is not as good as Gu Xiaoluan's invincible body, because Gu Xiaoluan's invincible body is already in existence that cannot be killed by physical attacks, no matter what. You can defeat him, you can imprison him, but you cannot kill him no matter what. It is somewhat similar to Kesha's sacred factor. No matter how destroyed or humanely destroyed, it cannot be truly eliminated. Although Majin Buu's physique is terrifying in the original work, no matter how much damage done to him by Sun Wukong and others, he can recover quickly. But it can be killed after all. Finally died from Sun Wukong's energy bomb. But even so, Majin Buu's almost immortal physique is still enough to make people despair. Of course, The reason why Majin Buu is so terrifying is that in addition to being difficult to kill, his endless physical strength is also a big reason. Having unlimited physical strength means that Majin Buu is always at his strongest. This is also why Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 can temporarily suppress Buu, but he will soon be counter-suppressed by Ub, because Super Saiyan 3 consumes too much energy. And Sun Wukong's physical strength is not unlimited. But it's a pity that Shenron couldn't let himself have Buu's immortal physique and unlimited physical strength at the same time. If he could have unlimited physical strength, it would definitely be a qualitative change in improving his strength. As for why the dragon on Earth has such ability, according to Jiang Hao, this is normal. Because in the Dragon Ball world, the power of all the dragons that can fulfill people's wishes comes from the dragon god Salama. Although the dragon god Surma never appears in the anime, he also created the Super Dragon Balls. The power of the Dragon Balls comes from him. The power of the Super Dragon Balls can directly restore all erased universes. It can be seen that even if Dragon God Salama is not at the same level as the king, he is at least at the level of the Great Priest, and even a powerful person who surpasses the Great Priest. Majin Buu is indeed scary, but compared to Angel, the gap is still too big. He is not on the same level at all, let alone compared to the Great Priest. No matter which Dragon Ball they are, their power comes from the Dragon God Salama, rather than their creators, the Namekians. As the Great Elder of Namek said, the Dragon Balls were created by them, but the power was not given by them, but came from the Dragon God. Originally, Jiang Hao thought that the Dragon of the Earth would not be able to fulfill his wish. He had already made up his mind that if this wish could not be realized, he would change his wish. Unexpectedly, the wish came true. Although not perfect, only one was implemented. But it doesn't matter. The worst thing is to collect all the Dragon Balls and make another promise. However, after the Dragon Balls make a wish once, they will turn back into stone. It will take a year for them to turn back into stone, and then they can be gathered together to make a wish again. His stay in this world is only 1 year. When I think of making a wish for the second time, I can only wait until the next time I come to the Dragon Ball world. Jiang Hao, what was Buu that wish you just made? The person asking the question was Sun Wukong. Bulma also looked at Jiang Hao with curiosity on his face, obviously also waiting for Jiang Hao's answer. Buu, that is a very powerful existence. If he appears, the entire universe will be in danger, but we will definitely not be able to touch him at the moment. Majin Buu appears very early, and even if his appearance has an impact on the world, it will never affect Majin Buu's appearance. There's no need to worry about this issue now. Oh, Sun Wukong nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Bulma just looked at Jiang Hao. After getting along with each other for this period of time, Bulma already knew that Jiang Hao knew many things that they had never heard of. There are many secrets in this guy. As for why only Bulma knew, it was because Sun Wukong didn't see it at all. Of course, it's also possible that he didn't care at all. Jiang Hao, you have collected all the Dragon Balls and made a wish. If you still want to make a wish, you have to wait for a year. Why? It was not Jiang Hao who asked, but Sun Wukong. Because after a Dragon Ball makes a wish, it will turn into stone. Huh? Turn into stone, then my 4 stars. Don't worry, after 1 year, the Dragon Ball that turned into stone will turn back into a Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong was relieved when he heard that the Dragon Ball would change back. He lent Jiang Hao the 4 stars to make a wish. He had already planned to get the 4 stars back after Jiang Hao made his wish. After all, it was left by his grandfather. When he sees the 4 stars, he will have the feeling of seeing his grandfather. If the 4 stars were around, he would also feel that his grandfather was by his side. Bulma is not surprised that Jiang Hao knows this. So where are you going next? Wukong. Me? I plan to go to Guasian Island to find Grandpa Gixian Rin, worship him as my teacher, and let him teach me how to practice. Jiang Hao, do you want to come with me? Sun Wukong sent out an invitation. Neither he nor Jiang Hao are weak, but compared with Kame Sinin, he is still far behind. In particular, Sun Wukong was deeply impressed by the turtle-style Qigong wave that Turtle Immortal unleashed on Frying Pan Mountain. So he decided to become a disciple of Turtle Sinin and practice with him. Forget it. I have other things to do. I plan to go to Shidu with Bulma, but if we have time, we'll go to Guisian Island to see you. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Some regrets. He actually hopes that Jiang Hao will go to Gixian Rin to practice with him, and everyone will make progress together. Then let's part ways. But before we say goodbye, Wukong, I want something from you. Oh, if I have something, I'll give it to you. Some of your blood. No problem. But how should I get to you? Don't worry, I have something stored. After taking some of Wukong's blood, Sun Wukong said goodbye to Jiang Hao and Bulma, and flew away on a somersault cloud. Jiang Hao, why do you want Wukong's blood? Bulma was a little curious. It's useful. What's the specific use? You'll know when you get to Shidu. By the way, when we get to Shidu, I have a gift for you. A gift? What gift? Bulma suddenly looked surprised when he heard this, and his eyes lit up. This is the first time Jiang Hao wants to give her something. This came as a great surprise to her. You can look forward to it. Jiang Hao smiled. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed since Jiang Hao, Bulma, and Sun Wukong separated. After separating from Monkey King, Jiang Hao and Bulma spent 3 days returning to Shidu. After meeting Dr. and Mrs. Breve, Bulma's parents in Shidu, Jiang Hao asked Bulma to get him a research institute and told Bulma all the scientific research equipment he needed. Of course, because the world is different, some scientific research equipment that is available in the Super God world is not available here. Jiang Hao needs to do all of this himself. It took Jiang Hao 3 days to finally get all the scientific research equipment he needed. Subsequently, he began to cultivate a generation of super genes in the Dragon Ball world. Jiang Hao has written down all the sequences of these genes. He knows how the molecules are arranged, composed, and their structures are all clear. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is learned by heart. There is no need for him to extract the super gene from his own body. He can cultivate it directly. These first-generation super genes were specially cultivated by Jiang Hao for Bulma. Not to mention that Bulma gave himself the opportunity for Shenlong to make a wish. It was also because of Bulma that he was able to get the scientific research equipment he needed so quickly. Although he could get it without Bulma, it would take much more time and cost. For Jiang Hao, every day is important in this year in the Dragon Ball world. It would be a pity for Jiang Hao to waste a day, because he is not sure when he can come over next time. The next time the world gate cools down, he will go to a new world or return to the Dragon Ball world. These are not sure. Under the circumstances of uncertainty, Jiang Hao should seize the time to become stronger. So Bulma's help is very important to Jiang Hao. In addition, she gave herself the opportunity to make a wish. Whatever I say, I have to add Bulma. The first generation of super genes is not very powerful in improving combat power. Even for the Dragon Ball world, this little improvement in combat power is nothing but cannon fodder. No difference. But aside from the improvement of combat effectiveness, a generation of super genes can be called the elixir of longevity. The reason why I say this is because even one generation of super genes is enough to give Bulma a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. As long as he is not destroyed by foreign objects in the middle, surviving for thousands of years is not a problem at all. Moreover, after integrating a generation of super genes, there is no need to worry about aging at all. As a gift for Boomer, it totally qualifies. Because of his experience, Jiang Hao only spent 5 minutes this time to cultivate some first-generation super genes. And it's easy. Extract Bulma's DNA for simulation tests. Of course, Jiang Hao conducts the experiment directly in his mind, which is not only convenient but also saves time. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Hao perfectly simulated the new generation super gene chain that is most suitable for Bulma. Kaz, with mechanical opening, a tube of beautiful blue serum appeared in front of Jiang Hao and Bulma. Is this the gift you said you wanted to give me? Looking at the beautiful tube of blue serum, Bulma asked Jiang Hao on the side. Yes, this is my gift to you, to thank you for helping me. What is this thing? Could it be some strengthening potion? Bulma asked. As a genius girl, Bulma can still move very quickly once she is not crazy and has a normal mind. You are right, yes, this is a strengthening potion. It's true. So what is its effect? Bulma asked. She is now more curious about the effect of this strengthening potion. This potion can make you live for at least 1,000 years. In addition, it will keep your external age above 20 and below 30. What? Bulma was surprised. Can a person really live for more than 1,000 years? A strengthening potion can make a person live for 1,000 years. If someone else had said this, she would definitely not believe it. But this was what Jiang Hao said, and she believed it. After more than 3 months of getting along, the two have established a considerable foundation of trust. Besides, Jiang Hao had no need to lie to her. If he could, he could. If he couldn't, he couldn't. There was no need to lie to her. Absolutely more. Can you stay immortal forever? Certainly. Jiang Hao, I like this gift very much, thank you. Bulma said with a touched face. Although Jiang Hao rejected her before, because she was still young, Jiang Hao's concern for her now made her feel Jiang Hao's concern. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. You're welcome, because you helped me a lot before. Jiang Hao, can you only make one of this potion? Don't worry, Dr. and Mrs. Breve. I will prepare one for each of them later. Now you sit down, and I will inject you. Okay. Bulma nodded. She has great trust in Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao asked her to sit down, and she sat down immediately and pulled up her sleeves. Jiang Hao injected a generation of super genes into Bulma's body, waiting for their fusion. About 3 minutes later, Jiang Hao asked Bulma to sit on the gene charging device. This is a genetic charging device he redesigned in this world. Because of the improvement in technology, this genetic charging device is more advanced and more powerful. The activation of super genes requires a lot of energy. The gene charging device is responsible for providing energy to the super gene. Jiang Hao is not Delana. He cannot directly use micro-wormhole transportation technology to charge people with stellar energy like Delana. After all, he hasn't come across micro-wormhole transport technology yet, nor the light of the sun. After Bulma sat on the gene charging device, Jiang Hao immediately started the device. Begin to truly activate the generation of super genes that have been integrated in Bulma's body. After about 5 minutes, the gene charging ends. In the future, when giving gene energy, Bulma can choose to use a gene charging device to recharge the gene, or he can choose to eat high-energy food to replenish energy. In the world of super gods, the food that the super soldiers of the Xiongbing Company eat are specially processed and extremely high energy. Jiang Hao plans to make some of this high-energy food in the future to replenish energy. Of course, you can also use gene charging devices to replenish energy. Turn up the power and replenish energy very quickly. But the only disadvantage of using a gene charging device is that it is inconvenient. The consumption of electrical energy is also not small. After all, the energy of the gene charging device does not come from thin air. Instead, it converts electrical energy into heat energy for absorption. You can't just carry a genetic charging device with you wherever you go. Even if you can carry it, it requires a lot of power, which is not an easy solution. Of course, if you know how to generate your own electricity, just pretend he didn't tell you. As for solar charging, Jiang Hao has considered it, but the efficiency is too low. So Jiang Hao has already started designing energy and is already studying nuclear fusion. He plans to install a nuclear fusion device on the gene charging device in the future, and then the problem of energy source will be solved. Plus universal capsules. The gene charging device can be carried with you. When the body runs out of energy, just release the gene charging device to replenish it. Convenient and practical. After Bulma integrated a generation of super genes, Jiang Hao took Bulma to test her own physical data. As for checking or something, there is no need, because he has absolute confidence in himself. Not arrogance, but confidence. His confidence comes from his 10,000% developed brain. The God of Knowledge is no joke. After testing Bulma's own physical data, Jiang Hao asked Bulma to go find her parents, Dr. and Mrs. Breve. After all, he promised Bulma that he would inject Dr. and Mrs. Breve with a generation of super genes. And after Bulma left, Jiang Hao began to study Sun Wukong's Saiyan genes. The next priority is to analyze the Saiyan genes, and then reproduce them and fuse them into your own body. Analyzing Saiyan genes did not take Jiang Hao much time. In fact, in less than 10 minutes, Jiang Hao completely analyzed the Saiyan genes. It's not that Saiyan genes are simple and can be easily analyzed, and Jiang Hao already has a lot of experience in this area. Jiang Hao is always making progress. The technology in the Dragon Ball world is actually very powerful, whether it is energy, machinery, or biology. For example, Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Legion, he is Red's chief scientist. He is particularly powerful in biology and has created a large number of artificial humans. The android villains in Dragon Ball were all created by Gero, including numbers 17 and 18, both of which were created by Gero. And number 17.18 is an existence that can fight Super Saiyans. To become a Super Saiyan, in addition to having enough S cells in the body, one of the foundations is to have a normal power of 3 million. The Super Saiyan 1 form increases the strength by 50 times. 50 times 3 million is 150 million. This kind of combat power, in the world of Dragon Ball, is already in existence that can easily destroy the Earth. Under Frieza's normal state, it's only 530,000, but with only 530,000 combat power, he can easily destroy planet Vegeta with a single energy bomb. With 150 million combat power, the destructive power is enough to easily destroy the Earth. This kind of combat power is completely comparable to the 3 major god-making projects in the Super God world. This shows how powerful Dr. Gero is. And when Jiang Hao was adventuring with Monkey King and Bulma 3 months ago, he had been reading books and learning about the world. Compared to before, Jiang Hao has grown a lot. Therefore, analyzing the genes of Saiyans did not cost Jiang Hao much. The only pity is that he did not find the existence of S cells in Sun Wukong's body. Jiang Hao has never seen S cells and does not know what they are like, but this does not affect Jiang Hao's judgment of S cells. Jiang Hao was not disappointed that no S cells were found. Among the Saiyans, Sun Wukong is an existence that even lower-level fighters cannot reach. The combat power is only 2 at the beginning, compared with most Saiyans who have dozens or even hundreds of fighting power when they just make a move. Son Goku is indeed a shame among Saiyans. In Jiang Hao's view, Sun Wukong's becoming stronger is more due to his own willpower to break the shackles of his body. In addition, it is the function of Super Divine Water. Super Divine Water has the ability to develop human potential. The first time Sun Wukong's strength soared, it also started after drinking the Super God Water. It was also after drinking the Super God Water that Monkey King's subsequent battles improved faster and faster. It can be understood that Super Shun Shui enhances Monkey King's talent. Therefore, Jiang Hao was not disappointed that S cells were not discovered, because he had been prepared for it. After analyzing the Saiyan genes, the next step is fusion. With previous experience, Jiang Hao quickly completed the re-engraving of the Saiyan genes and then carried out the fusion. Half an hour later, the Saiyan gene fusion was successful. After completing the genetic fusion of the Saiyans, Jiang Hao can now be considered a Saiyan. In terms of appearance, Jiang Hao has not changed much, but there have been some changes in body shape. People are taller. Jiang Hao was only 1.8 meters before. Now, his naked height has grown to 1.86 meters, which is 6 centimeters taller. At the same time, the muscles are fuller. His muscles are as sharp as a knife and an axe, and his whole body looks very beautiful. Of course, Jiang Hao also has an extra tail behind his butt. Jiang Hao did not modify the genes to remove the Saiyan tail, because Jiang Hao knows that the Saiyan's tail is the key to whether the Saiyan can enter the Super Series 4. And without the tail, Saiyans will not be able to transform into a giant ape after seeing the full moon, which is equivalent to losing a barely okay trump card. Transforming into a giant ape also increases one's own combat effectiveness. Can increase combat effectiveness tenfold. It is 40 times less than the 50 times of Super Saiyan 1 form. But at critical moments, a tenfold increase in power can save lives. Although the biggest possibility after becoming a great ape is losing his mind. But Jiang Hao's brain development rate is as high as 10,000%. He can say with certainty that after becoming a great ape, he will not lose his mind. 10,000% brain development brought him not only strong scientific research and learning ability, also has powerful psychic abilities. It was as if he could resist Su Xiaoli's charm before. Jiang Hao has an extremely terrifying ability to resist attacks on the mind and the like. The possibility of becoming a giant ape and causing him to lose his mind is zero. Of course, there is a tail behind the buttocks, which makes others look weird. Therefore, Jiang Hao made a slight change in the Saiyan gene. That is, his tail can be made smaller. It's as small as a vellus hair. I don't know, you really think it's an extra hair on the back of the butt. This change is not difficult for Jiang Hao. The reason why it took Jiang Hao half an hour to integrate Saiyan genes, most of the time was spent on shrinking the tail. As the system was introduced at the beginning, as long as it is what he thinks, he only needs to spend some time, and inspiration will always knock on his door and let him complete his vision. Name: Jiang Hao. Age: 23. Race: human/Saiyan. Talent: the gift of the world, knowledge god. Effect: brain development 10,000%. Saiyan ancestry: combat strength 102. Skills: the holy Qinkuan practices Qigong, Qi bombs, Qi fingers, fast movement, and comprehensive boxing skills. Looking at its own data, the race has changed from human to human and Saiyan. One more Saiyan is gifted. The biggest change is combat effectiveness. After making a wish with Shenlong before, he obtained the same immortal physique as the devil puppet. Therefore, after making a wish with Shenlong to obtain immortality, Jiang Hao's combat power only increased by 5 points, not much. But after integrating Saiyan genes, his combat power was almost doubled. This shows how powerful the Saiyan genes are. After the integration was successful, Jiang Hao immediately started experiments. Jiang Hao had the immortality obtained by making a wish to the dragon, so he shot himself first. Jiang Hao's previous physique was pretty good, but he could only defend against ordinary cold weapons. Bulletproofing is impossible, but after incorporating Saiyan genes, Jiang Hao's skin has become bulletproof, and it only feels as bulletproof as being bitten by a mosquito. Not even much pain. This is because he has more than just Saiyan genes in his body. There is also a generation of super soldier genes. Both genes are in his body, and after fusion, the effect of 1 + 1 is much greater than 1. This made Jiang Hao very satisfied. Jiang Hao knew that the next step would be a time when his combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. After all, compared to Sun Wukong, his growth environment will be better, and his cultivation will be more scientific. It wasn't long before Jiang Hao merged with Saiyan genes. Boomer came over with Dr. and Mrs. Breve. Dr. Breve expressed interest in super genes, so Jiang Hao and Dr. Breve communicated directly. Bulma is also a genius scientist. Although she has just entered high school, she can no longer be underestimated. In addition to the lack of knowledge accumulation, her own talents have actually begun to be revealed. She could barely understand what Jiang Hao and Briv were talking about, and occasionally she could make some good suggestions. Later, Jiang Hao also designed a generation of super genes for Dr. and Mrs. Breve that matched them. Everyone is different. Whether it can adapt to super genes is also uncertain. In this case, it would be safest for Jiang Hao to tailor design a generation of super genes that match their genes. After Dr. and Mrs. Breve injected a generation of super genes and activated them, the changes are bigger than those of Jiang Hao and Bulma, because both Jiang Hao and Bulma were very young when they activated their super genes. Although there are external changes, they are not significant. But Dr. and Mrs. Breve were different. Dr. and Mrs. Breve are elderly daughters. Dr. Breve is already in his 50s, and because he often does research, he ages faster than normal people. People in their 50s look the same as old men in their 60s or 70s. Mrs. Breve is better. Although she's already in her 40s, she looks about the same as her 30s. This has nothing to do with how well she takes care of herself. After the two of them activated the super genes in their bodies, he also regained his youth instantly, especially Dr. Breve, who originally looked like an old man in his 60s or 70s. He directly transformed into a man in his 30s, and he was taller and stronger than before. Mrs. Breve had changed somewhat less, but people also look younger. It can be said that the gifts Jiang Hao gave them made them very happy. I'm also more and more satisfied with Jiang Hao. Dr. Breve even told Jiang Hao to come to him directly if he needed anything. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. A month later, Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness has increased to more than 170. Basically, it rises by more than 2 points a day. A month ago, after consulting Dr. Breve on some techniques, he spent only half a day building himself a gravity chamber and some gravity rings that could adjust his own gravity. Currently, it can be adjusted to a maximum of 20 times its own gravity. It doesn't seem like much, but it's actually an exaggeration. Twice the gravity is enough to make it difficult for people to adapt. If 20 times the gravity is applied to ordinary people, it can crush their internal organs in an instant, causing them to die directly, which is unbearable. It is precisely because of the training in the gravity room that Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved within a month. More than 4 months have passed since Jiang Hao came to the world of Dragon Ball. Jiang Hao has more than 7 months left in this world. In this month, Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness increased to more than 170. Some methods of using Qi have also been developed. There are dance skills, high-speed flying, high-speed movement, large energy bombs, and Tai Qigong waves. Jiang Hao had personally seen Turtle Immortal using Tai Qigong wave before. However, at that time, Jiang Hao did not take the initiative to learn Tai Qigong wave because his own Qi combat power was not strong enough. After his combat effectiveness reached over 100, Jiang Hao took the initiative to learn this skill. Because I saw Sinin using it once, Jiang Hao quickly figured out how to use Tai Qigong wave. I have to say that Coveted Qigong wave is indeed the ultimate move that Sun Wukong has been using from beginning to end, and its power is really unspeakable. Jiang Hao, who had just learned the Tai Qigong wave and whose combat effectiveness was only in his early 100s, used the Tai Qigong wave to blow up a hill in one go. Although it was just a hill, Jiang Hao did not use all his strength at that time. In this case, Jiang Hao also blew up a hill. It can be seen that the power of Tai Qigong wave is no less than the explosion of a cloud bomb. Even stronger, today's Jiang Hao on Earth at this time will be basically invincible as long as the Big Devil Piccolo is not released. So Jiang Hao is already planning to leave the mountain. It will be impossible to leave the mountain, but Jiang Hao has always been thinking about fairy beans and super divine water. Jiang Hao wants both of these things, and he also wants to study them and achieve mass production. After all, in terms of the effects of fairy beans and super divine water, these are first-class good things. Especially fairy beans. If you drop one, any injuries on your body will recover immediately. As long as you're not dead, you will be able to recover immediately, and you can also recover all your physical strength. Such a good thing can be said to be the most suitable for Saiyans. Combined with the characteristics of the Saiyans, as long as they survive the battle, their combat power will increase after recovery from injuries, and the fairy bean is simply the best auxiliary training tool. And KO Shinshui is also what Jiang Hao needs now. Although Sun Wukong's genes are not bad, they are not very powerful. What he copied and fused was Sun Wukong's gene, which also means that the upper limit of his Saiyan gene is not high. As for this upper limit, it is impossible for Jiang Hao to break through by himself. Even Sun Wukong didn't break it by himself. Instead, rely on super divine water. So the super divine water is also a good thing he is bound to get. And these two things were all sent away by Mao Xianren. He had been staying in Shidu all the time, and others would not bring things to their door. And when they separated from Sun Wukong, Jiang Hao and Bulma also said that they would visit him when they had time. It's almost time to go now, and Jiang Hao also plans to bring a gravity chamber and some gravity rings to Sun Wukong. He needs a comparable opponent to fight with him. Jiang Hao plans to attend the next world #1 martial arts association. With his learning ability, after attending a martial arts conference, he can probably become a master of martial arts. So this year's martial arts conference, he must participate. But it would be too boring if you were the only one who was strong. He needs an opponent who can compete with him. As for this opponent, Sun Wukong is undoubtedly the best candidate. Turtle Immortal Island. Sun Wukong and his party are having lunch. Lunch was made by Lan Chi, a girl that Goku saved in the city before. Lan Chi, who has blue hair, looks quiet and virtuous. But when she sneezes, she turns into blonde raunchy. Once she turns into blonde Lancy, her character will become extremely irritable. So much so that even the lustful Kame Sunin didn't dare to provoke her at all. There are 4 people in the room. Turtle Immortal, Lan Chi, Sun Wukong, and a little bald guy, Clint. Krillin, like Sun Wukong, is a disciple of Turtle Immortal. He was the one who worshipped the Turtle Immortal together with Sun Wukong a month ago and practiced with him. I originally thought that Kame Senin's training for them was to let them fight, but Kame Senin's training method was very unique. That is to let them go to the island to deliver milk. Kame Senin Island is just a name given by Kame Senin himself, and they're the only ones who call it that. In fact, this island is called Bolin Island. There are many people living on the island. Because the island is large enough, there are probably more than 200,000 people living on the island. Not too much, but not too little either. Kame Senin's initial training for Sun Wukong and Krillin was to let them deliver milk. Delivering milk is actually not difficult. But Kame Senin's request is that they can only deliver milk on the run and cannot use any means of transportation. They deliver milk in the morning, and in the afternoon, they have to help farmers plow the fields. And this plowing is not a simple plowing, because Kame Sunin does not allow them to use tools. They can only use their hands. At the beginning, both Sun Wukong and Krillin were exhausted, especially the morning milk delivery. Running with bare feet consumes too much energy. Monkey King and Karin were completely overwhelmed at first, but both of them are the kind of people with very strong willpower. So he gritted his teeth and persisted. As for plowing the land, the two also followed Gixianren's wishes, only using their hands and not using any tools. It was exhausting at first, but slowly it got used to it. Up to now, the two have done these things with ease. I just ate a little too much. Fortunately, Monkey King and Karin are paid to deliver milk and help people cultivate land. Otherwise, Gixianren really can't afford to support these two big stomach kings. Delivering milk and plowing the land are just the first stage of his training for the two. He is already planning to start the second phase of training. Turn on the TV. What is playing on the TV is the commercial of the #1 Budokai in the world. There are still 4 months left before the opening of the world's #1 martial arts association. The world's #1 martial arts association is held every 5 years. It was a prosperous time for martial arts masters in the world. Not only can everyone gather together to fight for the title of #1 in the world, how to win the championship, but also get generous bonuses. Therefore, the annual World #1 Martial Arts Association is very lively. Wukong, Clin, there are 4 months until the 21st World #1 Martial Arts Tournament. I am going to let you two participate in the competition. While eating, Kame Senin suddenly turned to Sun Wukong and Clin. Alas, *2. Monkey King and Karin, who heard the words, were very surprised. The world's #1 Martial Arts Association. What is that? Sun Wukong was puzzled. Karin has some understanding of the world's #1 Martial Arts Society. Wukong, the world's best martial arts club, is a prosperous time for martial arts masters. Every time there's a competition, a large number of martial arts masters will gather, including some very powerful martial artists. Really? That means we will meet a lot of amazing people. Yes. Clin nodded. If you go to participate, Wukong, with your strength, you have a good chance of winning the championship. After eating, sleeping, and training for more than a month, Karin and Monkey King have long had a deep friendship. And Karin has also learned what kind of person Sun Wukong is. What is your personality like? He knew that Sun Wukong would definitely be interested in the world's best martial arts club. I'm not interested in winning the championship, but it would be great if I could fight against many powerful people. Sun Wukong said happily. I just don't know if Jiang Hao will participate then. More than a month has passed, and I don't know how much he has improved or how strong he is now. Sun Wukong said. Although Klin can keep up with the training, there is still some gap between him in terms of strength. After all, because of Jiang Hao, compared with the Sun Wukong in the original work, the current Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is much higher. When it comes to delivering milk and plowing the fields, Sun Wukong will be asked by the Turtle Immortal to wear weights. He should also participate. After hearing this, Klin was stunned for a moment and said, Klin has never met Jiang Hao, but through Sun Wukong's mouth, he also knew a lot about Jiang Hao. I know the other person is a very powerful guy, especially Wukong's comprehensive boxing skills. He has personally experienced how powerful comprehensive boxing skills are. A person who can create such boxing skills must be a very powerful person. Everyone was chatting. Suddenly, they felt some slight shaking in the house. Then a huge roar was heard outside. There seems to be something outside. I'll go out and take a look. Sun Wukong immediately put down the bowl, stood up, and ran outside. He had almost eaten. When Klin saw Sun Wukong running out, he immediately put down his bowl and followed him. He was almost done eating. Turtle Immortal, on the other hand, stood up unhurriedly and walked outside. Lan Chi also followed out with a hint of doubt. As soon as they came outside, Sun Wukong and others saw a big yellow plane in the sky. The roar they heard in the room just now was from the plane. The plane soon descended vertically to the ground under the watchful eyes of everyone. When the plane door opens, Jiang Hao appeared in everyone's sight wearing handsome casual clothes. Beside him, Bulma with blue hair also appeared. Compared to before, Bulma looks much more mature now. She originally liked to wear a ponytail, but today she also wore a tiara, and her hair hung down on the back of her head like a waterfall. People seem much quieter than before. Of course, people are also more beautiful. It's Jiang Hao and Bulma. Sun Wukong was overjoyed when he saw it was Jiang Hao and Bulma. Klin's expression was a little surprised. Turtle Immortal stood there with an indifferent expression. Although he is lustful, he also depends on the occasion and the severity. Jiang Hao, Bulma, great you are here. Wukong, long time no see. Monster Boy, we meet again. Jiang Hao and Bulma also smiled and greeted Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, Jiang Hao, I haven't seen you for a month. You seem to have changed a lot. And Bulma, you are also a little different from before. Jiang Hao, let's fight. I want to know how much you have improved after 1 month. This month, I have made a lot of progress compared to before. Sun Wukong said, inviting people to fight when they meet is something only Sun Wukong can do. But Bulma has long been used to it. The same is naturally true for Jiang Hao. Okay, let's have a fight, and let me see how much you have improved this month. Seeing Jiang Hao agree, Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Turtle Immortal frowned slightly, because he found that he couldn't feel the specific strength of Jiang Hao Chi. This surprised Turtle Immortal. At the same time, he also understood that this was Jiang Hao's control over Chi, which was even more powerful, so he could not sense the specific strength of Jiang Hao's Chi. But one thing is for sure, that is, this guy is stronger than the last time he saw Jiang Hao. Soon, Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong came to an open space far away from the Goasian house. To prevent the later battle from accidentally affecting the Kame Immortal House and destroying the Kame Immortal House, Bulma, Kame Sennin, and Klin naturally followed. They were also curious about the next battle. Although Bulma knew that Jiang Hao was more powerful than before, she didn't know how powerful Jiang Hao was. Jiang Hao, are you ready? I'm going to do it. Sun Wukong said eagerly. After practicing on Goasian Island for a month, he hasn't done anything for a month. On weekdays, he just completes the training tasks assigned by Kame Immortal. But he knew that he had improved a lot compared to before. Especially his control over Chi is even better than before. Okay, come on, Jiang Hao said calmly. He looked like he was not prepared at all, just standing there. Teacher Wu Tian, who do you think will win, Wukong or Jiang Hao? Klin stood next to Turtle Immortal and asked. Turtle Immortal is just what outsiders call him. Turtle Immortal's real name is Wu Tian, so Klin and Sun Wukong usually call him Wu Tian Teacher. Hearing this, Turtle Immortal shook his head. I can't judge. Can't you even see it, Teacher Wu Tian? Klin was very surprised. After all, in his eyes, Teacher Wu Tian is the most powerful martial artist on Earth. Very powerful. Well, that Jiang Hao is not easy. This time, Wukong may lose, but until the last moment of the fight, no one can judge who will win. After all, Wukong is a monster. He seemed to have remembered something. Turtle Immortal added. When Klin heard this, he did not refute, because Sun Wukong is indeed a monster. In the beginning, they were not carrying any weight when delivering milk. But later, when Sun Wukong delivers milk, he has to carry a huge stone every time. That huge boulder weighed at least 1 or 2 tons. He couldn't even carry such a weight. Even lifting it is difficult, but Sun Wukong can carry it as fast as he can to deliver milk. What is such a person if not a monster? As for Jiang Hao, Clint doesn't know much about him, but he often hears about him from Wukong's mouth and knows that he is also a very powerful person. But exactly how powerful it is unclear. After Jiang Hao said, "Come on," Sun Wukong moved, accompanied by a burst of energy without reservation. Sun Wukong himself rushed towards Jiang Hao like an arrow leaving the string. The speed is so fast that ordinary people's eyes can't keep up. So fast, Krillin exclaimed. Turtle Immortal didn't speak, just looked at it seriously. Boom! The next second, Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong collided. Although Sun Wukong is small, this boy's strength is not small. With the blessing of speed, his impact is no weaker than that of a heavy truck traveling at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. After the two collided, the ground shook violently. The place where Jiang Hao just stood was filled with smoke and dust. People can't see the situation inside clearly for a while. After a while, the smoke dispersed. I saw Sun Wukong standing in front of Jiang Hao in impact posture. At this moment, Jiang Hao is grabbing Sun Wukong's hand with his right hand. The ground beneath their feet had completely turned into a shallow pit. The cracks are even more like spiderwebs. It extends until 6 or 7 meters away. How is it possible? That guy actually blocked Wukong's impact with just one hand. I can't believe it. What two monsters? Feeling the power brought by Sun Wukong's impact, Jiang Hao looked calm. Wukong, your speed is still not fast enough, and your strength is still lacking. Oh, really? As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, he immediately felt a huge force coming from Sun Wukong, which seemed to be trying to pull him up from the ground. Jiang Hao sensed Sun Wukong's intention. Smiled slightly. The next second, his feet dug directly into the soil like the roots of an old tree. Then he exerted force violently. Sun Wukong originally showed weakness to the enemy and planned to paralyze Jiang Hao so that he would feel that his strength had not improved until he came into contact with Jiang Hao. No matter how fierce the explosion of power was, Jiang Hao was unexpectedly prepared. Moreover, he was given a way to do the other thing, and he was given the same kind of kindness as the other person. Jiang Hao's sudden burst of power was even more terrifying and even completely crushed him. Before Sun Wukong could react, the world began to spin. Then he felt something hit his back. Qi and blood in the body surged. Throat as if there was something to spit out in general. Boom! There was a loud bang. Sun Wukong hit a boulder directly. The boulder was directly smashed to pieces. And Sun Wukong didn't stop there. Instead, it continued to slide for several meters, drawing a small ravine on the ground. The clothes on his body were all scratched, and he just stopped. Jiang Hao was in no hurry to take action. He and Sun Wukong are competing not to kill Sun Wukong. So under certain circumstances, he will give Sun Wukong a certain chance to breathe. Now, the strength gap between him and Sun Wukong is still quite big. Although Jiang Hao does not have a combat power detector, he can probably tell that Sun Wukong's current combat power is in the 60 to 70 range. There is a difference of more than 100 from him. The gap can be said to be very huge. If he takes it too seriously, Sun Wukong will have no power to fight back in front of him. So before Sun Wukong got up from the ground, Jiang Hao had no next move. And Sun Wukong quickly got up from the ground. He is not the kind of person who gives up easily. Jiang Hao, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a month, your power has become so strong. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Come again? Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. The next second, he rushed towards Jiang Hao again, knowing that his strength is no match for Jiang Hao. Sun Wukong also learned to be smart. He began to use his body's shortness and flexibility to fight Jiang Hao. The battle between the two became more and more intense. The sound of sonic booms from fists to flesh and air exploding could be heard from time to time. The originally flat ground became increasingly damaged during the battle between the two. What two monsters? Seeing this scene, Klin's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Although Krillin had long known that Goku was stronger than him, he didn't expect Goku to be so powerful. His eyes couldn't even keep up with their fight. If his enemy were Wukong and the others, he could be sure that he would be killed instantly. Why, Klin, were you hit? Turtle Immortal had already noticed the change in Klin's expression and said, Yes, Teacher Wutian, Wukong, and the others are so powerful. Can I really catch up with them? Klin, I never told you to catch up with Wukong. Klin looked up at Turtle Immortal in confusion. Your goal is always to surpass yourself, not to surpass anyone else. Klin, are you practicing martial arts just to surpass Wukong? No. I practice martial arts to protect myself and those I want to protect. Isn't that right? Your goal has never been to surpass Wukong. So what does it have to do with you whether Wukong is powerful or not? What you have to do is practice hard. Who dares to say that you will not be able to catch up with Wukong in the future? I used to be the weakest among my brothers, but now? So, come on. I'm very optimistic about your future. Hear Turtle Immortal's encouragement. Klin's face was filled with emotion. I understand. Teacher Wutian, I will definitely work hard next. Klin's face turned red. On the other side, the battle between Jiang Hao and Monkey King became more and more intense. The two are fighting with comprehensive boxing at the moment. This is a skill that almost turns punches and moves into instinct, and the control of strength is also meticulous. Found it. He pinpointed a flaw in Jiang Hao. Monkey King hit Jiang Hao with a punch, and Jiang Hao was immediately sent flying. Great. Kellen, who was watching the battle, said happily. He is not yet familiar with Jiang Hao. On the contrary, he has a very good relationship with Wukong. In this case, he is naturally on the side of Monkey King. Seeing that Monkey King had the upper hand, he was immediately very happy. It's too early to be happy. Goei Shinran's voice came from the side, and he shook his head when he spoke. Clint was puzzled. When the smoke cleared, Jiang Hao, who was intact, stood where he was. The ground beneath his feet wasn't even damaged. Wukong, your attack is okay, but your strength is not strong enough, so I could take it off easily. Jiang Hao shook his head. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Monkey King immediately became more serious. He's not the type to throw in the towel easily. Then you have to be careful. I'm going to use all my strength. Monkey King said. In the next second, he rushed towards Jiang Hao again, and his speed was significantly improved compared to before. Of course, the improvement is not much. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided again, fist to flesh. Jiang Hao could feel that Sun Wukong's strength was much stronger than before. Moreover, his strength is still improving with time. Although the increase is not particularly exaggerated, it is indeed improving. I have to say that he is worthy of being a Saiyan, and he is also worthy of being the protagonist. Sun Wukong is indeed his best whetstone, because other people really may not be able to catch up with him. But Sun Wukong, if this guy cultivates seriously, he can barely fight him. Boom! Suddenly, Monkey King sees an opportunity and kicked Jiang Hao in the stomach. Jiang Hao immediately flew backwards. Boom! Jiang Hao flew tens of meters away and hit a boulder. It smashed the boulder to pieces before stopping. Jiang Hao's figure stepped out of the smoke and dust. At this moment, the clothes on Jiang Hao's body are already a little torn. Hey, That Jiang Hao is still wearing 2 bracelets. What are those? Kellen suddenly noticed that there were 2 red bracelets on Jiang Hao's hands. The reason why he noticed, it was because the 2 bracelets were glowing blue at the moment. Even if it was daytime, they were very conspicuous, and it was difficult for others to miss them. Gu Xianren, of course, also noticed it. Bulma was standing not far from them. Hearing what they said, Bulma explained with a smile, "That's a gravity bracelet." Gravity bracelet? Hearing Bula's words, Xianren and Klin both looked at her with puzzled faces, obviously waiting for Bulma's explanation. The gravity bracelet is something Jiang Hao himself researched. After being worn on the hand, it can increase its own gravity and superimpose its own gravity. Jiang Hao has been under the pressure of 10 times his own gravity on weekdays. What? Hearing Bulma's words, Kellen and Xianren were shocked. They don't understand gravity bracelets, but it doesn't mean they don't know what gravity is. Could it be that when he fought Wukong just now, Jiang Hao was enduring 10 times his own gravity because of the gravity bracelet? Clint asked in disbelief. When the gravity bracelet is activated, it will emit blue light. Bulma did not give a clear answer to the 2 of them, but just said that the gravity bracelet will emit blue light when it is activated. Xianren and Kellen looked at Jiang Hao again. I saw Jiang Hao's gravity bracelet, which was still emitting a blue light at the moment. Wukong, you've improved a lot during this time, Jiang Hao said. Son Wukong was not in a hurry to do it again. Haha, it was all taught well by teacher Wu Tian, but Jiang Hao, you are much better than before. Son Wukong said with a smile. A lot more powerful? Wukong, I'm not serious yet. Huh, you're not serious yet. Jiang Hao nodded. So, next is my real attack. Are you ready? I'm going to attack. Jiang Hao spoke at the same time. She also turned off the 2 gravity bracelets. The blue fluorescence disappeared. At the same time, Jiang Hao also felt that the heavy pressure on his body disappeared. Although Jiang Hao behaved no differently from a normal person before, but 10 times the pressure was on me. It still made him feel like there was a mountain weighing on him. He couldn't even show his strength to 30%. But now that he has turned off the gravity bracelet, he feels indescribably relaxed. It gives people a sense of spaciousness, as if the sky is high and birds can fly. Come on, I won't give up easily. As Sun Wukong spoke, he was also ready to face the enemy. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. The next second, the energy in Jiang Hao's body completely exploded, more than twice as strong as before. Moving at high speed is a technique that uses the burst of qi to drive one's own speed. At this moment, Jiang is using this technique. What? Not only Krillin and Kame Sennin were surprised, but Wukong was also surprised, because Jiang Hao disappeared from his sight. Left. Wukong. Suddenly, Krillin shouted loudly while watching the battle. Wukong subconsciously looked to the left. Only then did he realize that Mr. Jiang was on his left. When Wukong was shocked, he didn't need to think too much. Jiang Hao swept over with his whip. This kick is powerful, heavy, and extremely fast. The air was visibly distorted. Sun Wukong had no time to block. He was immediately thrown away. Boom! The sound of fists and flesh was heard. Sun Wukong turned into a black shadow and flew out. This time, it came faster and further than any other time before. Wukong! Krillin shouted and quickly chased after him. Turtle Immortal couldn't sit still either. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, withdrew his hand. 100 meters away, Sun Wukong is lying in a ravine. The power of Jiang Hao's whip is extremely terrifying. Sun Wukong was thrown away for more than 100 meters. Wukong, looking at Sun Wukong in the gully with bleeding from the corner of his mouth, red back, and even a lot of scratches, Klin's eyes turned slightly red, and his face was full of worry. He knew how abnormal Sun Wukong's body was. That a body whose defense can't be broken even by bullets. At this moment, he was injured that he could be seen how terrifying Jiang Hao's kick is. Hey Klin, it's okay. Seeing Sun Wukong's miserable state, Klin didn't think he was okay at all. Damn it, that guy was too harsh. Klin was a little dissatisfied with Jiang Hao. Turtle Immortal didn't say anything. Although Jiang Hao was very aggressive, he did not kill Sun Wukong, and he was sure that Jiang Hao's kick just now was already in trouble. Because of Jiang Hao's explosive energy at that moment, he sensed Jiang Hao's true strength. That is much stronger than him. Now Sun Wukong's combat power has not exceeded 100. How can he fight Jiang Hao? If the person just now were replaced by him, I'm afraid it wouldn't be much better now. Jiang Hao has already kept his hand, otherwise I would be dead by now. Jiang Hao, he has really become a lot stronger, Sun Wukong said as he climbed up from the pit. He was indeed injured, but not as seriously as Krillin imagined, because Jiang Hao kept his hand. And Sun Wukong also clearly noticed the gap between him and Jiang Hao. After only a month of not seeing each other, Jiang Hao was far behind him again. This made Sun Wukong a little unwilling, but at the same time he was a little excited, because he now has a new goal: catch up with Jiang Hao, then defeat him. At this time, Jiang Hao also appeared in front of Sun Wukong. I saw a spray bottle appearing in Jiang Hao's hand. Wukong, turn your back. Oh, Sun Wukong turned his back obediently. Because the friction with the ground was too fast, Sun Wukong's back was already bloody. Although it was not seriously injured, it still looked scary. And this guy, with such a serious injury, most people would have fainted long ago. But Sun Wukong is still awake, which is already amazing. If you look carefully at Sun Wukong's constantly frowning brows, you will know that he is not as relaxed as he seems on the surface. After Sun Wukong turned around, Jiang Hao took the spray in his hand and sprayed it on his back. What's this? Quick recovery spray is a medicine that can be used to treat trauma. It works quickly, Jiang Hao said. After hearing this, Krillin and Kame Sennin looked at Wukong's back and found that his bloody back was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, he had completely recovered. Except for the blood stains, his whole back no longer showed any signs of injury. So awesome. Why have I never heard of this thing? It's normal that I haven't heard of it, because I made this thing myself, and it's not sold on the market, Jiang Hao said. The quick healing spray was developed by Jiang Hao while he was researching super genes. The healing factor used was extracted from his own body. If you want, I'll give you this bottle. If you use it sparingly, it will last a lot of time. Jiang Hao handed the quick healing spray to Klin. How is this so embarrassing? Klin was a little embarrassed. He was still angry just now that Jiang Hao hurt Sun Wukong so badly, but Jiang Hao was so polite to him and gave him good things like quick healing spray, which made him feel very embarrassed. It's okay, if I want this thing, just make another bottle. Without giving Kellen a chance to refuse, Jiang Hao directly stuffed the quick healing spray into his hand. Thanks. What? My name is Klin. Now, like Wukong, I am both a disciple of Teacher Wu Tian, and I am training with Teacher Wu Tian. So you and Wukong are brothers. Jiang Hao smiled. Yes, it is. Don't be so nervous. Wukong and I are very good friends. You and he are brothers, so we are also friends. Friends, Krillin murmured. At this time, Wukong had almost recovered. Stand up from the ground. This thing is so powerful. My back no longer hurts. Sun Wukong said as he looked at the quick recovery spray in Klin's hand. But he quickly looked at Jiang Hao and exclaimed, Jiang Hao, I can't believe that I haven't seen you for a month, but you are so powerful. You have already left me far away. Jiang Hao was not surprised when he heard this. He knew Sun Wukong's character very well. This guy has the warlike temperament of a Saiyan and is also a martial arts idiot. Becoming stronger has always been the goal Sun Wukong is pursuing. Jiang Hao took off the gravity bracelet in his hand and handed it to Sun Wukong. Put on. Sun Wukong put on the gravity bracelet with some doubts. To his surprise, the originally large gravity bracelet shrank in size after being put on his hand. Later, Jiang Hao taught Sun Wukong how to open it. Jiang Hao first adjusted the gravity of the gravity bracelet to twice, instead of directly adjusting it to 10 times as before. As soon as he doubled in size, Sun Wukong stumbled and fell to the ground. It hurts. Unprepared, Sun Wukong fell hard and it hurt a lot. Wukong, are you okay? Klin was about to help Sun Wukong, but the latter waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need it. No, it's okay. Sun Wukong shook his head. Then he slowly got up from the ground. It's just that his movements are a little slow, as if there's something pressing on him. Jiang Hao looked at this scene with a smile. It doesn't mean that if you have a good physique, you can double your own gravity when you come up. No matter how powerful a person is, the gravity ring can only be doubled from the beginning. When Jiang Hao first started wearing a gravity ring, he also started with twice the gravity. As they adapted, they slowly increased the magnification up to the current 10 times gravity. Although Sun Wukong is a Saiyan, his fighting power is not weak. But when wearing a gravity ring, you have to adapt to twice your own gravity first. After wearing this thing, I feel as if something is pressed on my body, and I feel very uncomfortable. But I can feel that I can progress faster by wearing this thing to exercise. Sun Wukong didn't understand what a gravity bracelet was, but he can feel the help of the gravity bracelet. Jiang Hao, can you give this to me? Sun Wukong looked at Jiang Hao and asked. He is the kind of person who doesn't keep his thoughts to himself. I always say whatever I think. There is absolutely no emotional intelligence or anything like that. But Sun Wukong is also a pure person. A person with a pure heart. With such a person, you don't have to worry about him plotting against you or doing anything against you. It's actually very good to be friends with such a person who speaks directly and doesn't hide anything. This may also be the reason why Quan Wong likes Sun Wukong so much. No need to mention sending it, because this is the gift I brought you. Ah, is it true? Sun Wukong looked surprised. Of course, I still have a lot of this stuff in my hands. Jiang Hao took out a universal capsule and threw it into the plane next to it. A small warehouse suddenly appeared. I have to say that the universal capsule in Dragon Ball world is really very practical. You don't have to worry about bringing anything with you when traveling. This time, the gift Jiang Hao brought to Sun Wukong was not just a gravity bracelet. There are also some high-energy foods made by Jiang Hao himself. Not only does it taste better, but it's also extremely energy-rich. It is of great help in speeding up Sun Wukong's cultivation. Of course, in addition to Sun Wukong, Turtle Immortal, Klin, and Lan Chi also received gifts from Jiang Hao. Among the gifts from Krillin and Kame Sento are gravity bracelets. Gravity bracelets are very good auxiliary training tools for martial artists. With this thing, as long as you work hard, your strength can be increased at least twice as fast. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. This week, both Jiang Hao and Bulma were in Guasian Island and did not leave. During this time, Jiang Hao was also practicing with Wukong and the others. There are still some merits in Gixian Ren's cultivation method. Guasian Ren taught Wukong their cultivation, which has greatly improved the control of qi. Jiang Hao practiced with Wukong and the others, and made great progress during this period. Because of the gravity bracelet, Jiang Hao's progress is not slow. In a week's time, his combat power had risen to more than 200. The reason why he improved so quickly, apart from the fact that he adjusted the gravity of the gravity bracelet to 12 times, is that he fights Wukong every day, which makes his combat effectiveness improve much faster than before. Basically, is to increase the combat power by at least 7 to 8 points every day. In addition to Jiang Hao, Sun Wukong and Klin have also made great progress. Although the specific value of Sun Wukong's combat power cannot be checked, judging from the strength of Sun Wukong's fight with him, Sun Wukong's combat power has exceeded 100. Breaking 100 seems to be nothing. But in fact, double-digit combat effectiveness and three-digit combat effectiveness are not at the same level at all. There are so many martial arts masters on the earth, but apart from Kame Sennin, it is really difficult to find anyone with a combat power of over 100. Kame Sennin had suffered too much in order to break through from double digits to triple digits in combat effectiveness. It was even after drinking the super miraculous water that he completely broke through the limits of human beings on Earth and went from double digits to triple digits in combat effectiveness. Of course, for Sun Wukong, breaking through from double digits to triple digits in combat power is nothing. After all, Sun Wukong is not an Earthling, but a Saiyan. The upper limit of his body is completely unmatched by Earthlings. Among the Saiyans, even lower-level warriors have at least dozens of combat prowess when they are born. A person like Sun Wukong, whose combat power is only 2 when he is born, can be said to be rare. Some powerful ones have hundreds, even thousands, of combat capabilities when they are born. For example, Vegeta, the Saiyan prince, had a combat power of 2,000 when he was born, which can be regarded as the most talented Saiyan in history. As for Broly, this is even more exaggerated. He had a combat power of 10,000 when he was born. But Broly is special. He is a born Super Saiyan. Compared with other Saiyans, he is actually another species. Therefore, for Sun Wukong, having a combat power of over 100 is not a shackle that cannot be broken. Of course, there is still a big difference between having a combat power of over 100 and not. The biggest difference is the qualitative change and destructive power of Qi. To put it simply, it is also an energy bomb, and if it is thrown out with a combat power of less than 100, it will blow up a house or something. More than 100 can blow up a building directly. The destructive power of the two is more than 2 or 3 times worse. In addition to Monkey King, Krillin has also improved a lot. The combat effectiveness is almost 30 or 40. Compared with Jiang Hao and the others, they are nothing. But compared to his previous, this is already a great improvement. And after staying in Guasian Island for a week, Jiang Hao and Bulma also plan to leave. The main purpose of Jiang Hao coming out this time is to get the 2 things of Shindo and Kyoshenshui. I also stayed here on Guasian Island for a week. Those who should teach Sun Wukong have already taught him, and it is time to leave. The next time we meet, it will probably be the #1 martial arts association in the world. That is almost 4 months later. It didn't take long. Wukong, practice well. Bulma and I are leaving first. We will see you again at the martial arts conference in 4 months. I will not hold back at that time. If you are not strong enough after taking the stage, and I kill you instantly, don't blame me. Oh, Jiang Hao smiled. Sun Wukong nodded. Okay, then I'll see you at the martial arts conference. Don't worry, I will definitely practice hard and catch up with you. I won't give in easily. Although I lost to you this time, I will definitely beat you next time. Jiang Hao smiled. I don't believe what other people say, but I believe what you say. Okay, let's go. After a month, I may send someone to bring you something. As for what it is, you will know by then. Then, Krillin, Mr. Wu Tian, and Lan Chi, Bulma, and I will leave. Goodbye, everyone. Bulma also smiled and said hello and farewell to everyone. Under the watch of Sun Wukong and Krillin, Jiang Hao and Bulma got on the plane. After a while, the plane started and flew away with a roar. Wait until the plane is completely out of sight. Sun Wukong looked back. Krillin, teacher Wu Tian, do you want to participate in this martial arts conference? Sun Wukong has already decided to participate in this martial arts conference because Jiang Hao will participate. Since Jiang Hao participates, there is no reason for him not to participate. He was defeated by Jiang Hao a week ago, and he was convinced. But he is not someone who gives up easily. He lost last time, but he had no intention of admitting defeat. He could catch up with Jiang Hao before, but now, he still can. Me? I should be able to participate. Although I can't win the championship, it would be good as long as I can participate. Krillin said, if Sun Wukong is the strength of this period in the original work, Krillin probably has the idea of chasing Sun Wukong and competing with him for first place. But now Sun Wukong's combat power has exceeded 100. He chased it with his head. Krillin really didn't have the confidence to catch up with Goku in the remaining 4 months. After all, he could see how hard Wukong practiced every day. While he is making progress, Wukong is not standing still. He now only hopes that in 4 months, the gap between him and Wukong will not be wider. Krillin, it's not enough to just participate. How about I set a goal for you and get to the top 4? The one who spoke was Kame Sennin. Seeing that Krillin had some thoughts that he wanted to destroy, Kame Sennin knew that he had to set a goal for him. Let him catch up with Wukong. This goal is too difficult. Even he probably won't be able to accomplish it. Why is that guy's son, Wukong, so perverted? He is simply a monster. No one can make progress so fast. Asking Krillin to chase Sun Wukong is too much to force him. But if it's just the top 4, you can still fight for it. Although it is difficult, if you practice hard, there is still some chance of becoming a semi-finalist in the martial arts competition in 4 months. The top 4. Okay, then let's in the semi-finals. I don't want to win the championship or the 3rd place. You have already booked Jiang Hao and Wukong. I'm definitely not your opponent. But apart from you, I'm not afraid of anyone else's words. Clin said. After saying that, he looked at Turtle Immortal. Teacher Wu Tian, will you participate in this martial arts conference? Turtle Immortal shook his head. Me? Forget it, I won't participate. Let's give the opportunity to you young people. Turtle Sinin originally had the idea of participating. He plans to win the championship, and then tell Wukong and others that there are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the world. But the appearance of Jiang Hao taught him a lesson, and Jiang Hao has made it clear that he will participate in this martial arts conference. When he goes up, his disciple's son Wukong himself is not completely sure that he can defeat him, let alone Jiang Hao. Forget it, the world now belongs to young people. As an old man, you should enjoy your life. Karin Tower, also known as Galan Tower, located in the Holy Land of Karin. There is a village in the Holy Land of Galan called Prau Village. A group of indigenous people live here and live an isolated life. They live here and are responsible for guarding the Galan Holy Land. If anyone comes to the Galan Holy Land, they will tell the visitor that if they can climb the Galan Tower with bare hands, they can see the gods there, and the gods can realize their wishes. Any wish. But generally few people come to Galan Holy Land. There were quite a lot of people hundreds of years ago, but until now, only 300 years ago, someone climbed it. Since then, no one has climbed the Galan Tower. Most people who try fail before even reaching half of the climb. Then he fell down and died. As a result, fewer and fewer people take the challenge of climbing the Galan Tower. And because Prau Village is isolated from the rest of the world, fewer and fewer people know that gods live in Galan Tower. Over time, no one came to this place. Today, a huge yellow monster appeared above the village of Prau. No one knew that thing. After flying above the village, it fell directly. It frightened everyone in the village. The villagers immediately notified the clan leader to come over. The patriarch is called Wu Sada. He is a strong man with a height of 2 meters. He has dark skin and wears strange clothes, which are somewhat similar to Indian clothes. What is that? Everyone, be careful with this monster and don't get too close. Is anyone going to inform the clan leader? The patriarch is coming. The patriarch is coming. Everyone, get out of the way. Great. The patriarch is here. The patriarch is here. Seeing Wu Suada's figure, everyone in the village was relieved. Wu Suada is not only the clan leader, but also the most powerful warrior in their Prau village. Even the dinosaurs that ran out of the mountains were no match for him. The leader of the tribe, Yusuda, is a powerful being who can hunt dinosaurs by himself. With him around, the people in the village immediately felt at ease. But just when everyone was panicking, 2 people suddenly walked out of the huge yellow monster. This shocked everyone in Prau village. What's going on? How come a person can come out of a monster's body? The visitors were naturally none other than Jiang Hao and Bulma. In fact, Jiang Hao can fly directly to the Karin Tower. Jiang Hao has developed a method of flying at high speed using air. I can't say how fast it is, but there are still speeds exceeding twice the speed of sound. At least he now has more than 200 combat power. When the chi is fully exploded, this speed is normal. At his speed, it wouldn't take long to fly up to Galan Tower. But flying up directly, he was not familiar with the Cat Immortal. If he asked the Cat Immortal for fairy beans and fairy water, they might not give them to him. As for robbing directly, he, Jiang Hao, was not a robber, so he simply robbed someone. Moreover, Cat Immortal is also considered to be Turtle Immortal's master, and he once guided Turtle Immortal in his cultivation. The first person to climb the Karin Tower 300 years ago was Turtle Immortal. It was from Cat Immortal that he obtained the super divine water and developed his potential. Only Kame Senin's combat power can exceed 100. Moreover, he has lived for hundreds of years and is also related to the Cat Immortal. If possible, Jiang Hao would also like the cat immortal to give him some advice. So Jiang Hao chose to climb up the Jialan Tower instead of flying up. With his current strength, climbing up the Galan Tower is nothing to him. At most, it will take some time. Who are you? As a clan leader, Wu Soda is different from ordinary villagers. He has had contact with people from outside. Know that the world outside is changing a lot now. That yellow thing may not be a monster. My name is Jiang Hao. Her name is Bulma. We are here to challenge Galinta. I heard that he came to challenge Galinta. The villagers in Prau village were very surprised, because no outsider has challenged Galinta for a long time. Challenged Galinta? Wu Soda looked at Jiang Hao. To be honest, just looking at his appearance, Jiang Hao doesn't look very strong. He can only barely be considered strong. Therefore, he is not optimistic that Jiang Hao can successfully challenge Galinta. If you want to challenge Galinta, we welcome it, because no one has come here to challenge Galinta for a long time. Presumably, you also know the legend that gods live on the Galan Tower. Jiang Hao nodded. If you want to challenge the Galan Tower, I can take you there, but I want to remind you that the Galan Tower is very high. You may not be able to climb to the top, even if you climb it for 3 days. Once you climb to a very high place, you will not be able to climb to the top again. It's too late to give up. Once you fall, you will definitely be thrown to death. So are you sure you want to challenge Galinta? Foreigner. Jiang Hao nodded again. Okay, come with me. Wu Soda said nothing more. If outsiders come to challenge Galinta and are not hostile, Prau village will not do anything to them. Even they are happy to guide them, because it is their duty to guard Galan Tower. As caretakers, the place where they live has good weather all year round, and wild animals do not usually enter the village. Although they are an old and conservative village, no one has ever died due to lack of food, because the gods will protect them. Later, Jiang Hao and Bulma, led by Wu Soda, came to the foot of Jalan Pagoda. It is said to be a tower, but the tower cannot be seen, only a small pillar rising straight into the sky. You can't see where the top of this pillar is, nor can you see whether there is a tower on the top. Do you really want to climb up? Bulma glanced at the pillars leading to Jalan Tower and asked Jiang Hao. Bulma already knew that Jiang Hao could fly, and Jiang Hao's flying is not slow. Well, the first time you go up, you still have to be sincere. Next time you go up, you can fly directly up. Jiang Hao naturally understood what Bulma said and said with a smile. Wu Soda next to him was stunned. What does it mean to go up next time? And what do you mean by direct flight? Can Jiang Hao still fly? Okay, then I'll fly up first, and I'll wait for you above. Jiang Hao nodded. Then there was no more nonsense. With the force of both feet, the whole person is ejected directly. Then follow the pillars of Galan Tower and run up quickly. The people of Wiswoda were dumbfounded. Before he could recover, Jiang Hao had turned into a small black dot in just a moment, and soon he was completely invisible. The speed was so fast that people wondered whether the guy was actually human. By the time Wu Soda came to his senses, the Bulma people were gone, accompanied by a roar. He only saw a yellow figure rising from the ground and heading straight into the sky. On the Galan Tower, the cat immortal, holding a cane and dozing off, seemed to sense something. Suddenly, he raised his head and then walked to a huge crystal ball. In the crystal ball, a picture of a man running quickly on the pillars of the Galan Tower was playing. The cat sage's cat has a human expression of surprise on its face. He didn't expect that after almost 100 years, someone would challenge Galinta again. And the person who came to challenge this time was not that simple, even if separated by a short distance. But the cat immortal could still sense the powerful energy emanating from the person beneath him. That breath was no weaker than his. When did such a powerful person appear on Earth? Below, while running, Jiang Hao controlled the air in his body to attach to his feet, increasing friction and adsorption. The greater friction and adsorption force also allowed Jiang Hao's speed to continue to increase. As for whether your endurance is sufficient, there is no need to worry. Although Jiang Hao's super gene does not increase his strength very much, but the improvement in physical strength is huge. After Jiang Hao merged the Fox Demon gene and the first-generation super gene, his physical strength is at least 20 times that of ordinary people. Later, after practicing Qi, my physical strength was greatly improved. After I started practicing with the gravity bracelet, I improved even more. There's no need to worry about lack of physical strength at all. As time went by, Jiang Hao developed some more uses of qi. For example, controlling the air to flow out of a gap behind him, similar to an exhaust pipe, can give him more thrust behind him. Whether you're running or flying at high speed, your speed can be improved. Gallon Tower is about 100 kilometers above the ground. If we had to climb this distance, it would probably take about 3 days. But if Jiang Hao ran up directly, let alone 3 days, he wouldn't need a day. 2 hours later, Hao Jiang appeared in Galinta. Inside the Jiang Tower, Bulma and Guaxian were drinking tea. Seeing Jiang Hao coming up, Bulma's face lit up, and the cat immortal also had a smile on his face. You are the second person to come up in the past 300 years. The cat immortal looked at Jiang Hao and said, very friendly. He was a very friendly person. The last person to come up must be Mr. Wu Tian. Jiang Hao said, oh, you know Wu Tian? The cat fairy was a little surprised. In the original work, when Sun Wukong came up, the cat immortal saw that Sun Wukong and the turtle immortal were related. Not only because he's familiar with Sun Wukong's moves, but also because Sun Wukong has a somersault cloud and a golden cudgel. And these two things were given by the cat immortal to the turtle immortal. But Jiang Hao didn't have a somersault cloud and a golden cudgel, so he naturally didn't know that Jiang Hao knew Gixian Ren. I've seen it a few times. Mr. Wu Tian taught me some things about cultivation. He has a new apprentice, Sun Wukong, who is my good friend, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Gui Xianren was the first person to climb the Jiang Tower, and Mao Xianren can be regarded as his half-master. Pulling out the turtle fairy can shorten the distance between him and the cat fairy. I see. The cat immortal nodded. Your qi, I can feel it, is not weaker than me. If you want me to teach you how to practice, I have nothing to teach you. If you still want to become stronger, I can recommend you to practice with Lord Tianxin. Mao Xianren said. Jiang Hao was not surprised when he heard this. In terms of combat power, at this time, I should have surpassed the cat fairy. It's normal for the cat fairy to recommend him to go to the gods to practice. However, Jiang Hao came this time, not to go to the gods to practice. Even if you want to practice, it will be the next time you come. The spiritual time room in the Temple of Heaven is very good for cultivation. But each person can only enter once in that place. Jiang Hao planned to wait until the combat power reached hundreds of thousands before entering. At that time, I might be able to increase to millions of combat power at a time, or even tens of millions. No need. I came here this time for 2 things, but practice is second. Oh, 2 things. The cat fairy was a little surprised. Seeing the gods is not something everyone can see. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao refused. Super divine water and fairy beans. Jiang Hao directly stated the goal of his trip. After all, there's nothing to hide. Just get straight to the point. The cat immortal was very surprised. Jiang Hao came for the super divine water, which was not surprising to him. It was divine water that could develop the human body's potential. Of course, because the effect is so strong, it is more like poison to most people. As for fairy beans, are they precious? He can store several jars there. There are probably tens of thousands of them. This is his accumulation of more than 800 years. Basically, you can save dozens of coins every year. Over the past 800 years, tens of thousands of them have been accumulated. The taste is average, but the feeling of satiety is very strong. If you take 1 pill, you won't have to eat for several days, and you can regain all your physical strength. As for the fairy beans, they can also instantly restore all injuries on a person's body. The cat fairy doesn't know. After all, he has been here for hundreds of years, and so far, the only human being who has climbed up is Kame Senin. After Turtle Immortal, no one has come up. No one was seriously injured when they climbed up the Gallon Tower. At most, they were tired and hungry. So he knew that fairy beans could restore people's physical strength and make people not hungry. As for the recovery person's injuries, he didn't know. As for why you grow fairy beans, it's because I'm bored. As a special kind of beastman on Earth, he is also an organized god. The lifespan of the cat immortal is very long, staying on the Gallon Tower. Even if he can use the crystal ball to see things in the human world below, People will always be bored when they are bored, and planting fairy beans has undoubtedly become a way to kill time. As for the super divine water, I only have some here. If you want more super divine water, you have to get it yourself. I can tell you the place. As for the fairy beans, I have quite a few here. If you want as much as you want, go and get it yourself. The jars over there are filled with fairy beans. Cat Immortal said directly. The Cat Immortal didn't think much of fairy beans. Otherwise, the original Kiliabai would not have had the opportunity to eat almost all the fairy beans. In the original work, the immortal cat accumulated a lot of fairy beans at first. However, it was later eaten by Aki Luo Bei, which led to Sun Wukong and the others even having to break a fairy bean in half to eat it in the later period. And because the super divine water almost dried up in the later stage, the Cat Immortal could no longer use the super divine water to grow fairy beans. By the late stage of Dragon Ball, the fairy beans were almost extinct. Otherwise, whether it is fighting the 4-star dragon or the devil orb, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta having fairy beans, there would be no physical exhaustion, causing the combined Vegeto to disintegrate. In the later stages of Dragon Ball, there were many crises because Son Goku and Vegeta couldn't keep up with their physical strength, which made the battle so difficult. For Saiyans, their physical strength has always been their limit. After all, the various forms of the Super Series consume too much physical energy. When they turn on the Super Race form, they're like ordinary people sprinting and running at the fastest speed. They cannot maintain the Super Race state for a long time, not to mention a fusion state that is even more exaggerated than the Super League. Then, thank you, Cat Immortal. Jiang Hao quickly thanked him. Soon, Jiang Hao got a small bottle of super magical water from the Cat Immortal. It was very small, as little as half of a disposable cup. But this is actually quite a lot, because the output of super divine water is not high. From the cave that produces the super divine water, only a few drops flow out every day. Not many drops in a year. Jiang Hao's output may not seem like much, but it's actually several years of output. As for the fairy beans, the Cat Immortal asked Jiang how to catch as many as he wanted. But for Jiang Hao, such a small bottle of super magic water is enough. Because the purpose of his visit this time was to get some super divine water from the beginning, and then do research, and through research, copy the super divine water. As for fairy beans, he can mass-produce them as long as he has super magic water. For Jiang Hao, he can naturally have as many fairy beans as he wants. So the fairy beans didn't take much away. I just took dozens of them. Didn't take much. After getting the things, Jiang Hao did not leave directly. Instead, he stayed at the Karin Pagoda for another week and let the Cat Immortal guide him in his cultivation. During this week, Jiang Hao learned a lot from the Cat Immortal. In addition to having greater control over Qi, Jiang Hao also optimized Turtle Wave Qigong, and also learned Qi sensing and teleportation from Cat Immortal. However, his teleportation is far inferior to that of Sun Wukong in the original work. His teleportation is currently only able to teleport within a kilometer radius. It won't work any farther away. A fighting force of more than 200 people was enough to dominate the Earth during this period. But away from the Earth, his fighting ability is completely insufficient. With this little energy, it is simply impossible to teleport directly to countless galaxies from the Earth to Kaiwang, like Sun Wukong in the original work. Of course, it is obviously impossible to take so many good things from others without showing any signs of it. In this regard, Jiang Hao was already prepared, because the Cat Immortal was alone in Galan Tower. This time Jiang Hao specially brought a TV set and a signal tower to Mao Xianren. The model tower allows the Cat Immortal to receive signals from all over the world, even on the Galan Tower, which is hundreds of kilometers high. You can watch any TV station in the world. There are almost more than 300 TV stations, which is enough for the Cat Immortal to watch. As for electricity, Jiang Hao also prepared a wind turbine for Cat Immortal. On the Galan Tower, which is hundreds of kilometers high, there is no need to worry about the lack of wind. A wind turbine is enough for the Cat Immortal. In addition to the TV, Jiang Hao also brought a refrigerator, heater, oven, and a game console. When you get tired of watching TV, You can still play games, which is quite nice. Of course, Jiang Hao also brought some food. The prepared roast chicken can be eaten after heating. There are also a lot of delicious canned fish. The cat immortal is a cat, so he should like it. Anyway, Jiang Hao saw the smile on Cat Fairy's face when he received the gift, so he must be happy. After the gifts were delivered, Jiang Hao and Bulma left. After leaving Galinta, the two returned to Shidu. Boomer is about to start school, and she has to go to school next. Although she can definitely study by herself at home, she is only about to turn 16 now, so she still has to go to school. After Bulma goes to school, Jiang Hao began to analyze and study super divine water. He wants to completely analyze the super divine water and then copy and mass-produce the super divine water. One day later, the analysis of super divine water was successful. But this does not mean that Jiang Hao can mass-produce super magic water. The completion of the analysis can only mean that Jiang Hao understands the super divine water. The next thing he has to do is to find something that can replace the substances in the super divine water, so as to mass-produce the super divine water. A week later, after Jiang Hao analyzed a large number of substances and extracted a lot of things, finally found a way to synthesize super divine water. Successfully synthesized super divine water for him. The process is troublesome though, but he did indeed synthesize super divine water. It did not take Jiang Hao much time to analyze the super divine water, but it took Jiang Hao a lot of time to synthesize the super divine water. In the final analysis, the accumulation is still too little. If he had extracted the components of a large number of substances before and understood their composition, Jiang Hao could synthesize the super magic water in half a day. But although it took a little more time, fortunately the goal was achieved. Then it's time to optimize the super divine water. This is much simpler. The fundamental reason why super divine water can enhance human potential is that super divine water can force the evolution of cells in the body. The process of cell evolution can cause great pain. This is also the reason why there are many people who drank this super magical water, but in the end, only Kame Sennin was the only one who survived. Because before the cell evolution is completed, the person who drinks it will be killed by the great pain. As for Jiang Hao's optimization, in addition to increasing the contribution of super divine water to cell evolution, another aspect is to add a cell anesthetic to it. In this way, people who drink it will not feel severe pain when their cells evolve. At most, my whole body feels numb and I can't use any strength. In this case, it will be uncomfortable at most, but it will not cause you to feel extremely intense pain. Compared with the previous super divine water, it is much better, because this means that even ordinary people can drink this super magical water that can be called poison. The optimized super holy water was named super holy water by Jiang Hao. After synthesizing a lot of super holy water, Jiang Hao himself immediately drank the amount he could drink. Start strengthening your own cells. Apart from the numbness of the body, there is no other discomfort during the strengthening process. The strengthening process is also very fast. In just 10 minutes, the strengthening is complete. The numbness disappeared, and strength surged from all over the body. Opening the attribute panel, the combat power has jumped from more than 200 to 435. Name, Jiang Hao. Age, 23. Race, human/Saiyan. Talent, the gift of the world, knowledge god. Effect, brain development 10,000%. Saiyan ancestry, combat strength 435. Skills, holy universe qigong practice, air bomb, air finger, fast movement, high-speed flight, gravitational wave, turtle wave qigong, excellent, air perception, teleportation, comprehensive boxing. The combat effectiveness was almost doubled. This feeling is very refreshing. But the role of super holy water is not just that. The explosion of combat power is just one of the effects of super holy water. In other words, what Jiang Hao values is not this combat effectiveness. It's about the improvement of his own potential by the super holy water. The benefit of increasing your potential is not only the increase in your own upper limit, but also the numerical value increased each time you upgrade. To put it simply, After Jiang Hao practiced hard for a day, his increased combat effectiveness was between 7 and 8. But now that he has practiced hard for another day, his increased combat power has at least doubled compared to before. Even doubled and doubled. This is the benefit of increased potential. In the original work, Sun Wukong's combat power began to improve significantly, starting from drinking the super divine water and defeating the big devil Piccolo. And what Jiang Hao drank was better, optimized super holy water. The effect will only be stronger. Of course, Jiang Hao mailed a bottle of such good stuff to Wukong on the same day, to the #1 martial arts club in the world more than 3 months later. Jiang Hao is looking forward to it. As for the cultivation of fairy beans, he can now mass-produce super holy water, so mass-producing fairy beans will naturally not be a problem. After all, the most important and only important thing for planting fairy beans is to have super divine water. He can now mass-produce super holy water and grow fairy beans in large quantities, so this is no longer a problem. On Turtle Island, Wukong and Klin had just finished a day of training and returned to Turtle House. They saw Turtle Immortal standing at the door of Turtle Immortal House waiting for them. Son Wukong was expressionless, but Klin's expression changed. Kame Sanin rarely waits for them at the door. Every time I wait for them, I basically either change their training methods or increase their training volume. Son Wukong never cared. But Klin has been trained so hard these days that he can no longer stand it. Even now, I can still follow the training, just gritting my teeth and persevering. He felt like he couldn't hold on anymore. If Kame Sanin continued to train under such circumstances, he was afraid that he would really be unable to withstand it. As for Sun Wukong, since he got the gravity bracelet and felt the huge gap between himself and Jiang Hao, he has been practicing hard. Even if the training task assigned by Kame Sanin is completed, he will continue to train himself. I practiced to the point of exhaustion every day and passed out from exhaustion time and time again. He will still continue to train himself. The purpose is to catch up with Jiang Hao. After all, there are less than 4 months left before the start of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. If you want to catch up with Jiang Hao in less than 4 months, every minute and second is very important. Because while he is making progress, he believes that Jiang Hao is also making progress. Teacher Wu Tian, are you going to practice more again? Klin said this almost tremblingly. It's not that he's scared, but he was too tired to speak. No, it's Jiang Hao who sent you something. I waited here specially to give it to you. Huh? Klin had a question mark on his face. Jiang Hao. Sun Wukong's attention was more on Jiang Hao. He sent you good things this time. I really envy you two boys. Someone takes care of you like this. Old man, Noah's been so kind to me before. Kamisaran said. Turtle Immortal also went to Jalan Pagoda. He naturally knows what super divine water and fairy beans are. I just didn't expect that guy Jiang Hao to have these things in his hands. Apparently, that guy had also been to Galinta. However, what surprised him the most was that guy Jiang Hao, who actually optimized the super holy water into super holy water. Compared with the unbearable pain caused by the super holy water, the super holy water is only a temporary paralysis. I don't know how much better it is, and its effect on improving potential is also stronger. Such good things cannot be bought with money. I didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so generous as to give it away. Although there is no pain, super divine water does not require the training of personal willpower. But in comparison, the requirements for those who drink the super holy water are not that high. This means that even ordinary people can take super holy water. As for the super divine water's ability to temper people's willpower, according to Kame Sanin, pain is not the only way to hone willpower. Persistence is also a kind of training of willpower. And fairy beans. This thing is also a good thing for the current Sun Wukong and Klin, because this can help them replenish their physical strength and at the same time restore their body's hidden injuries. For them, it's also a good thing. Jiang Hao would send these 2 things, which really surprised him. Good things? What good things? What good things did Jiang Hao send? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Kame Sanin directly told the 2 of them the efficacy of the super holy water and fairy beans. when you learn about the effects of super holy water and fairy beans. Sun Wukong and Klin were both overjoyed. The super holy water can increase their potential and strengthen their energy, while the fairy beans can allow them to practice more efficiently. Originally, Klin didn't have much confidence in participating in the martial arts competition. After all, the time is too short. The world is so big. There must be powerful martial arts masters in other places. Sun Wukong and Jiang Hao basically took first and second place. But even so, he was not confident that he would definitely win third place. But now there's super holy water to enhance strength and potential, and fairy beans to assist in training. He has absolute confidence that at least the third place in the upcoming martial arts competition will be in his hands. As for catching up to Wukong and Jiang Hao, he's basically given up. After all, those two guys are both monsters. He really didn't have the confidence to catch up with them. In a blink of an eye. More than 3 months have passed. Babaya Island. This is a large island in the southern hemisphere. Because of the tropical monsoon climate in the southern hemisphere, this is a natural fruit paradise. Here, you can eat all kinds of fruits you want at cheap prices and in large quantities. In addition, it has a beautiful environment and a variety of delicious food. It is a famous tourist attraction in Dragon Ball world. A large number of tourists visit Babaya Island every year. Since the beginning of June this year, the number of tourists on Babaya Island has increased rapidly. The reason is simple. The world's #1 martial arts event, which takes place every 5 years, is about to begin. The venue for the #1 martial arts tournament in the world happens to be on Babaya Island. And now it is the end of June, which is also the last day to register for the #1 martial arts club in the world. Turtle Sinin, Sun Wukong, Krillin and Lanchi had arrived at Babaya Island the day before yesterday, and Wukong and Krillin also signed up yesterday. As for the turtle immortal, because of Jiang Hao, he no longer changed his name to Chung Long to register for the martial arts club. Because whether it is Sun Wukong or Jiang Hao, he has no confidence to defeat them now. As Sun Wukong's master, it would be embarrassing if he was defeated by Sun Wukong. Without complete confidence, he simply stopped competing. People who are hundreds of years old now, it is the world of young people. To be honest, Gixian Ren was very curious about how far Jiang Hao could improve after not seeing him for a few months. After all, Sun Wukong has made tremendous progress in these 3 months. Even that kid Klin is not much worse than him. And all this, except for the two of them drinking super holy water to increase their potential. It is their unremitting practice day after day. Although fairy beans can always restore a person's physical strength, human energy is limited. Even Kame Sinin has to admit that whether it is Sun Wukong or Krillin, the strength of their willpower is beyond the comparison of ordinary people. Teacher Wu Tian, has Jiang Hao forgotten about the martial arts meeting and not come to participate in the competition? At the registration site, Jiang Hao is still nowhere to be seen, so Klin said, "Today is the last day to register." They have been standing here all morning, but they have never seen Jiang Hao. Lan Chi went to rest on the chair next to him because he was tired from standing. "No, Jiang Hao will definitely come. I made an agreement with him, and he will definitely come." Sun Wukong affirmed. He believes that Jiang Hao will definitely come. After all, they had agreed to fight again at the #1 martial arts association in the world. Turtle Immortal also nodded. That guy will definitely come. There's still some time before the registration deadline. As he was talking, Klin suddenly noticed the street on the opposite side. 2 people came. A tall, handsome man with thick black hair. Next to him is a beautiful girl with beautiful blue hair holding an umbrella. Who else could it be if it wasn't Jiang Hao and Boomer? "Look, it's Jiang Hao and Bulma, they're here." Klin looked very excited when he saw Jiang Hao and Bulma. Jiang Hao and Bulma also saw Wukong and the others. In other words, Jiang Hao sensed Sun Wukong's qi early in the morning. Qi sensing allows Jiang Hao to sense the presence of Wukong and others from a distance of thousands of meters. So Jiang Hao already knew that Sun Wukong and the others were waiting for them here. Wukong, Mr. Wu Tian, Klin, Lan Chi, long time no see. Wukong, Krillin. Bulma also smiled and greeted everyone. When Jiang Hao participates in the world's #1 martial arts tournament, she will definitely come to see him. It just so happened that they were on summer vacation and no longer had to go to school. Everyone said hello first. Jiang Hao, hurry up and register. Registration will end soon. Jiang Hao nodded. Then sign up. After signing up, everyone who hadn't seen each other for a long time went to a hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot together. Bulma directly booked the venue. Because both Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong have very big appetites. Even she has a big appetite. Because of the super gene in her body, her energy needs are greater than ordinary people. Therefore, the appetite on weekdays is larger than that of ordinary people. Without a private dining room, the food in the hot pot restaurant may not be enough for them. After dinner, Jiang Hao and Bulma also checked into the hotel where Sun Wukong and the others stayed. The next day, Jiang Hao and the others went to the venue of the martial arts tournament and were informed that there were a total of 138 people who signed up for the competition this time. With so many people, certainly not all of them can be participants in the official competition. So there are preliminaries. The organizer has prepared a total of 16 arenas. Then each arena first selects a player as the arena champion. The remaining registered contestants can each choose which arena to challenge. Each player can only challenge each arena once. If the challenge fails, he cannot continue to challenge the same arena and can only change challenges. And the 16 people still standing in the ring will enter the main match. The opponents will be determined by drawing lots in the main draw, and there will be a total of 8 games to determine the top 8. The quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the finals will determine the winner of this competition. This is the competition mechanism of the Budokai. It can be said that in the preliminary stage of the holding method, those contestants who are not strong enough can be selected out, and those who are not strong enough will not even be qualified to enter the main match. Naturally, Jiang Hao, Wukong, and Clint each defended a stage and entered the top 16. More than 3 months have passed, and Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness has reached a terrifying 4,500. Because of the development of the potential of the super holy water, Jiang Hao's Saiyan blood and first-generation super genes have been optimized. Let his natural potential be improved. In addition, he uses a gravity bracelet in conjunction with a gravity chamber and practices with fairy beans. He can increase his combat effectiveness by more than 30 points in 1 day of practice. The efficiency is 4 or 5 times higher than before. After a few months, his combat effectiveness reached a terrifying 4,500. For the Earth at this time, Jiang Hao's combat strength of 4,500 is already invincible. Regardless of whether it was Big Devil Piccolo or a god, if he appeared in front of Jiang Hao, he would only be killed instantly. You know, even Vegeta and Raditz arrived on Earth more than 10 years later. Raditz's combat power is only 1,500, although Vegeta has reached 18,000. But it is only 4 times Jiang Hao's current combat power, and that was 10 years later. It can be seen how exaggerated Jiang Hao's improvement has been in less than half a year. Even for the Saiyan clan, his improvement is already terrifying. Of course, Jiang Hao has improved a lot, and Sun Wukong, who also drank the super holy water, has also improved his combat effectiveness a lot. From Sun Wukong's chi, Jiang Hao can roughly judge Sun Wukong's combat power, which should be around 3,002, more than 1,000 less than him. But it's already scary. During this period of the original work, Sun Wukong only had a fighting power of over 100. Compared to him in this period of the original work, Sun Wukong is much stronger because of Jiang Hao. Even Clint, because of Jiang Hao, has more than 300 combat effectiveness at this time, although it is completely incomparable with him and Monkey King. But compared to other players in this martial arts tournament, Krillin is already a dimensionality reduction attack. No surprise, 3rd place. In this martial arts competition, as long as he doesn't meet Jiang Hao or Sun Wukong in advance, 3rd place is safe. With the fighting power of the 3 of them far exceeding that of the others, it was naturally simple to hold on to the ring and enter the official competition of the top 16. Soon, 16 main contestants appeared. There are many familiar faces of Jiang Hao among them. For example, came Senin's junior brother, Crane Sunin. In addition to him, two of his disciples, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, also passed the preliminaries. Through their chi, Jiang Hao judged that Tianjin Fan's combat effectiveness was around 60. Not as good as Jiang Hao and others, but compared to other contestants, it is already very strong. Dumplings are around 50. In addition to the three of them, Namu, Lanfang, Dragon Man Zhilong, and Bartlian from the original top 8 also successfully entered the top 16. The rest are just some supporting roles that Jiang Hao doesn't know about. As for Yamcha, who participated in the competition in the original work, because of Jiang Hao's appearance, the plot has changed too much. Yamcha did not become a disciple of came immortal for training as in the original work. Naturally, he did not come to participate in this year's martial arts meeting. After passing the preliminaries, Jiang Hao and the others did not go to celebrate the eating contest. Who will be the opponent in the top 16 showdown the next day will be arranged by drawing lots the next day. So no one knows if they will face each other the next day. That night, Jiang Hao called Klin and Sun Wukong over. In the past few months, he has developed some new moves. Among them, Jiang Hao also developed the Kakusenryu dance technique by himself. And Jiang Hao intends to hand over all these moves to Monkey King and Karin. Jiang Hao intends to teach Wukong and Klin the more practical dance skills, high-speed flight, teleportation, and air perception. Because if Monkey King doesn't know his moves, even if he and Monkey King meet later, the battle will become very boring. Because the gap is too big. The difference in combat power of more than 1,000 is enough for Jiang Hao to defeat Monkey King very easily. After all, this is not a difference of a few points, a few dozen points of combat power, but a difference of more than 1,000 points of combat power. In fact, the gap is already very large. In the Star Namek chapter, the official data given by Monkey King when he transformed into a super race is 150 million combat power. At that time, the full power of Frisia's fourth form was 120 million combat power. The difference between the two is 30 million, a difference of 20%. And now Jiang Hao has 4,500 combat power. Sun Wukong is 3,200. The difference is 30%. In the Namek chapter, Son Goku and Frieza are twice as powerful as each other. Son Goku crushed Frieza and beat him. Although there was a bonus of anger, Frieza was beaten by Son Goku almost the whole time, killed by Sun Wukong. Since then, Monkey King has become Frieza's nightmare. Now the difference in strength between Jiang Hao and Monkey King is 30%, which is greater than 20%. If they really want to fight, Jiang Hao will completely crush Monkey King. And this kind of competition didn't improve Jiang Hao in any way. He is now a Saiyan physique. As long as he recovers from his injuries, his combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary for Sun Wukong to have the strength to fight him. Dancing in the sky, high-speed flight, air perception, and teleportation are all very practical moves. Learning from Monkey King will definitely improve his combat effectiveness, and he will be able to better display his 3,002 combat effectiveness. As for whether Monkey King will learn or not, Jiang Hao is not worried at all. There is no need to question Wukong's understanding. Zhuangquan, Feng Mobo, Longquan, Zizai Ultimate Instinct, none of these are simple. But Wukong just learned it all. Others may not be able to learn these moves and use them in one day. But so can Sun Wukong. Facts have proved that Monkey King can indeed. Clint's words are worse. In addition to learning the art of dancing in the air, I haven't been able to get started with high-speed flying, chi sensing, and teleportation. But Karin is not Jiang Hao's main opponent. It doesn't matter whether you learn it or not. But he just learned a dance technique. As long as he doesn't run into Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong, his third place will be more stable. The next day, the official competition began. Jiang Hao, Sun Wukong, and Klin were lucky enough to not be drawn together as opponents. The opponent Krillin drew was Crane Sunin. Jiang Hao faced the Dragon Man Zhilong. Like Oolong, this guy is a special earthling and looks like a Western dragon. It is huge, standing about 12 meters tall, very tall. In terms of size, it looks quite intimidating. However, as soon as the match started, Jiang Hao was knocked off the ring with an air bomb, killing him instantly. The audience watching the scene all exclaimed in surprise. Sun Wukong's opponent is Bartlian, a huge fat man. In the original work, he is the opponent of Krillin's top 8. The attacks include bad breath, farting, and spitting because he has never taken a shower in his life. It's a weird one. The main reason why he entered the top 16, apart from his good strength, is that he is too disgusting. Those who challenge him are disturbed by his body odor when fighting him. The smell is more head-turning than the smell of dead fish, dead rats, and garbage mixed together. Before anyone even touched him, he was so smoked that he rolled his eyes. When you're distracted from fighting, your opponent is nowhere to be found. However, Wukong's hard power is much stronger. The most important thing is that Sun Wukong has far superior attacks. Like Karin, Bartlian was knocked out of the ring by a key bomb before he got close to Wukong. He really has no interest in an opponent like Bartlian. The person Wukong wants to fight the most right now is Jiang Hao. Among the three, the most entertaining battle was the battle between Klin and Crane Sanin. The three of Klin have a combat power of more than 400, far surpassing the Crane Immortal in terms of hard power. But after the game started, Klin was passive at first. He couldn't display his physical strength at all, so he was walked around by Xianren for a while. Jean Klin suffered a big loss from the beginning. Fortunately, his hard power was strong enough. Even if he suffered some losses, Xianren could not do anything to him. In the end, Krillin used an air bomb to knock Crane Sento out of the ring and eliminated him. So far, all three of Jiang Hao have successfully entered the quarterfinals. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings also enter the top 8. The other three people who also enter the top 8 are Lan Fong, Nam Mu from the original work, and a 30-year-old man named Guan Ko, whom Jiang Hao has no impression of, and he is probably just a bit player. Then came a draw for the semifinals. Jiang Hao's opponent was Lan Fong. Sun Wukong faced Tianjin Fan, and Klin faced Dumplings. Namuse and a 30-year-old man named Guan Ko were rivals. Lan Fong is a beautiful woman with purple hair. His strength is pretty good. His combat effectiveness is around 20. This is already very good. After all, an adult holding a gun is only in his early teens. Lan Fong's combat power can reach more than 20 when he is empty-handed. It has been proven that she is much stronger than ordinary people. Unfortunately, her opponent is Jiang Hao. And Jiang Hao naturally couldn't be merciful just because she was beautiful. Because he is still waiting to fight Sun Wukong. But because Lan Fong was a woman, he didn't directly blast her down with air bombs. Instead, he threw her off the ring before she could react at all. By the time she reacted, someone was already standing under the ring. The rules of the competition are that whichever side steps on the ground outside the ring first will be sentenced to lose. So Lan Fong is out. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings are miserable. In the original work, Tianjin Fan only officially appeared at the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament. And in the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, he defeated Goku and won the championship. But when he won the championship, there was a big element of surprise. To say that he was stronger than Wukong at that time was not necessarily true. Although I don't know why the three masters and apprentices showed up at the 21st Martial Arts Tournament in advance. But the strength of Tianjin Fan during this period is far behind that of Wukong now. It can even be said to be several levels behind. Even if Wukong wasn't serious, Tianjin Fan couldn't escape being killed instantly. Dumpling versus Krillin is similar. Dumpling's unexpected hypnosis at first caused Klin a little pain. But because of the gap in hard power, Dumpling was soon defeated by Klin. Then came a top 4. There's Sun Wukong, Klin, Jiang Hao, and Namu. Namu is an ascetic. The reason why he came to the martial arts tournament was to win the championship prize and then buy water back to his hometown, because his hometown is a place that is particularly short of water. Then comes the final draw. At the end of the draw, Jiang Hao and Klin were assigned one game. Wukong, on the other hand, faced off against Namu. When he learned that his opponent was Jiang Hao, Clinton looked as if he was in mourning, because he would rather face Wukong than Jiang Hao. Because in his impression, Jiang Hao is a monster even more monster than Wukong. That night, Klin also practiced extra night, which was regarded as sharpening his skills before the battle. For him, against Jiang Hao, he can improve a little bit. But against Kellan, Jiang Hao didn't use all his strength at the beginning. Instead, suppressed the combat power to the same level as Klin first, and then fight against Klin. The battle was fierce, but it was mainly Jiang Hao who suppressed Klin. Although Jiang Hao suppressed his combat power to the same level as Klin's, his fighting instincts and skills were much higher than Klin's. With a development rate of 10,000%, Jiang Hao's every move can be said to be just right. During the battle, if there are any deficiencies, he can focus on analyzing them and then develop a countermeasure. Therefore, even if the combat power has been suppressed to the same level as Klin's, Klin was also suppressed and beaten the whole time. But the benefits are not without them. That is the teleportation, high-speed flight, and air perception that have not been able to get started before. In the battle with Jiang Hao, they were all introduced by Kellan one by one. Sometimes, appropriate pressure will indeed promote people's progress. Under Jiang Hao's pressing every step of the way, Kellan's pressure was not ordinary. This also stimulated his own potential, although defeat is inevitable in the end. But Klin was convinced. And after this battle, Klin felt that he had gained a lot. Even the combat effectiveness has improved a lot. Lin was naturally very grateful to Jiang Hao, not to mention the mercy and sparring in this match. Just talk about the previous super holy water and fairy beans. If it wasn't for Jiang Hao, where would he have such a good thing as super holy water to drink? Without super holy water and fairy beans, no matter how hard he tried, his current combat effectiveness was only 50 or 60. It is impossible to have the combat power of almost 500 now. Compared with Sun Wukong and Jiang Hao, Wu Bai's combat power is definitely not enough. But compared to other people on Earth, his combat power of 500 is already very powerful. And with the experience of fighting Jiang Hao this time, if he faced immortal Shang-He again, with the blessing of hard power, he was confident that he could instantly kill him instantly. He will not give the other party the same situation as last time, which once forced him to be very uncomfortable. The scene between Wukong and Namu was simple. At the beginning of the match, Wukong instantly killed Namu with a single air bomb, blasting the latter out of the ring and ending the match. Because he can't wait to fight Jiang Hao. The finals and grand finals are both held today. After the finals are over, the last two contestants for the finals are determined. The finals will begin directly. After all, there are only 2 games, which is too little. So the finals and finals are on the same day. However, the organizer will also give players at least an hour to rest and recover their strength. Lounge. Wukong was very excited, because the finals between him and Jiang Hao will start soon. Jiang Hao is speechless looking at the excited Wukong. He has taught Wukong the perception of qi. It stands to reason that he should be able to sense that his qi is far superior to his. If he starts to fight and doesn't suppress his strength, he will definitely be brutalized, and he will even be powerless to fight back, but he is still very excited. I don't know what he's excited about. Hey, Jiang Hao, you won't use all your strength at first, right? Wukong said. When Jiang Hao heard the words, he immediately understood what Wukong meant. Obviously, this guy is tactfully telling him not to use all his strength. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. Is this what Wukong would say? But looking at the Gixian Ren standing next to him, Jiang Hao immediately thought that the Gixian Ren should have taught Wukong this. And Jiang Hao's guess was right. These words were indeed taught by Gue Xianren to Wukong. Gue Xian also knows that in terms of hard power, there's a big gap between Wukong and Jiang Hao. If Jiang Hao used all his strength from the beginning, then Goku has absolutely no chance of winning. You may not even have the strength to fight back. Don't worry, I suppressed my chi to the same level as you, and came to fight you. If the match ends too soon, it will be very boring to me. That's great. Wukong was overjoyed when he heard this. He naturally knew the gap between himself and Jiang Hao. If Jiang Hao suppresses qi to the same level as him, then he will have the confidence to fight Jiang Hao. Soon, the official finals began. Jiang Hao and Wukong came to the stage. The host of the organizer had already been waiting for the two of them on the ring. The auditorium below was also full of people. After all, this is the finals. In the previous games, no matter whether it was Jiang Hao or Wukong, they all directly killed their opponents in seconds. It is completely on two levels with other contestants. So many viewers are very curious about how powerful Jiang Hao and Monkey King are. And all over the world, a large number of viewers gathered in front of the TV to watch the live broadcast. Jialinta and Ren were also watching the live broadcast of the Budokai. Jiang Hao called him a few days ago and asked him to watch the live broadcast of the Budokai. Watching Jiang Hao and Monkey King on TV, Mao Xian smiled slightly. Sun Wukong is Xianren's apprentice. He already knows this. After all, Sun Wukong has always carried a golden cudgel on his back, which he gave to Xianren, and then Xian gave it to Wukong. There's no way he doesn't recognize it. After all, Wukong can be regarded as his disciple. Therefore, he is also paying attention to the competition between the two. I just don't know who is more powerful between these two people. The scene of the martial arts meeting. Bulma, Karin, Xianren, and Lan Chi were all in the front row of the auditorium. After the host announced that the game officially started, the host left the ring. Immediately, only Jiang Hao and Wukong were left in the ring. Wukong, let's start. Let me see how you have improved in the past few months. Okay. Wukong nodded. Boom. Without holding back the slightest, Wukong directed all of his anger. This outburst, the air waves visible to the naked eye, immediately spread around. The strong wind blew dust from the ground. Ordinary people who were closer were even more blown away and couldn't open their eyes. Clint also burst out of his own energy immediately, blocking the impact. Leave them unaffected. Auditorium. Master Xianren, Tianjin Fan, and Dumpling, who did not leave directly, all had faces full of shock and disbelief. The same goes for other martial arts masters who did not leave. Then, how can that guy be so strong? Just an explosion of anger can make people feel such terrifying pressure. The martial arts masters on the scene, the stronger the fighting power, after Monkey King completely broke out his chi. Feeling more pressure. That feeling, as if a mountain was being pressed against him, was very uncomfortable. Wu Tian, what kind of monster apprentice did he teach? Crane Immortal was also full of disbelief. Although he and Xianren are brothers, they are also deadly enemies. More than 200 years ago, their master Wu Taida died after sealing the great demon king Piccolo. The two brothers and sisters parted ways. Basically no more contact. Xianren founded Xian Liu. The Crane Immortal founded the Crane Immortal Stream against Xianren from all aspects. However, the strength of the Crane Immortal is not as good as that of the Turtle Immortal. Although he always finds trouble with Xianren, but because his strength is not as good as Xianren, he always has no way to deal with Xianren. The immortal didn't want to pay attention to him, so he found a place to hide. Counting it, the two brothers and sisters haven't seen each other for decades. The reason why they brought their apprentices to the Martial Arts Association this time. He also got the news from his younger brother Tao Bai that Turtle Immortal wanted to bring his disciples to participate in this martial arts meeting. So he brought his two disciples. The purpose is to let his disciples defeat Xianren's disciples, proving that the Crane Immortal style is better than the Xian style. As a result, he couldn't defeat even one of Kame Sennin's disciples. The disgrace was brought home. But even so, he still didn't take his disciples and leave directly, because he wanted to know how powerful Kame Sennin's two apprentices were. This is why he is so unbelievable when he feels Wukong's terrifying energy at this moment. He never thought that his senior brother's old disciple would be so powerful. What a monster! This anger is much stronger than that of the old Demon King Piccolo. And the great Demon King Piccolo, even hundreds of years later, is still the deepest shadow in his heart. After all, when he, Kame Sennin, and Wu Taito teamed up to deal with the big Demon King Piccolo, he almost died at the hands of Big Devil Piccolo. During the time when Wu Taito was hiding and practicing the demon sealing wave, He was even hunted down by the big devil Piccolo. Escaped from death several times. He was definitely the most impressed by Big Devil Bick. At this moment, Sun Wukong's chi was even stronger than that of the original Demon King Piccolo. It was not even just a little bit stronger, but much stronger. This made it difficult for him to accept. It doesn't matter that Gixian Ren is stronger than himself. Now, his apprentice is also riding on his head, and is also shitting on his head. It was really hard for him to accept. And at the same time, when Sun Wukong exploded, Jiang Hao was also furious. Of course, he suppressed himself to the same extent as Sun Wukong. But even so, as he exploded, the audience felt the powerful pressure more and more. Some ordinary spectators who were close had to get up and stay away. The host was even rushed out by the explosive momentum of the two. At this moment, he was looking for a microphone in a panic, preparing to explain the situation to the audience in front of the TV. At the same time that the host retrieved the microphone, Monkey King and Jiang Hao also collided. The sound of fierce fist-to-fist confrontation came from the arena. The sound was so loud that it was like firing a cannon. As for the figures of Jiang Hao and Monkey King, ordinary people can hardly even see it. All that could be seen were the two afterimages of the group arena. Whether it is Jiang Hao or Monkey King, the speed is too fast. The speed of the two moving at a high speed is completely beyond the reach of ordinary people's eyes. Even if the camera slows down the picture 10 times, the movements of the two cannot be seen clearly. At this moment, many people in the world are wondering whether Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong are human or not. It still starts with comprehensive boxing. Both of them use comprehensive boxing. Although they use the same moves, comprehensive boxing is like Duche 9 swords. There are various routines, but how to use it depends more on the individual. Comprehensive boxing is more like instinctive boxing. Punching out, retracting punches, kicking out, and retracting feet are more like their own muscle reactions. The competition is more about strength and speed. At first, the two were evenly matched, but as the battle continued, Sun Wukong began to be suppressed by Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao suppressed his own strength and put himself at the same level as Sun Wukong. But speed and reaction power are not something Jiang Hao can suppress if he wants to, because these are basically instinctive drives of neurological reactions and cannot be suppressed. In terms of physical fitness, Jiang Hao surpasses Sun Wukong by a lot. After all, he has the same Saiyan blood as Son Goku, but he also combines two super genes at the same time. Even if the Fox Demon gene is not focused on fighting as a super gene, it will more or less improve Jiang Hao's physical fitness. In terms of strength, speed, and physical strength, there are various improvements, plus a generation of super soldier genes. Jiang Hao's physical fitness in all aspects completely crushes Sun Wukong, even if he suppresses his energy to the same level as Sun Wukong. But the gap in physical fitness is irreparable. Moreover, Jiang Hao, who has developed a super brain with a degree of 10,000%, is like a computer with precise thinking when fighting. No mistakes can be made. If he made a mistake, it must have been a trap set by Jiang Hao. Realize that there is no advantage in melee combat. Sun Wukong began to change his mind. Keep distance from Jiang Hao. If it were before, it would be difficult for Sun Wukong to simply distance himself from Jiang Hao. But after Jiang Hao taught Sun Wukong to teleport, keeping the distance became a relatively simple matter. After pulling away, Sun Wukong glanced in the direction of the auditorium. The next second, he directly used the dance technique and high-speed flight and flew outside. Jiang Hao followed directly, because he already understood what Wukong meant. The host was stunned. What's going on? Why did Sun Wukong and Jiang Hao fly away directly? It's already shocking that they can fly, but what do you mean by just flying away? Now I should judge who wins. Because Sun Wukong and Jiang Hao left too fast. He didn't even see which of the two of them flew out of the ring first. He had no choice but to go to the person in charge of the TV station, his immediate boss, the director of the TV station. Director, that Sun Wukong and that Jiang Hao have both flown away. Who should we decide to win? Idiot, what's the verdict? Hurry up and follow. I've arranged a helicopter. Let's go. We'll catch up and broadcast live. But stage manager, they're no longer in the ring. The host said, does it matter whether you are in the ring or not? What matters is the ratings. Hurry up, you idiot, hurry up and catch up. Moreover, our rule is that the party who lands on the ground outside the ring loses. But did any of them land? No. The host shook his head. That's right, hurry up and follow. Outside, 2 helicopters have been launched and have been waiting for a long time. As the 2 got on the plane, the helicopter also started. The audience at the scene was stunned. What's going on? I just had a bad viewing experience, but now I just stopped watching it. What's going on in the finals? Audiences across the country were also very dissatisfied. Fortunately, they soon saw the latest footage on TV. In the screen, Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong are fighting in the sky. The speed of the 2 of them was so fast that ordinary people could not see clearly. What can be seen clearly are the air waves that can be seen with the naked eye and the thunder-like explosion that can be heard by the ears. Bang, 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 bang. It's like shooting off a cannon. After there is no one around to worry about, Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong were completely let go. The battle between the 2 took it to the next level. The speed is so fast that ordinary people can't even see the afterimage now. Occasionally, you can see an air bomb attack flying down. Hit the ground. A large crater with a diameter of tens of meters and a depth of several meters was directly blasted on the ground. Shocking. Almost 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong separated. Jiang Hao looked calm and could not tell that he was struggling, and his clothes were basically intact. On the other hand, Sun Wukong is much worse. The clothes on his body were damaged in many places. Bleeding wounds can even be seen in the broken areas. It looked like it had been scratched with a sharp object. Blood was flowing from the wound. There was also a lot of blood on the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered more than just some superficial injuries. At the same time, Sun Wukong's chest was also rising and falling violently. It was obvious that Sun Wukong was out of breath. It's like an ordinary person has just run 1,000 meters. Obviously, in terms of physical strength, Sun Wukong is far behind. If we want to decide the outcome, Jiang Hao can give Sun Wukong a try now. Then you could defeat Sun Wukong. But he didn't do that. Instead, he looked at Sun Wukong calmly. Along with a fairy bean, Sun Wukong took it out and ate it. The next second, all injuries on Sun Wukong's body were recovered, and his physical strength was completely restored, returning to his previous heyday. Of course, combat effectiveness has also increased. It's gone up by almost 200. It has reached a combat strength of nearly 3,500. As a fighting nation, the Saiyans are more seriously injured, the more their combat effectiveness increases after recovery. Although Sun Wukong looked fine just now, he was actually seriously injured. It was all a matter of willpower that he gritted his teeth and kept from falling. After eating fairy beans to recover from his injuries, his combat power increased by more than 200, which was actually not much. In the later period, Sun Wukong was injured once, and after recovery, his combat power increased by hundreds of millions, which is considered small. This is only an increase of 200, which is nothing at all. Wait until Sun Wukong eats the fairy beans. The 2 fought together again. This time, Jiang Hao completely let go. Of course, his anger was still suppressed to the level of 3,002. It's not like Sun Wukong's chi has reached about 3,005, so he lowered his chi to the same level as him, which is about 3,005. With Jiang Hao completely free, fighting seems to have become his instinct. Dodge is more like reaching the top level. No matter what angle Sun Wukong attacked from, no matter how fast he attacks, except for attacks with large-scale energy covering explosions. Normal attacks cannot hit Jiang Hao at all. As for Jiang Hao, every attack he makes will basically fail. Not long after, Sun Wukong was beaten again by Jiang Hao and was injured. But this only inspired Sun Wukong's fighting spirit to refuse to admit defeat. The more you fight, the braver you become. Jiang Hao can feel that Sun Wukong is making rapid progress. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours. The winner has just been decided in a wave. The winner is naturally Jiang Hao. After the battle, Jiang Hao no longer looked as relaxed as at the beginning. At the end of the battle, his chest was heaving slightly. He did not take fairy beans during the whole process. After such a high-intensity battle, even though he was physically strong, he still felt a little tired. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, had fainted with injuries all over his body. Jiang Hao fed him a fairy bean, but he couldn't wake up. Facts have proved that Jiang Hao was right to join the martial arts club, because he thought of many new moves, and at the same time, he became more and more skilled in controlling his own energy. Moreover, Jiang Hao already has ideas on how to optimize Qigong practice in the Holy Universe. You can increase your Qi faster. This also means that Jiang Hao will usher in an explosion in strength next. Moreover, this battle also made his cells completely full. This means that he can take the super holy water again to strengthen himself. Cells cannot be strengthened indefinitely. You have to give them a transition period for strengthening. Just like there is a 1-year cooling-off period after making a wish in Dragon Ball. In terms of combat effectiveness, this upgrade increased Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness by nearly 100, bringing his combat effectiveness to 4,600. But this can only be regarded as a sweet spot. The real big head is yet to come. Western Capital. More than half a month has passed since the end of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. After the Budokai ends, Jiang Hao and Bulma only stayed on Babaya Island for 1 day before leaving. The two also took the opportunity to send Turtle Immortal and Wukong back to Turtle Immortal Island. Originally, Kame Sinin and the others planned to spend some time on Babaya Island. But after losing to Jiang Hao, Wukong couldn't wait to go back and practice more. Clin saw that Sun Wukong had such fighting spirit, and he also followed suit and wanted to return to Turtle Fairy Island to practice immediately. As for Lancy, she has little interest in playing outside. In comparison, she prefers to watch TV at home. Turtle Immortal had no choice but to go back together. After all, no one has anything to play with. He is hundreds of years old and has never been anywhere. He wanted to visit Balboa Island, and he just wanted to see more beauties. Anyway, when he goes back now, there are beauty pageants to watch, so it doesn't matter to him. After sending Sun Wukong and the others back to Turtle Immortal Island, Jiang Hao took Bulma back to Shidu. After returning to Shidu, Jiang Hao first optimized his practice of Holy Qingquan Qigong so that when he practiced, his Qi could grow faster. Then he took another dose of super holy water to strengthen his cells and increase his potential. This also allowed Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness to more than double again. It has reached a terrifying 9,200 combat power, which is only 800 short of 10,000 combat power. If it is a double-digit combat effectiveness and a 3-digit combat effectiveness, it is a dividing line. Then there is another dividing line between 4-digit combat effectiveness and 5-digit combat effectiveness. In the Dragon Ball world, there are many races with 4-digit combat capabilities, but there are not many that can reach 5 figures in combat power, and some may even be rare. It is precisely for this reason that if you want to be a team leader in Frisia's elite team, you must have at least 10,000 combat power. Because the combat power of 10,000 and less than 10,000 is a watershed. Only when the combat power reaches more than 10,000, the explosive power and penetration of energy will be stronger, making your attacks more destructive and giving you the ability to destroy planets. The combat power is less than 10,000. Although the destructive power is equally astonishing, if you want to destroy the planet, you must rely on time to forcibly destroy the planet. But if you do this, you will most likely be affected by the power of the planet explosion. The terrifying energy burst at the moment the planet exploded was no joke. Compared with improving one's strength through cultivation, scientific research is obviously a better way to improve one's strength. But the premise is that you can take this path. But Jiang Hao, as a greedy person, wants both ways. The pace of scientific research is nonstop, and so is cultivation. Grasping with both hands is what suits him best. 10 days have passed since he took the super holy water. In these 10 days, Jiang Hao's combat effectiveness increased by about 50 points on average every day. This has also made his combat power reach a terrifying 9,800 or so. The distance is only 10,000, but only more than 200 combat power. On this day, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a powerful energy wave. The reason why powerful is in quotation marks is because for people on Earth, this energy is indeed powerful. Because Jiang Hao felt the combat power of this energy, which was at least 230. Such fighting power is already terrifying to the people on Earth. After all, even the strongest man on Earth, Saiyan, only has a combat power of 138. The difference is more than 100. With such a big gap, once the two collide, it is basically equivalent to a unilateral crushing. But for the current Wukong, Klin, or him, this kind of fighting power is no different from a B*************** D in front of them. Basically, an air bomb can easily kill him instantly. And this chi is different from other chi. It gives Jiang Hao a cold feeling, as if the owner of this chi is not a good person, but an evil person. Jiang Hao immediately thought of Piccolo. Could it be that Demon King Piccolo was born early? It's not impossible. In the original work, Demon King Piccolo appeared at the end of the 22nd martial arts tournament. The reason is that Pilaf, the king of miscellaneous rice, failed to snatch the Dragon Ball from Sun Wukong again. Then he started looking for another way to rule the world. After hearing the legend about the great Demon King Piccolo, he released Demon King Piccolo and planned to use him to rule the world. As a result, Piccolo ignored him at all. Instead, because he was afraid of being killed by Piccolo, Pilaf surrendered to Piccolo and began to work for him. The Piccolo Demon King chapter can be said to be the climax of the first part Dragon Ball. I remember that when he saw Goku defeat Piccolo, Jiang Hao was very excited and happy in front of the TV, and his mood improved all day long. Before the appearance of Frieza's chapter, the Piccolo Demon King chapter can be said to be the most exciting and climactic part of Dragon Ball. I know that Demon King Piccolo has been released. After thinking about it, Jiang Hao took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of Gixian Wu. The call was quickly connected. It was Lan Qi who answered the phone. "Hello, I'm Jiang Hao. This is Jiang Hao. I'm Lan Qi. What can I do? Are Mr. Wu Tian, Wukong, and the others on Turtle Immortal Island?" "Yes, wait, I'll call them." After a while, Sennin's voice came from the other side. "It's Jiang Hao. I'm Wu Tian, Wukong, and Klin are practicing. What can I do for you?" "There is something I plan to let Wukong and Klin do. I can't leave for the time being." "Oh, what's the matter? I asked you to call. Just now, I sensed an evil aura. This aura is not weak. The other party's identity should be the great Demon King Piccolo." "What? Big Demon King Piccolo?" Wu Tian was shocked. Like the Crane Immortal, the Turtle Immortal also has a lot of psychological shadows over the great Demon King Bic. Because he was the same as a mortal crane back then, and almost died in the hands of great Demon King Piccolo. And his master Wu Taidu died of exhaustion because of sealing the great Demon King Piccolo. He was very aware of the terror of the great Demon King Piccolo. 300 years ago, the great Demon King Piccolo was born, but many people died. Of course, he was just a little shocked. As for fear, not really. Not to mention that he can also seal the demon wave. Now that there are Jiang Hao, Wukong, and Krillin on the Earth, the big Demon King Piccolo is actually not that scary anymore. Because any one of the three of them could completely crush the big devil Piccolo with their energy. Yes, I hope you can teach Goku to seal the demon wave and seal the great Demon King Piccolo again. With Wukong's current strength, he should be able to kill Piccolo directly. Why seal it? If we are gone in the future, it will be a big trouble for Piccolo to come out again. Gixian Ren was a little puzzled. He is not a murderer, but the great Demon King Piccolo and Saiyan will not show any mercy. Jiang Hao smiled slightly when he heard this. Will he run out again in the future? Piccolo came out 10 years later, and there are tens of thousands, millions, even thousands or hundreds of millions of combatants everywhere on the Earth. When it comes out 20 years later, the combat power of over 100 million will not be enough. With the more than 200 combat power of Big Demon King Piccolo, it is really out of the question to be in serious trouble. The big devil Piccolo cannot be killed, because if he dies, the gods will also die, and once the gods die, the Dragon Balls on the Earth will be useless. Jiang Hao explained aloud. The reason why Wukong is not allowed to kill the Big Devil Piccolo directly, but to let him seal the Big Devil Piccolo. It's because once Demon King Piccolo dies, the gods will also die, and the Dragon Balls on Earth will lose their effectiveness. The Dragon Balls on Earth were created by God. If he died, the Dragon Balls would naturally lose their effectiveness. Although the source of the Dragon Ball's power is the Dragon God Suruma, the god is equivalent to the thread that links the power of the Dragon Ball and the Dragon God. This thread is gone, and without the power of Dragon God Salama, the Dragon Ball will naturally be useless. Therefore, the great Demon King Piccolo cannot die. The King Immortal on the other side was very surprised when he heard this, because he didn't know about it. He had been to the Galan Tower and knew about the existence of gods, but he had not been to the temple and seen the gods. Just stayed at Galinta. Why is this happening? Jiang Hao briefly explained the relationship between the gods and the big demon king Piccolo to Kame Sennin. After receiving Jiang Hao's explanation, Turtle Immortal finally understood why he couldn't kill Piccolo directly. But thinking about Goku and Krillin's fighting prowess, Turtle Immortal didn't say anything either. Okay, I know what to do, but where's Piccolo, do you know? You don't need to ask me about this. With Wukong's current strength, he can already sense the existence of Piccolo with his chi perception. Just let him lead the way to find it. I have something to do, and it's not convenient for me to deal with these things, so I can only trouble you. By the way, if Wukong seals the great Demon King Piccolo again, you can tell Wukong and Klin that they can come to Shidu to practice with me. Afterwards, I'll show them a good place to go. Okay, I will tell Wukong and the others about this. Goodbye then. Good. Hang up the phone. Jiang Hao is not continuing to practice. Instead, I started reading information related to universal capsules. The technology of the universal capsule was something he had recently obtained from Dr. Brive. The value of this thing is naturally not much. Dr. Briff became the richest man in the Dragon Ball world by relying on the universal capsule. The other party handed over his technology to him so generously, which shows that he has great trust in him. It has been almost 8 months since I came to the Dragon Ball world. He only has more than 4 months left to stay in Longzhou. Although the universal capsule is very practical, its space is still too small and does not meet Jiang Hao's needs. Therefore, Jiang Hao plans to learn the universal capsule technology and upgrade it so that its storage space can be even larger. In this way, he can also bring back more things from the Dragon Ball world. And capsules are a bit inconvenient after all. If possible, he plans to study space bracelets or something. The bracelet is worn on the hand to prevent it from falling. Moreover, the materials used can be made of good special alloys, so there is no need to worry about being easily damaged. He learned from the system that apart from carrying a few things with him, it was impossible for him to bring too much with him to travel across the world. Taking people through time travel is not possible at the moment. Asked the system's answer was that his current permission level at the World Gate was too low, so he was not allowed to take people through yet. To upgrade his authority, he needs to open at least 6 worlds before he can also. Many of his scientific research equipment in this world are not available in the Super God world, or difficult for him to obtain. There are also some special alloys unique to the Super God world. The hardness is amazing. They're all good things, whether they're used to build armor, aircraft, fighter planes, or weapons. They're all very suitable. Upgrade. Bulma, a good helper, cannot be brought back to the Super God universe for the time being, but he will definitely bring some of the good things in the Dragon Ball world with him. He had to bring the synthetic materials of super holy water and fairy beans. In a blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. Jiang Hao is upgrading the space capsule technology in a laboratory. He already has ideas and even specific action steps. What needs to be done now is to take practical actions. After all, no matter how much experimental data is in the brain, it is just an experiment conceived by the brain. Whether it can really work in the real world depends on the practice of making things. Of course, Jiang Hao is definitely confident in this regard. He believes in his own ideas and steps, and there is no problem at all. because his 10,000% developed brain gives him enough confidence. As the god of knowledge, he will never make even the slightest mistake in this regard. Things are half done. He suddenly heard some more footsteps in the laboratory. Jiang Hao stopped what he was doing and turned on his chi sense. He knew immediately who had entered. Under most circumstances, Jiang Hao's chi perception is turned off. Because the sense of chi is always on, it feels like you are aware of the existence of life around the world all the time. With the combat power reaching almost 10,000, Jiang Hao's chi sense is enough for him to sense the chi of everyone on the earth. This situation is as if Superman's super hearing can hear the sounds of all living things on the earth. Jiang Hao would still feel upset, even if his brain could handle it if he kept his gas sense on. Therefore, in most cases, Jiang Hao will not actively activate chi sensing. Is this the place where Jiang Hao usually works? It's so big. What are these things? I can't understand them at all. Wukong looked at the tall and incomprehensible scientific research equipment in the laboratory and said aloud, Wukong, it should be normal that you can't understand. Krillin complained at the side, but it's really big enough here. Wukong, don't touch the things here, or Jiang Hao will get angry. Seeing that Wukong was going to touch the surrounding equipment, Bulma warned directly. In the 3 months before, when the three of them were looking for Dragon Ball together, they had already cultivated a good relationship, and they were polite to others, but she was not polite to Wukong at all. If it were Wukong, I wouldn't be angry. Jiang Hao's voice came from the front. Then a group of people saw Jiang Hao, who was wearing a white coat and looking like a scientific researcher. Jiang Hao, *3, Goku Krillin. This guy Wukong has been clamoring to see you since he arrived. I can only bring them here to find you. Have you finished your work? Only Wukong and Kling came with Bulma. As for Gui Xian and Lan Chi, they also came, but Jiang Hao felt that their anger was outside. Hearing Bulma's question, Jiang Hao shook his head and said, Not yet. My friends are here. I have to entertain them first. Work is not urgent. Let's go. You just arrived and haven't eaten yet. Let's go have a big meal. Do you want to eat it? Or we can cook it at home. As a super metropolis with a population of 20 million, Shidu has a lot of delicacies. And because of the convenient transportation, you can find ingredients from almost anywhere in the world here. You can eat whatever you want. As soon as they heard it, Sun Wukong and Klin's eyes lit up. No one dislikes food, especially big eaters like them. Jiang Hao, you just have to decide. Wukong said. Jiang Hao didn't say much. Then let's eat it at home. Anyway, we have everything at home, and it's convenient. This time you come, has Demon King Piccolo sealed it? It's already sealed, and it was Wukong who sealed it. That big devil Piccolo is quite powerful. If he appeared a year earlier, the Earth might really suffer, but he was unlucky and bumped into us. It was Ku who spoke. Forest. Jiang Hao nodded. It's best if there are no surprises. Jiang Hao wanted Sun Wukong and others to come over this time because he wanted to teach them a scientific and systematic way of cultivation. This can help them cultivate as quickly as possible. And after the technology upgrade of the space capsule is successful, he planned to go to the temple. Originally, Jiang Hao planned to practice in the spiritual time room of Tianshan Temple next time he came. This can maximize benefits. After all, everyone can only enter the spiritual time room once. After entering and then coming out, the battle will increase tenfold. If he goes in when his combat power is 1 million and comes out a day later, he will have at least a combat power of tens of millions. But considering that after leaving this time, it is not clear when the next time we will come back. And he also urgently needs strength strong enough to facilitate his work in Super God. So Jiang Hao planned to take advantage of the opportunity this time. To contact the gods, Big Devil Piccolo is one of the gifts Jiang Hao brings to the gods. As for the other gift, it is naturally a generation of super genes. Namekians have a lifespan far longer than that of Earthlings, but they also age. And because of special reasons, the Namekians simply cannot use the power of Shenlong themselves. This also prevents them from harnessing the power of the dragon to achieve immortality. The most basic ability of a generation of super genes is to give people a lifespan of 1,000 years. This is undoubtedly the best gift for the already very old god. In this case, I want some blood and body tissue samples of the gods, and I can go into the spiritual time room practice, but that's not too much. As for Wukong and Krillin, they can also let Bobo give guidance and practice at the Temple of Heaven. Put the relationship in order first. In this way, after he leaves, Wukong and the others can go to the Temple of Heaven to seek help from the gods. As for the spiritual time room, Jiang Hao doesn't mind Wukong and the others going in for the time being. After enjoying a big meal in the Bulma family's super villa, everyone went to the prosperous Shidu for a while before returning. Jiang Hao took them directly to the Temple of Heaven in no hurry. Instead, he took out the super holy water and gave some to Wukong and the others. Even Bulma, who doesn't practice, still has a share. Although Bulma does not practice, she has a generation of super soldier genes in her body. The strengthening effect of super holy water is also effective on the genes of a generation of super soldiers. After strengthening is completed, Wukong's combat power suddenly increased to 8,001. Klin's combat power also directly exceeded 1,000. Among them, the one who has improved the most is Turtle Immortal. Combat power increased from 138 to 498, improved by almost 3 times. Later, a group of people brought the jar that sealed the big devil Piccolo. Then he flew towards the Temple of Heaven. Jiang Hao takes Bulma, and Wukong takes Lan Chi. Krillin and Kame Sennin flew by themselves. He was present when Jiang Hao taught Wukong and Krillin about air dance and high-speed flying. Naturally, I learned it long ago. Previously, due to lack of air, the flight speed was not fast enough, which was just over 1 time the speed of sound. Now the combat effectiveness has been increased by almost 3 times. The speed has also increased to more than 3 times the speed of sound. There is no need for Jiang Hao and the others to fly with him. The Temple of Heaven is more than 120 kilometers above the Earth. It's only about 20 kilometers away from Garinta, which is not too far. Before going to the Temple of Heaven, Jiang Hao stopped by to see the Cat Immortal and brought him some gifts. After staying in the Cat Immortal's Gallon Pagoda for almost more than an hour, I continued to the Celestial Temple. When Jiang Hao and the others arrived, Tianxin and Bobo were already waiting for them in the square of Tianxin Temple. Obviously, the gods already knew what Jiang Hao and the others were coming to. When he saw the god, Turtle Immortal was shocked, because the god and Piccolo looked exactly the same. If it weren't for their different clothes, he would have thought that the great demon Piccolo had not been sealed by them. But he quickly realized that this was the god Jiang Hao was talking about. Next to the god, there is a chubby black guy. That guy is Bobo, a servant of the gods. When Sun Wukong and Klin saw the gods, their emotions did not change, because their process of dealing with Big Devil Piccolo was too simple, compared with the pressure brought by the appearance of Big Demon King Piccolo in the original work. Because of Jiang Hao, Demon King Piccolo, who was originally a big boss to Wukong and the others, has become no different from an ordinary fish. Naturally, there is no pressure to talk about. Everyone fell on the square of the Temple of Heaven. Jiang Hao took the lead in walking towards the God of Heaven. "Hi, God. My name is Jiang Hao." "Hi. John has already told me about your affairs." The god nodded, and then said, the John he was talking about was none other than the Cat Fairy. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I came to the Temple of Heaven this time to ask for something. By the way, this is the gift I bring to you, Big Devil Piccolo, your evil clone." Jiang Hao respects the gods because with his arrival, there will be Dragon Balls on the Earth. If there is no Dragon Ball, then the fate of the Earth may not be the same as in the original book. In the original book, the gods also help Wukong and the others a lot. The Namekians are divided into 3 types: fighting Namekians, ordinary Namekians, and dragons. The dragons here do not mean that they can turn into dragons, but that these Namekians have the ability to create Dragon Balls, connect with the dragon god Salama, and give the Dragon Balls the ability to fulfill people's wishes. Moreover, among the Namekians, the Dragon Clan can be called Super Namekians. In the setting of Dragon Ball, Super Namek is the existence that can match Super Saiyan. The ceiling space is huge. Among the Namek clan, dragons are very rare. There are only 3 Namekians and dragons in the 7th universe in the play. One is the Great Elder of Namek, the other is the God of the Earth, Bic, and the other is Dandy, who succeeded Piccolo and became the God of the Earth. The Namekians have no S*X, and the method of reproduction is to spit eggs from their mouths. According to their own will and needs, they will spit out different forms of Namek Dan, just like those Namek people on the Namek planet, except for the god Bic, including Dandy. They are all descendants of the Great Elder. Looking at the jar that Jiang Hao handed him, Tianxian reached out and took it. Even with the power of the seal, he could still feel Piccolo's aura in the jar. God is not a fighting Namek, and in terms of combat effectiveness, he is not an opponent of the evil clone Piccolo. This is why he didn't take action to suppress Piccolo, because he is not the opponent's opponent at all. And with Piccolo's level of evil, once he goes to find Piccolo and is forcibly fused by him, Piccolo will become the new god, and he will not be able to resist Piccolo's evil. Once this happens, the Earth will be finished. Therefore, not only can the gods not go to Piccolo, they also have to avoid him. And now Jiang Hao hands over the sealed Piccolo to him, which can be said to be the best way to deal with it. Thank you. The god thanked him. He was really saying thank you, because Piccolo was very important to him. He and Piccolo are one and the same. It's okay to be the same person. Piccolo can't die, because if he dies, he will die. But don't restrict him. His evil thoughts will drive him to do bad things, which is also not what the gods want to see. Therefore, sealing Piccolo is undoubtedly the best way to deal with it, not one of them. Of course, the gift I brought you is not only this one, but also one more thing. I think you will like it. God nodded, forced a smile, and said, I am very grateful for your gift. If you need my help, you can just say so. Bobo next to him looked at the smiling god, slightly taken aback, because in his memory, there has never been a picture of a god laughing, and this is the first time he has seen a god laughing. Jiang Hao is naturally very satisfied with the god's way, so he didn't hide anything and directly stated his purpose. I want to use the spiritual time room to practice once. Besides, I also want some of your blood and body tissue, which can be hair, a little skin, or something. By the way, I also hope that you can teach my friends how to practice. Jiang Hao pointed to Monkey King and Kellen again. Okay. Tianxian didn't bargain with Jiang Hao. He didn't say that Jiang Hao's request was too much. He just nodded and agreed to Jiang Hao's request. As for how did Jiang Hao know that there is such a place as the Temple of Heaven and the House of Spiritual Time? He didn't care, nor was he curious. Later, Jiang Hao introduced Bulma and Wukong to Tianxian and Bobo. Then he introduced Tianxian and Bobo to them. Afterwards, Jiang Hao went to the spiritual time room to practice under the guidance of the god. As for Bulma and Wukong, they stayed behind, and Bobo guided them to practice. Bulma also drank the super holy water twice. For the first time, her combat power increased from 20, in the case of pure physical fitness, to more than 50. The second time, it went directly from 50 to 102. This combat power, as far as the Earth is concerned, is not bad. Bulma is not the kind of person who is interested in martial arts. But what Jiang Hao thought was that since her fighting power was 120, she still had to learn something. In this way, if something happens in the future, you won't even be able to escape. 102 fighting strength, learn air dance, and high-speed flight. It's still easy to reach twice the speed of sound. Jiang Hao has already taught Bulma about air dance and high-speed flight. And this time, what she learned from Bobo was how to better control Qi. The better the control of Qi, the greater the improvement in actual combat effectiveness. Why did Wukong and the others fight on the Earth in the later stage? But the damage to the Earth was not as great as that in the early stage of Dragon Ball. It is because in the later stage, they have better control over Qi, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they can do whatever they want. In this case, they can control the bursting, penetrating, and destructive nature of Qi. So in the later period, the fighting power was obviously stronger, but the damage caused was smaller, giving people a feeling that the fighting power seemed to be weakened. In fact, it was because Wukong and the others had better control over Qi, so that kind of picture appeared. The control of Qi cannot be learned by teaching. It requires more practice, and Jiang Hao has no time to teach Bulma how to practice bit by bit. After all, his stay in the Dragon Ball world is only 1 year, and the time is limited. For this kind of thing, if someone can replace him, it would be better for him to find someone to replace him. It wasn't that he didn't care about Bulma, and Bobo is obviously a good substitute. Bobo's fighting ability may not be strong, but people who have lived for hundreds of years are definitely full of experience in controlling Qi, and they are also the most suitable people to be teachers. One day later, Jiang Hao walked out of the spiritual time room. For Wukong and the others outside, Jiang Hao has only been in the room for 1 day, but for Jiang Hao, he has been in the spiritual time room for a year. In the spiritual time room, you'll forget time, hunger, and fatigue. If you cannot perceive the existence of time, you will not have the concept of time, and naturally you will not be boring. Forget about hunger, and naturally there's no need to eat. Forget about being tired. You don't need to rest, and you can always be energetic. During the year in the spiritual time room, Jiang Hao not only practiced, but also practiced. Jiang Hao finally understood why in the original work, after Sun Wukong and the others entered, their strength increased at least 10 times when they came out. Because in the spiritual time room, you can do nothing else except practice. And because of the special nature of the spiritual time room, when you practice with 100% immersion. It can maximize its own combat effectiveness. In addition, we practice 24 hours a day, which makes it 365 days in a row. In the spiritual time room, Jiang Hao's combat power increased by about 500 on average every day. After 1 year, he directly increased his combat effectiveness to more than 180,000. Now, his combat power has reached a terrifying 190,000. His current combat effectiveness is almost at the top even in the entire 7th universe. Except for existences such as the God of Destruction, Frieza, Daikaijin, and Majin Muppets, there is no one with higher combat power than Jiang Hao in the entire universe. After all, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, at this point in time, one has not yet broken through the 10,000 combat power level, and the other may have already broken through, but he may not have passed it yet. In short, Jiang Hao's current combat effectiveness is already considered a strong one in the Dragon Ball world. In the world of super gods, with his fighting power, it is difficult to say that he can kill strong men of the level of Kaisha and Liangbing. But being on an equal footing with them, neither side can do anything to the other, so it's still okay. With his current combat power, his instantaneous burst of speed is enough to easily break through the speed of the 2nd universe. It shouldn't be a problem to reach the 3rd cosmic speed. Moreover, flying is only a means of combat. If you really want to rush and make a surprise attack, teleportation is undoubtedly more useful. As Qi increases, Jiang Hao's range of Qi perception becomes wider, and the range of teleportation is naturally wider. With his current combat power of 190,000, it may not be possible outside the solar system, but within the solar system, Jiang Hao is basically just a thought, and he can go wherever he wants. Moreover, the combat power exceeds 10,000, the quality of Qi is improved, and the penetrating and explosive properties of Qi energy will be greatly improved. This also means that Jiang Hao's destructive power will be even more terrifying. If Jiang Hao had to spend at least 3 or 4 seconds to condense a larger Qi energy bomb before blowing up a big mountain, then now he can easily blow up a big mountain with just 1 energy bomb. No need to spend time condensing it all. It's done almost instantly. Taking a moment to gather a large enough energy bomb, he can blow up even a planet. Just like when Frieza blew up planet Vegeta. It can be said that this time in Dragon Ball world, his gains have met his initial expectations. After coming out, Jiang Hao did not go to see Wukong and the others. Instead, he returned to Shidu alone. He planned to pick them up again in half a month. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Space capsule technology Jiang Hao had successfully upgraded 10 days ago and successfully developed more advanced space technology. The previous space capsule technology could only accommodate a 180 square meter villa at most. Anything larger will not fit in Jiang Hao's upgraded space technology. First of all, The biggest change is that the space has become larger. If the maximum capacity of the previous space capsule is compared to 10, then the upgraded space technology can have a maximum capacity of 10,000. It has improved 1,000 times. The large space means that more things can be packed in. And compared to space capsules, the upgraded technology can hold things more intelligently. Jiang Hao added a neural sensing device to the new space capsule technology to connect the brain's thoughts. Let it be based on your own ideas about what to put in it and what not to put in it, making the space capsule more humane. It is also more practical and convenient. And after the technology upgrade, Jiang Hao immediately built himself a space bracelet. The material is a super alloy he synthesized himself. It has super strength and toughness, and can withstand temperatures up to 4,000 degrees and temperatures lower than absolute zero. Because of the fusion of nanomaterials, it also has the ability to repair itself. Even if Jiang Hao accidentally fails to protect this thing, he doesn't have to worry that it will be destroyed in one go. Of course, this possibility is low. As for how much space the bracelet has, there is no problem in loading a 1,000-meter-high mountain. With such a large space, as long as Jiang Hao doesn't plan to move the sea or anything, but just pack some things he needs to use, the space will be enough. In space technology, Jiang Hao can continue to be upgraded. However, upgrading requires him to continue research. If new technologies are added, the upgrade will be faster. For example, the micro-wormhole transportation technology of Super God World. In Super God, Duche used micro-wormhole transportation technology to load things. This thing can be used as portable pocket technology. If Jiang Hao learns micro-wormhole transportation technology, it will not be a problem to upgrade the space capsule technology. And after upgrading the space capsule technology, Jiang Hao began to study Namekian blood and skin tissue obtained from the gods, and to study Namekian genes. Although ordinary Namekians are not good at fighting, they also have superpowers that ordinary humans on Earth do not have. These superpowers include mind reading, telekinesis, super regeneration, super hearing, and creation out of thin air. Of course, creating things out of thin air can only create some ordinary items at most, such as clothes, small daily furniture, etc., which are not very practical. Mind reading, telekinesis, and super regenerative abilities are all good abilities. Jiang Hao studies the genes of the Namekians and can extract these superpowers individually and make Superpower Serum. Just like the Void Engine technology mastered by Karin in the Super God universe, ordinary people have superpowers. Of these three abilities, except for mind reading, which cannot be used in combat, telekinesis and extraordinary regeneration are both very practical superpowers. Namekians have extremely strong vitality. As long as their brains are not damaged or other parts of their bodies are damaged, they can recover quickly. The recovery speed is not worse than Marvel's Wolverine. Jiang Hao doesn't need this ability because he has the nearly immortal physique of the more powerful Mage Nub, but others need it. Telekinesis is a superpower that is very suitable for combat. The most important thing is that if this ability can be continuously improved, its upper limit is almost unlimited. Jiang Hao naturally has ideas for this ability. Because of his previous experience, it only took Jiang Hao 5 minutes to complete the analysis of the Namekian genes. In the god's genes, he has inherited many magical things. After 2 days of research, Jiang Hao figured out why the Namekians had superpowers. At the same time, Jiang Hao also discovered the reason why the dragon clan among the Namekians could connect with the dragon god Salama and borrow his power. But Jiang Hao plans to study this next time he returns to the Dragon Ball world. Because even if his brain is as smart as his, he still doesn't have the slightest thought of research, because he doesn't even have a clear goal of where to take the first step. If you can't even take the first step, how can you talk about research? After all, Jiang Hao has never been exposed to the divine power of this world. He has never felt what true divine power is like. He doesn't understand divine power. But Jiang Hao has no regrets. After all, he has other things to do now. In comparison, it is much simpler to divide the superpowers possessed by the Namekians and make them into tubes of super serum. In the remaining days, Jiang Hao was making these super serums. Super regeneration ability, telekinesis, mind reading, and creation out of thin air. Serums corresponding to these abilities were all produced by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao really likes the superpower of creating things out of thin air. Although he couldn't make anything too powerful out of thin air, being able to make clothes already had value to him. With this ability, you don't have to worry about being naked due to two fierce battles in the future. Moreover, the first exposure to superpowers made out of nothing can also prepare for later research on the anti-void ability of the Galaxy Force. With 4 abilities, Jiang Hao produced a total of 4 serums. He had no intention of using the serum on anyone else. It's not that he's stingy. It's because other people can't be like him and can integrate multiple super genes in their bodies. Because other people's bodies are not like his body, which can always integrate other bloodlines, powers, and so on. Either fuse one, or remove the previously fused one and refuse the new one. So he only made 4 serums. These are for his own use. After the injection, Jiang Hao also gained 4 more superpowers. As Jiang Hao thought, the power of thoughts can be improved. However, Jiang Hao still has no clear direction on how to improve it. He plans to study it slowly when he has time later, because Bulma and the others are back. After half a month of training in the Temple of Heaven, Bulma is back. Goku and the others came back with her. They came back by plane. It's not that it's faster, it's that it's easier. Jiang Hao had prepared Wukong and his companions for coming to Shidu early in the morning, because next, Wukong and Krillin will practice in Shidu. During his remaining months, Jiang Hao plans to train Wukong and Krillin specifically, because I'm not sure when I will come back again after leaving this time. He needs someone to protect the Earth in his absence. Protect the Boomer family. Wukong is undoubtedly the best candidate. I practiced in Tianshan Temple for half a month. Wukong's combat power has not changed much. After all, what they practiced in those half months was more about controlling Qi. The progress is obvious, and the advantage is that the use of Qi is more meticulous, which can greatly extend the time they fight, so that they will not be exhausted after fighting for a while, and their stamina will be exhausted. In a blink of an eye, the last 3 months have passed. There is only half a day left before Jiang Hao returns. After half a day, if Jiang Hao does not return, he will be forced to return by the World Gate and leave the Dragon Ball world. And now, he is saying goodbye to everyone. More than 3 months passed. Sun Wukong's combat power has grown to a terrifying 280,000. It's because during these 3 months, Jiang Hao helped Sun Wukong with special training every day. In the morning, double special training of Gravity Bracelet and Gravity Room. In the afternoon, he played against Jiang Hao. Every day, Sun Wukong is taken out of the gravity chamber by Jiang Hao, because every time you go in, you are awake, and when you come out, you are unconscious. Beaten by Jiang Hao. So much so that Klin once wondered if Wukong had offended Jiang Hao in some way, so that Jiang Hao beat Wukong to death every day. He even suspected that Wukong had been beaten to death by Jiang Hao several times. Of course, that person is Goku. A powerful Saiyan physique coupled with a strong willpower as strong as steel. This allowed Wukong to withstand Jiang Hao's special training and even enjoy it every day. Anyone else would have retreated long ago or died at the hands of Jiang Hao. After a Saiyan is injured, as long as the injury heals, his combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. It is precisely because of this that Wukong managed to increase his combat power to 280,000 in 3 months. Of course, the credit for taking the super holy water for the 3rd time is also indispensable. Among everyone, Wukong was the first to learn that Jiang Hao was leaving. Although he would come back after leaving this time, he might be away for a long time. And this world is very dangerous. Jiang Hao told Wukong about Frieza very early on, and also told him that planet Vegeta was destroyed and the Saiyans were wiped out by Frieza, especially knowing that Frieza might come to Earth later, and Jiang Hao may not be around during this time, so he will immediately feel pressure. So I try my best to squeeze myself out. Otherwise, with Wukong's character, even if he was not a salty fish, he would never practice so desperately. Jiang Hao only told Wukong these things, not anyone else. The Earth and Bulma and his family are leaving it to you. Wukong, remember to protect the Earth before I come back. Also, when I come back next time, I hope your fighting strength has already surpassed mine. Don't always beat me up. If you beat up a lot, it will be annoying. Originally, the atmosphere in front was quite sad. After all, Jiang Hao was leaving. But when he said the next words, Wukong immediately laughed. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to the Earth. But you have to come back early. He's been beaten by you every day for the past 3 months. To be honest, I'm actually quite angry when you come back. Don't compare, I'm weak. Otherwise, I will definitely beat you up. Jiang Hao smiled when he heard this. Bulma, Krillin, and Kame Sennin could not understand what Jiang Hao and Wukong said before. Don't understand what they are talking about. Of course, this was also the reason why they didn't think much about it at this time. After talking to Wukong, Jiang Hao looked at Bulma. Wait me back. Yeah. Bulma nodded vigorously, trying not to cry. She has long been accustomed to the sense of security and happiness that Jiang Hao gives her by her side. She was the most reluctant person to leave Jiang Hao. If it weren't for Jiang Hao, he really couldn't take her away with him. She must go with Jiang Hao, even though Jiang Hao didn't say where he was going. Gone. Everyone, see you later. He turned his back, waved his hands, and said goodbye to everyone for the last time. The chi in Jiang Hao's body exploded completely, and in the next second, his whole body soared into the sky. In less than 2 breaths, Jiang Hao already wanted to disappear from everyone's sight. Before leaving the Earth, Jiang Hao summoned the door to the world and then plunged in. Super God World, I'm back. Name, Jiang Hao. Age, 24. Race, human/Saiyan. Talent, the gift of the world, knowledge God. Effect, brain development 10,000%. Saiyan, ancestry. Immortality, pseudo. Combat strength, 540,000. Skills, holy Qinkuan Qigong practice, Qi bombs, Qi fingers, fast movement, high-speed flight, gravitational waves, turtle wave, Qigong, excellent, Qi perception, teleportation, comprehensive boxing, super regeneration, telekinesis, mind reading, create something out of thin air. In just 1 year, Jiang Hao's gained a lot. Entering the first world, he not only completed his set goals, but even exceeded them. The combat power of 540,000 is 10,000 higher than Frisia, the first form of the Universe Emperor. Isn't it just that he has overfulfilled his set tasks? Snapped. A black mobile phone fell into Jiang Hao's hands. It was the mobile phone he left here before traveling through time. He didn't take his cell phone with him before, but left it here. No one would be coming here anyway, and his car was parked not far away. Retrieving objects from the air is not difficult for Jiang Hao, who has meticulous control of Qi. This is just a small use of Qi. It's easy to do. Before leaving, he had turned off his phone. Press and hold the power button to turn on the phone. After half a minute, the phone restarted. First check the time. He left at 4:02 p.m. on July 4th, 2012. And now, it is 4:03 p.m. on July 5th, 2012. Count the time you just started up. Almost exactly 24 hours have passed. Obviously, he went to the Dragon Ball universe for a year, but only 1 day passed in the Super God universe. Looking at the gate of the world, compared to before, some changes have also taken place. Gate to the world. A universe has been opened, unnamed. Do you want to name it? The first universe has entered the cooling time, and the next entry time will be 1 year later. The gate of the world has entered the cooling time. The next time you open a new world, 180 days later, the cooling down countdown starts now. Seeing that information, Jiang Hao learned that if he wanted to enter the Dragon Ball universe, he would have to wait until a year later. The opening of the new universe will have to wait until half a year later. It's quite a long time, to be honest. He then named the first universe the Dragon Ball universe. Jiang Hao opened the door and got in the car and started the car. Jiang Hao did not go back to Duche City directly. Instead, after driving for a while, he turned around and started driving towards Tiana City. He planned to go home to see his parents. Whether it was before or after time travel, He had not seen his parents for more than half a year. Missed them very much. Although half a month ago, after he got rich, he gave his parents 100,000 yuan to go home. I didn't hit him more because I was afraid that they would worry. But Jiang Hao knew that given his parents' personalities, they would definitely not spend the 100,000 yuan. They would certainly not listen to me telling them not to work in the fields. Therefore, it is still necessary to go back in person. Let them see the car he is driving now, and then they will really believe that he is capable. By then, even if I still work in the fields, I probably won't be as busy from morning to night as I am now. Before traveling through time, he heard his mother chatting with him, saying that his father always complained about back pain. He in this parallel world also has the same picture in his memory. So it's time for me to go back and see them. He is now fully capable of solving some of his parents' minor problems. Although he is not a doctor, he is much better than a doctor now. Before, he actually had some sense of urgency because of the crisis that the Earth was about to face. But after returning from the Dragon Ball world, with a combat power of 540,000, he still has enough confidence to face strong men of Liang Bing and Kesha's level. The sense of urgency is naturally gone. As for Liang Bing and Kesha threatening him with his family or something, Kesha wouldn't do this, but maybe Liang Bing would. But she also has to consider the consequences of doing so. Moreover, Jiang Hao would not give her this opportunity, because after the space capsule technology is upgraded, he plans to start researching space technology that can contain living people. The road in this area is completely blank. If you want to study it, you can only rely on Jiang Hao to walk the road. But with his previous experience, Jiang Hao is fully confident that he will succeed on this path. After all, he is the god of knowledge. Not long after the car drove onto the highway, Jiang Hao's phone suddenly rang. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. Picking up the phone and looking at the caller ID, Jiang Hao was a little surprised, because the person who called was none other than Chilean. After sending Chilean back, Chilean, and Tian all left their phone numbers. This makes it easier to get in touch. Jiang Hao pulled over and stopped the car. Then the phone was connected. Classmate Chilean, why did you call me suddenly? Jiang Hao said with a smile on his face and a relaxed tone. Chilean on the other end of the phone blushed slightly when she heard this, and glanced at Tian, who was making a cheering gesture to her. Then he said, Jiang Hao, what have you been busy with recently? Sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Why, now that you're the big boss, you look down on your old classmates, right? It's not that Chilean can't speak, either. Not the kind of person who gets shy easily. Her shyness is personal. As for why she took the initiative to call Jiang Hao, it's not like this guy just disappeared after flirting with her that day. Sent him messages for several days, but he didn't reply. No, Chilean has been struggling these days whether Jiang Hao is boring to her or interested in her if he doesn't reply to her messages. Finally, with the encouragement of her best friend Tian, she dialed Jiang Hao's phone number and planned to ask for details. As for why Tian is so positive, naturally, Jiang Hao's funds are already in place. The director over there has sent the script over and asked her to memorize it. The crew is currently being assembled and is expected to be completed in half a month. By then, she can go directly to the crew. Because she is the designated heroine, there is no need to go through the interview process. She just needs to go directly after the crew is assembled. Jiang Hao is not a person who breaks his promises. He will do what he promises. Of course, those funds were definitely not transferred through his own account. Instead, the call was made through a large company. Few people know that the company is secretly a money laundering company. Jiang Hao knows this, and he also knows it through hacking technology. As a super hacker, he is also a god on the internet. And those people don't care where your money comes from. As long as you transfer actual money to their account and make enough profits, they will help you launder the money. As for Tian's investment, Jiang Hao invested through that company. This is why Tian is so active in bringing Chilean and Jiang Hao together. Jiang Hao is super handsome, has a good temper, is very rich, and really likes Chilean. In this case, she would definitely give Chilean a push. After all, she is Chilean's best friend. If Chilean and Jiang get along well, will she still be short of resources in the future? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Hao's crush was Chilean and he wasn't interested in her at all, She would have just waved to Jiang Hao, and she would have followed her. After all, Jiang Hao's appearance capital, even if he has no money, is mostly paid by women. What's more, the person has money, talent, and a good temper. After all, we have been high school classmates for 3 years, so we basically know the ins and outs. She and Chilean both know what Jiang Hao's parents do and what their family background is. Jiang Hao in high school was no ordinary person. This guy was one of the girls in their school in high school. And he's still the most handsome one. How could they not know Jiang Hao's family background? Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He remembered that he had been busy researching a generation of super genes, and after he became successful, many old classmates in the group came to him secretly to build relationships. I was really annoyed and ignored OO later. Naturally, I didn't see Chilean OO sending him a message. I really don't know. I've been so busy recently that I don't have time to watch OO. I really didn't know you sent me a message for OO. I admit my mistake. Jiang Hao said. Chilean on the other side heard this and didn't know what to say for a moment. Because she didn't call just to hear Jiang Hao admit his mistake. Where are you now? Are you busy now? Are you free? Me? I just have free time today. I plan to go back to Thesis City. What? Do you want to go to Thesis City with me? But you police officers must be very busy at work. Going back to Thesis City? I happen to have 2 days off. If you don't mind, I can go with you. Chilean on the other end of the phone said directly. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. If you say this, will it give Jiang Hao the feeling that she is very casual? But she herself didn't know why she just said this in a flash of excitement. She does have a holiday, but she only has 1 day tomorrow. As for the day after tomorrow, if she wants to rest the day after tomorrow, she will have to ask for leave. Jiang Hao on the other end of the phone was also stunned. But in the original novel, Chilean is a girl who dares to love and hate. Thinking of this, he replied, Okay, where are you now? I'll pick you up. But I'm going back to Tianhe this time to meet my parents. You won't mind, right? No, I don't mind. It would be nice to meet my uncle and aunt. Chilean is stupid now. Jiang Hao went home to see his parents, so what's the point of following him alone? But all the words have been said just now. It seems a little bad to regret it now. Moreover, if Jiang Hao didn't take the initiative to contact her, she actually had a little temper. After all, Jiang Hao looked like he was confessing his love to her that day. When she was a student, she rejected Jiang Hao because of her strict parents. But it would be false to say that he has no favorable impression of Jiang Hao. Coming from her school days, like most girls, she was interested in looks. Only after entering society did things gradually change. But not much has changed for her. At least she had a good impression of Jiang Hao from beginning to end. A girl will be attracted to a man who is handsome, has a good temper, and has no bad habits. What's more, Jiang Hao is more handsome and more elegant than when he was a student. People are also taller. For Chilean, Jiang Hao became rich, but she was not attractive to her. Her feelings for Jiang Hao are actually the same hazy feelings she had in high school. For many people, the years of elementary school, junior high school, and college are not as impressive as their high school years. Because high school can be said to be the most rebellious and mature stage in life. And it is also the stage where people change their destiny. Only after leaving the society, those who did not study hard before will regret it. While I was in high school, why didn't I study hard and get into a good university? Okay, then I'll pick you up now. Where are you? I got off work early this afternoon at 3 o'clock. I'm at home now. You could just come to my house to pick me up. Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. After saying that, Jiang Hao hung up the phone. Chilean on the other end heard the busy signal on the other end of the phone and then slowly put down the phone. How about it? Jiang Hao is on his way to pick me up now. Why did I suddenly say that I would go to Thesis City with him and meet his parents? Chilean was a little mad, but of course, she was more shy. Especially when she thought about meeting Jiang Hao's parents. How should she introduce a relationship with Jiang Hao? Awesome. I can only say that you are so awesome. Chi-Chi, if you and Jiang make a good relationship, stay rich and honor each other, and never forget each other, my future good life will depend on you. F*****KU. Being interrupted by Tian Wan, she immediately became less nervous. As a police officer herself, Chilean is quite good at psychological quality. I quickly adjusted my mood. Okay, Jiang Hao will be here soon. Why don't you quickly change into beautiful clothes and go with him to Tianhe City to meet his parents? What do you think I should wear? Chilean asked. It's my first time to meet my parents. It's not good to dress too sexy. Just wear something pure and dignified. The dress is nice. I remember you had a light blue dress. That one is nice. The weather is quite hot now. It's ventilated and it won't be too hot. Put a white coat on top to protect yourself from the sun. As for shoes, wear blue sandals. Your feet are so beautiful. It would be a pity not to show them. Tianwan began to act as Chilean's advisor. After changing her clothes, Chilean, who was beautiful herself, put on some light makeup and heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, Jiang Hao, dressed in white casual clothes, was standing outside. For some reason, Tianwan and Chilean felt that Jiang Hao seemed taller, stronger, and more handsome than he was half a month ago. The two felt right. Jiang Hao after merging Saiyan genes. Jiang Hao has grown taller and stronger. There are still some changes from before. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up when he looked at Chilean, who was wearing a light blue dress. Compared to how she looks in police uniform, her outfit looks very pure and beautiful. It's the kind that's pleasing to the eye. Because she has a good foundation, she looks very beautiful with just a light makeup on her face. Jiang Hao, you came so quickly. My Chilean, I leave it to you. You can't bully her. Don't worry. Who would be willing to bully a beautiful girl like Chilean? Right, classmate Chilean? Young master, you are indeed worthy of being a boss. You just know how to say nice things. Jiang Hao smiled when he heard this. Compared to her shyness on the phone, Chilean seemed much bolder in reality. Tianwan, won't you go with us? My hometown, Tianhe City, is quite fun. Although it is an average county town and there are no good entertainment facilities, the scenery is nice. Do you want to go and play together? I'll forget it. I have something else to do. I just received an announcement for the heroine, who will join the cast in half a month. I am currently writing the character's biography, honing my acting skills, and preparing to join the cast. Okay, then come on. If you need help, just call. I'm a classmate after all. If I can help, I will. Well, Chilean, let's go. Okay, but let's go to the mall and your house first. We can't go empty-handed. Jiang Hao didn't refuse after hearing this. Then the two got in the car and set off. Tianwan watched Jiang Hao's car drive away. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. How she wished it was her sitting in the car now. It's a pity that Jiang Hao has no idea about her. But he and Chilean are childhood friends and best friends. It would be better for Chilean to have a successful relationship with Jiang than to take advantage of another woman she doesn't know. Thinking of this, Tianwan's mood immediately improved a lot. Tianhe City and Duche City are neighbors. But even if he was a neighbor, by the time Jiang Hao bought some things as gifts with Chilean first and then arrived in Tianhe City, it was already around 7 o'clock in the afternoon. The two cities are very close, but the distance is almost 300 kilometers, and Jiang Hao drove for nearly 2 hours even on the highway. Then it went down from the city to the county seat. Then go back to your hometown village. It was already around 7:30 p.m. However, because it is July and summer, it gets dark slowly. Even though it was 7:30, it was still not dark. The car was driving on the road in the village. The timeline of Jiang Hao coming from another world is 21 years, so he is 9 years older than himself in this world. Although the name of the city has changed, but the village is still the same village in his memory. Of course, it's the same old way, which is the yellow mud road. Jiang Hao remembers that the roads in the village will not be completed until 2015, and there will be street lights in 2016. It's still early. The current village is still yellow mud, and there are no street lights. When going out at night, most people in the village will carry a flashlight. As for mobile phones, that little light is enough to illuminate anything. And it's only been 12 years now. Smartphones have become popular in big cities, but in rural areas, not many people have old Nokia phones, let alone smartphones. The yellow mud ground was mixed with stones, and the road condition was not good. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's skills were good, and his driving was relatively stable, and he did not go to any pitfalls. It's really unavoidable, so the car will sway. Chilean sat in the passenger seat and looked at the scenery outside the car window. The village where Jiang Hao's family is located is called Pingy Village. Jiang Hao has never found out how it got its name, but the scenery is really nice. There's a river not far away. The water is crystal clear and fruit trees are planted in many places. Various vegetables are grown in the fields. This season is the season for cucumbers, cowpeas, eggplants, tomatoes, and peppers. So these vegetables are basically grown in the fields. In addition, Chilean also saw a melon field in which someone was picking watermelons. The car continued to drive. Suddenly, Chilean felt the car stop. Arrive? Chilean asked uncertainly, mainly because they are still on the road and there is no house nearby. No, my parents are not at home. No, those are the ones in the fields over there. Jiang Hao pointed to a field outside his car window. I saw two figures bending down from time to time in the field. Those are Jiang Hao's parents, his father Jiang Chun Hao and his mother Wang Mei. They are picking eggplants in the fields now. Now is the season when eggplants are ripe. They have planted a lot of eggplants. If they don't pick them quickly and transport them to the county for sale, the eggplants will get old. Then it will be even harder to sell. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao had already expected it. He knew that even if he transferred 100,000 yuan to them, they will still work hard in the fields every day. He does not deny that hard work is good, but as a child, he really hopes that his parents can live a better life. After all, they have worked hard enough raising themselves. When he was an ordinary person, he would have felt uncomfortable standing under the scorching sun for half an hour. But my parents basically work all day long. The kind of hard work is definitely not something that urban children who grew up in the city and have never done farm work understand. Only when you actually get to the ground will you understand why every grain of grain is hard work. After speaking, Jiang Hao opened the car door. Seeing this, Chilean also opened the car door and got out of the car. After all, Jiang Hao got out of the car, so she couldn't continue to sit in the car. Jiang Hao didn't go to the ground. After all, he was not alone. There was Chilean beside him. Chilean was wearing sandals, and they were short and high-heeled sandals. Obviously, there is no way to go to the ground. "Dad, Mom!" Jiang Hao shouted loudly. His voice was so loud that Father Jiang and Mother Jiang, who were working in the fields, heard him immediately. "Lao Jiang, why do I seem to hear my son's voice? It doesn't sound like that, but it's your son's voice." Jiang's father straightened up and said, because he had already seen Jiang Hao and Chilean standing on the roadside above. "Look over there. Is your precious son back?" There is a woman standing next to him. Really? Upon hearing that Jiang Hao had brought a girl, Jiang's mother immediately smiled on her face. What she is most worried about now is her son's starting a family. Although her son inherited her good genes and is handsome, but her family's family conditions were too poor. They're just an ordinary family. After their son finishes college, their family fortune is basically wiped out. To put it bluntly, given their family situation, they can't even afford to get sick. In today's social climate, if you want to find a girlfriend to get married, you can't do it even if you don't have a car or a house. It's completely different from their time. Moreover, it has been more than a year since Jiang Hao graduated, and I have never heard of him having a girlfriend. Every time I come back to celebrate the new year, I always come back alone. This is the only child in the family. Jiang's mother naturally hopes that Jiang Hao will get married soon. How could I not be happy to see him bring a girl home this time? No more work. He got up and walked up. "Father," Jiang hesitated for a moment and then followed. He had no intention of following him, because the work is not finished yet. It is now 7:30, and it will get really dark around 8 o'clock. He still had half an hour to work. If you don't take advantage of this little time to get things done, you won't be able to do it when it gets dark. There are many snakes in summer, so they usually never work at night. On the road, I saw Jiang Hao's parents coming. Chilean immediately ran back to the car to get water for the two of them. When they passed through the county town just now, Jiang Hao and the others bought water. Jiang Hao anticipated that his parents would be working in the fields, so he also bought water for them. "Son, why are you back suddenly? And who is this person next to you?" Wang Mei asked aloud as soon as she came up. After asking, his eyes fell on Chilean. Chilean looked a little shy and felt as if she was meeting her future mother-in-law. "This is Chilean, my high school classmate who is now a police officer. She came with me to have fun this time, and I want to see you too. Hello, uncles and aunts. I'm Chilean, and I'm high school classmates with Jiang Hao. So what? This is the water we bought on the way here. You're thirsty from working in the fields. Drink some water. Oh, okay, thank you. Wang Mei took it with a smile on her face. I was too far away just now to see clearly. As he got closer, he realized that his son had brought back such a beautiful girl this time. He was even more happy when he heard that he and his son were classmates in high school. It was a classmate who said there was something interesting. My profession is still the police, which is a good profession. Father Jiang also smiled and took the water. Say thank you to Chilean. Jiang Hao, why are you back suddenly? Isn't your company busy? By the way, who owns that car? Father Jiang drank his saliva first, then asked his son. He saw that Chilean was a little shy, so he wasn't talking to Chilean and planned to let her calm down first. He and Jiang's mother are from here. Looking at Chilean's appearance, it's hard to tell that this girl likes her son Jiang Hao. This made both of them a little happy. After all, Jiang Hao has never found a girlfriend, but he is so worried about them. Fortunately, he finally found it now, and the other party was willing to come with him to their small village. Being polite enough to them shows that this girl is a nice person and a good candidate for a daughter-in-law. I resigned from the company a long time ago. Now I have opened my own company and am working alone. As for the car, of course it's my own. I paid for it in full. Your son is very rich now. The reason why I didn't transfer too much money to you before was because I was afraid that you would think too much and worry about me. I also know that even if I transfer money to you, you will definitely still work so hard in the fields every day. So I will come back in person and explain the situation clearly to you. Chilean happened to have a vacation, so she came back with me. So who are you now? Jiang's father was very surprised. He didn't ask what company Jiang Hao had started, but asked about the relationship between Jiang Hao and Chilean. As you can see, she is my girlfriend now. Although Jiang Hao and Chilean have not yet established a relationship. But on the way here, the two of them had a great time chatting. Through some of Chilean's words and body language, he can already confirm that Chilean also likes him, and it only takes one of them to break the window paper, and they can become boyfriend and girlfriend. Now, that Father Jiang is asked, he might as well say it directly. Whether it was before time travel or in this parallel world now, Jiang Hao has been urged to get married by his parents not once or twice. Just find a girlfriend to stop their mouths and put all the pressure on Chilean. And Chilean heard the words of the speech. She glanced at Jiang Hao very unexpectedly, but she didn't deny it aloud. Instead, he said, Uncle and Aunt, I am indeed Jiang Hao's girlfriend now, and we have only been together for a short time. Of course, it hasn't been long. After all, the relationship has just been established. For a moment, Chilean was shy and happy at the same time. She wanted to break that layer of window paper more than once, but she dared not. It's not that I don't have the courage, but I'm worried about being rejected by Jiang Hao. If Jiang Hao doesn't mean it, and she speaks up, both parties will be embarrassed. Maybe we won't have to be friends by then. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao was the first to pierce the window paper. At this moment, she is shy, but more happy. Jiang's father and Jiang's mother didn't know this. However, Chilean glanced at Jiang Hao affectionately. The two old men were very happy. Immediately went home in a hurry. As for those dishes, the two of them didn't bother to take care of them. Sons, girlfriends, and future daughters-in-law come to the house for the first time, and they must show a sufficiently grand attitude. At least it can't make people feel uncomfortable. Come here, have you eaten? Not yet. Son, since this car belongs to you, then you and your dad go to the county town to buy some seafood and meat. Chilean comes to our house for the first time, so you can't neglect it. No, I can't think of your son. On the way here, we have already bought it in the county. I bought beef, pig's feet, lobster, crab, fish, duck, and chicken, and I couldn't fit them in the trunk. Come back today, and I'll cook myself later, so you can see my skills. When the time comes, let uncle, grandparents, Jiang Kuan, and the others come over for dinner. Jiang Hao has 5 father and brothers in total. Jiang Hao's father is the second child, and the elder brother above him is Uncle Jiang Hao. 2 brothers and 1 sister. The 2 younger brothers and younger sister both work outside the home. The elders also just came back to repair the house recently, and they're still at home, so they didn't go up. The house is being built because Jiang Hao's cousin Jiang Kuan is getting married during the Huxia New Year this year. I have to come back and decorate the old house. Otherwise, how will I get married during the new year? Jiang Hao's cousin Jiang Kuan is also back. After all, it was his wedding room, and he wanted to come back to take a look and take a rest. His girlfriend also came back with him. Jiang Hao also mentioned this when Jiang's mother called him before. Okay, since you have bought everything, I will go to the field to pick fresh vegetables to use for cooking later. Dad, you can carry the vegetables back from the field. Okay, then Chilean and I will go back first, and you guys will come from behind. Jiang Hao didn't go to help. Jiang's father has been doing physical work in the fields all year round and is still very strong, so he doesn't need help. Chilean came to his house for the first time, and the sandals she wore were not convenient for walking on the ground. She was also embarrassed to have her wait here alone. So Jiang Hao did not follow. Instead, he and Chilean got in the car and drove home. In the evening, Jiang Hao cooked almost 20 dishes. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, lobster, seafood, etc. are all available in abundance. Jiang Hao's cooking skills are very good, even top-notch. Even Bulma's naughty mouth is still greedy for Jiang Hao's food. Even when Jiang Hao is busy, Bulma will find opportunities to pester Jiang Hao, acting coquettishly and asking Jiang Hao to cook delicious food for her. Even Bulma couldn't resist the temptation, which shows how good Jiang Hao's cooking skills are. After the whole family ate, everyone was amazed. Even Chilean didn't expect Jiang Hao's cooking to be so delicious. Of course, the family was more surprised by Jiang Hao's changes than by Jiang Hao's cooking skills. Compared with his impression, Jiang Hao is taller and more handsome than before. Jiang Hao is obviously in his 20s, but he is still growing. But no one paid much attention to it. There were some people in their 20s who were still growing. Soon the topic turned to Chilean and some household chores. A reunion dinner was very harmonious. At the same time, while Jiang Hao's family was having a reunion dinner on the other side of the world, a Sand Kingdom, a woman wearing a black tights was walking down the street. The woman's face is covered with heavy makeup, but you can still tell that she is beautiful. Of course, the most amazing thing is her figure with exaggerated curves. If there is an angel in the world, she must look like this. What a lousy place. Why is there animal excrement everywhere? Couldn't you choose a better place to land? Also, the way those guys looked at me was so G disgusting. It's comparable to that piece of shit Hawaii. Those guys' eyes are so disgusting. Are you just going to let your queen be desecrated like this? Through the powerful computing engine of demon wings, Liang Bing can easily contact the demon on Saturn from Earth. Just now, she came directly to the Earth through space wormhole technology. As for the purpose, of course it is to transform the devil. In the last war with angels, her demons suffered heavy losses, and now only a few small shrimps and fish are left. There are no high-level demons left. For Liang Bing, this can be said to be a huge reduction in strength. If she faced an angel in this situation, she would definitely be beaten by a group. So, she continued to transform more demon soldiers for her drive. There are also high-level demons. However, not everyone can bear the advanced demon gene. She needs to find a suitable host so that her loyal men can be reborn. Regarding the situation on Earth, before she came, she had already used the powerful computing engine of her demon wings to invade the Earth and learned a lot of information. She originally thought it was an ordinary planet with life and civilization, but she didn't expect that there were people she knew on Earth. This acquaintance is Duche. Of course, Duche is his name on Earth, and Liang Bing is more familiar with his name Cao. Liang Bing was not afraid of Duche. What he was afraid of was that the angel would find him on Earth, and that Kesa would come directly to him. She had just been defeated in a war, and her vitality was severely damaged. She had no one under her command and no resources. It could be said that she was completely destitute. She needed time to recover her vitality. Therefore, even though Duche could not bring her any threat, she still chose not to go to Dacia, the most populous country on Earth, but to the second most populous country on Earth, Asen Kingdom. Now she, like Jiang Hao before, needs to keep a low profile. Queen, We will deal with those who dare to disrespect you. These words just rang in Liang Bing's ears. She saw black hands stretching out from the void, dragging those who were looking at her with disgusting eyes into the void. Only then was Liang Bing satisfied. Then she started walking toward the crowded place. Hey, look here. Liang Bing shouted loudly. At this moment, her voice sounded no different from that of an ant. Many Asans looked over, but most of their faces were full of doubts. Queen, you are now using the universal language of the universe. On Earth, the only country that uses this language is Duche. The Aeson Kingdom where you're now does not use the universal language. There is a demon talking on the dark matter communication channel. If you didn't tell me earlier, send me their language system. Yes, Queen. Liang Bing's personal engine soon received a piece of information. After reading this message, she also learned the Aeson language. Then, her face darkened. What's the situation with the civilization on this earth? Why does this kind of bird language still exist? It's just like the chirping of monkeys. Forget it. I'll stop talking and just use the translator. Liang Bing said helplessly, touching his forehead. Listen, Demon Queen, Morgana, as long as you follow me, you can become a noble demon. There is no lower limit. In addition to obeying me, you could do whatever you want. Money, beauty, status, you can all get it. Believe me, it will be much more useful than believing in your so-called God. Morgana's voice sounded. She spoke Wuxia, but under a universal translator. Her words fell into the ears of Asan, and they became Asanyu. Looking at the indifferent group of Asans, Liang Bing felt a headache. She began to doubt whether it was right or wrong for her to come here to find the body of her soldier. These guys seem to have some brain problems. Once high-level demons are reborn in a host's body, their own consciousness is still in control. The host they are reborn in cannot affect their thoughts. But low-level demons are different. The low-level demons used as cannon fodder will be affected by the ideology of the reborn host. So if the choice of the host is too stupid, Liang Bing has something unacceptable. Although they are all cannon fodder, Liang Bing still cares a little bit about his subordinates. Money. I want money, beauty, give me money, and I'll do it with you. Me too. Give me the money, and I'll do it with you. But after all, there are some people in the crowd who look normal. At least his brain is normal. Liang Bing frowned. Oh, if you want money, it's easy to handle. If you want money, go grab it yourself. As he said that, Liang Bing waved at the two of them. The genes of two low-level demons were thrown out by her. The two Asans didn't respond at all, and the genes of the low-level demons entered their bodies. After a moment, the two of them each let out a roar. Then it directly turned into a demon with a height of more than 2 meters, a ferocious face, and 2 wings on its back. This scene frightened the rest of Asan around. That's right. That's it. How does the power feel? Doesn't it feel good? There's a sense of having everything under control. Go, do what you want to do. Money, status, beautiful women, S*X, you can do whatever you want. Liang Bing shouted to the 2 demons. As Liang Bing's words fell, the 2 demons realized that they were no longer ordinary people. Although Aeson's thoughts as ordinary people are still affecting them. But at the moment, they already know what they have to do. Wings vibrated behind him. The next second, the 2 demons rushed directly into the crowd and began to massacre and rob indiscriminately. If there were beautiful women, they would also do the 18 band that only appears in Japanese anime. For a time, the whole street was full of chaos. Everyone was running away with frightened faces. Some of the smarter ones ran directly to Liang Bing, begging her to give him strength. Cool ice is very satisfying. She began to spread more demonic genes. United Nations Security Council. An emergency meeting is being held at the moment. Half an hour ago, they received news from Aeson Kingdom. On Earth, demons appear, and they carried out massacres in Aeson Kingdom. Whether there is a massacre or not, the United Nations is not concerned about this. What they focused on was the emergence of demons. Why do demons suddenly appear on Earth? Where do these demons come from? What is their purpose? This is what they're concerned about. On the PTT projection in the conference room, the look of the devil has been projected. It's similar to the image in film and television novels. It has a ferocious face, 2 wings on its back, and its shape is mainly human. The muscles on its body are solid, and it looks scary. In the video, a demon can be seen tearing apart a car with just 1 claw. A demon hit a bus while flying. It was fine on its own, but the bus was knocked over. These pictures all show that these demons possess powerful physical power. What follows is a scene of the police from Aeson Kingdom facing the devil. Bullets from pistols and rifles hit them without even breaking through their defenses. When the troops appeared from behind, rockets hit them and knocked them away, but they were unable to cause any actual damage. After watching these videos, representatives from various countries participating in the meeting looked solemn. Then they each conveyed this message to their respective countries. Of course, in order to avoid global panic, this news is temporarily under lockdown and ordinary people are not qualified to read it. And those videos that have been uploaded on the internet have already been dealt with by relevant people. They are either banned or deleted, and ordinary people cannot see them at all. In Duche, after Jiang Hao and Chilean stayed in their hometown of Pingyi village for 2 days and 2 nights, they said goodbye to their parents and began to return to Duche City. It's impossible not to go back. Chilean only has 2 days of vacation in total. Today is the last day, and she has to go to work tomorrow. So it's time to go back. When Jiang Hao came back this time, he also specially visited his parents and dealt with their problems. After achieving his goals, he doesn't plan to stay in his hometown any longer. For Jiang Hao now, solving his parents' physical problems is particularly simple. No need to use super genes. Use qi to groom their bodies, purify their blood quality, and remove toxins from their bodies. None of this is difficult for Jiang Hao. After finishing these, the body of Jiang Hao's parents is no different from that of a 17 or 18-year-old boy. This is basically the period when a person is healthiest and in the best physical condition. Now that his parents are in good health, Jiang Hao will naturally be able to go back to Duche City. After the combat power reached 540,000, Jiang Hao no longer needed to be as low-key as before, so Jiang Hao already planned to move. As for the previous research institute, Jiang Hao plans to expand it and turn it into his own laboratory. It just so happened that he brought a lot of scientific research equipment from Dragon Ball World, and the current space of the research institute is probably not enough for him, so expansion is inevitable. As for where to move, the new home, Jiang Hao bought directly in the community where Chilean lives. Chilean's parents are not working in Duche City, but in other provinces, so Chilean lives alone a lot of the time. Although the place where she lives is not a top-notch neighborhood, it is also a high-end neighborhood. There are also villas in the community. The second day after Jiang Hao went back, he directly bought a villa in the high-end community where Chilean lived. After Jiang Hao offered a price 20% higher than the market price, the other party almost regarded him as a grandfather, and the house was naturally sold directly to Jiang Hao. After all, it is 20% higher than the market price. The price of a villa, even if it is not a top-notch community, but a high-end community, the price is at least tens of millions. If it's 20% higher, how much will it cost? The other party has no reason not to sell. Moving to a new house, buying new furniture, and getting everything in order, the time has come to the 3rd day. For the past 2 days, Jiang Hao lived directly with Chilean. In the past 2 days, Chilean went to work, and Jiang Hao sent her there in the morning. In the evening, Jiang Hao also went to the police station to pick her up from get-off work. Many male police officers in the police station knew that Chilean had a boyfriend. Many people who had thoughts about her cried out. After all, Chilean is not beautiful, but very beautiful. Her beauty is unmatched by those female stars in the film and television industry. The most important thing is that Chilean has a good personality and is also clean. It's not like the entertainment industry where good and bad people are mixed together. It's a pity that such a beautiful and clean flower was picked by someone, and they will have no chance in the future. On this day, Jiang Hao still went to pick up Chilean from get-off work. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Chilean realized that they were not going home. "Honey, aren't we going home?" Chilean asked suspiciously. Girls in love like to use pet names when there are no outsiders around. On weekdays, when there is no one around, she would just call Jiang Hao my dear, and if there were people, she would just call her by name. Take you to my company. It's time to tell you something. What's the matter? Chilean was a little puzzled. You'll find out later. There are many things that Jiang Hao can hide for a while, but he can't hide them for a lifetime, especially Chilean herself is a super soldier. Although it is only a generation of super genetic soldiers, compared to ordinary people, she is also a super soldier. In the future, if nothing else happens, she may still be given a sign and enter the Xiaomi company. That being the case, there is no need to continue to hide some things from Chilean. As for Jiang Hao, he plans to contact Duche and the country next. He, the real dragon, was about to emerge from the water. With a combat power of 540,000, even if that woman Liang Bing knew of his existence. It's not that easy to target him anymore. Liang Bing is very smart and bold when things happen. If she knew of his existence, she would either not provoke him, or if she did, she would definitely try to kill him. That woman is crazy, and there are indeed some things that are not easy to mess with. But Jiang Hao is not afraid of his targeting, because he believes in his ability to learn. In Jiang Hao's view, the technology of the super god world is actually a little weird, because everything about them is based on the dark matter plane. They rely too much on the dark matter plane. Although powerful, it is also fragile. If someone destroys the dark matter plane in the future, Kesha and the other super soldiers who depend on the existence of the dark matter plane will be knocked off their gods in an instant. Of course, it would not be enough to become an ordinary person directly, but there is no energy provided by the dark matter plane. They are like gods and demons who have experienced the end of the Dharma, and they will gradually transform from gods and demons into ordinary people. However, it is still difficult to achieve this. The dark matter plane is a world that overlaps with the real plane but does not belong to the same space. Dark matter energy can be seen everywhere, and it accounts for more than 80% of the matter in the universe. It is extremely large. It is so huge that if you destroy it, the real world may also be destroyed, so it is difficult to achieve this step. In Jiang Hao's view, whether it is the sacred code mastered by angels or the wormhole computing technology mastered by Duche, it is actually a concept with programming language. The difference is that this programming language can directly interfere with the universe and the dark matter plane space. Because the universe is a special supercomputer, the sacred coding and wormhole computing technology are coding languages. They can change the operation of the universe by controlling the sacred coding and wormhole computing technology. For example, add administrator rights to yourself, add plugin rights, etc. It's like playing a game and using coding to create a plugin for yourself. The super soldier was born, and Jiang Hao has strong learning ability and understanding ability. Jiang Hao believes that as long as he is exposed to wormhole computing technology, he will quickly master this technology and quickly surpass others. And contacting Duche also means that Jiang Hao can obtain more super genes. Needless to say, the power of super genes is natural. Its power itself is what Jiang Hao needs. The reason for its power is also what Jiang Hao needs. The process is also what Jiang Hao plans to study. Therefore, Jiang Hao planned to contact Duche and the country. In this case, there are some things that naturally don't need to be hidden from the people around you. As for his parents, Jiang Hao doesn't plan to tell them too much for the time being. But here in Chilean, he can tell Chilean basically all the things he did. After all, Chilean herself is a generation of super warriors. Not long after, the car arrived at the Research Institute. Jiang Hao's cousin Zhao Hu and the others are at the Research Institute. Seeing Jiang Hao coming, he also walked over directly. How are you back? They knew about Jiang Hao's return to Tiana City. The day after he returned, Jiang Hao specially called his mother's relatives back home for a meal. This includes Zhao Hu and his parents. So they all knew about Jiang Hao's return to Tiana City. Well, let me introduce to you. This is my girlfriend, Chilean. Chilean, this is my eldest cousin Zhao Hu. The one next to me is my second cousin Zhao Lang, and the one over there is Feng Jie, who is also my brother. Jiang Hao introduced both parties to each other. Later, Jiang Hao talked with Zhao Hu and others about another matter. When he came back this time, Jiang Hao brought back a lot of advanced technologies from the Dragon Ball world. At the Research Institute, Jiang Hao is already planning to reinvent it. After the transformation, Jiang Hao will use robots to take care of the place, while Zhao Hu and the others plan to move to other places. First, they don't plan to let Zhao Hu and the others know about what's going on here for the time being. Second, after they surface, they may be targeted by Morgana, and this institute will become dangerous, so they're not suitable to continue. Stay here. Jiang Hao has bought a hotel in Duche City. Jiang Hao plans to let Zhao Hu and others work there. Wages remain unchanged. After arranging Zhao Hu and the others, Jiang Hao took Chilean to the Research Institute. In the Research Institute, Su Xiaoli was playing on the computer in the office. She is Jiang Hao's secretary. With Jiang Hao away, she naturally has nothing to do. In the past few days since Jiang Hao was away, she had not left the institute. She played games in the office every day and ordered takeout for meals. Although it was a lot more expensive to deliver takeout, because it was a suburb, she was not short of money. Jiang's salary Hao offered her was $200,000 a month. Su Xiaoli had few friends and no social circle. Naturally, I don't like going out to play either. As for shopping and buying clothes, I am even less interested. She usually buys clothes directly online. When Jiang Hao and Chilean arrived, Su Xiaoli was playing a game, and the sound was quite loud. The two of them could hear clearly in the corridor. Click! Opening the door, the two entered the office. Su Xiaoli, who was wearing headphones and playing games, didn't notice the arrival of Jiang Hao and Chilean at all. Still minding his own business, they're playing games. The game she is playing is also a very popular game at the moment, Dance Dance. Many girls like to play this game. Su Xiaoli also likes to play this game. When the song ended, Su Xiaoli noticed that someone seemed to be standing behind her. Take off your headphones and look back. Only then did I see Jiang Hao, and of course I also saw Chilean next to Jiang Hao. Old boss, you're back. Seeing Jiang Hao, Su Xiaoli immediately said with a scared expression, momentum is seriously lacking. Question, what should I do if my boss catches me playing games during working hours? Waiting online, urgent. Jiang Hao ignored Su Xiaoli, but he said to Chilean, Su Xiaoli, my secretary, is an internet girl. She is 19 years old. She used to be a female anchor. Chilean nodded. She was not like other girls who immediately looked like they were going to kill someone when they saw their boyfriend coming into contact with other girls. Firstly, she is not a jealous person to begin with. And secondly, of course she can see that Jiang Hao and Su Xiaoli have no special relationship. After all, she has been a detective for half a year. In terms of eyesight, there is still some improvement. Moreover, it doesn't matter even if Jiang Haojin and Su Xiaoli are somewhat ambiguous. After all, Jiang Hao and her were not boyfriend and girlfriend before that. As long as we don't continue to be ambiguous now, that's fine. In addition, she also found that Su Xiaoli was not simple, or that she was not normal. This abnormality is not a mental abnormality, but a human abnormality. Because after seeing Su Xiaoli for the first time, she actually had the idea that this woman was so beautiful, and she really wanted to touch her. But she's also a girl. No matter how beautiful another woman is, she may have the thought of saying something about her beauty, but she will never have the thought of touching her. She's not a L*****************. This girl is definitely not normal. Ari, this is Chilean, my girlfriend. It turns out to be the boss's wife. Hello, boss's wife. I am Su Xiaoli, the boss's secretary. You are so beautiful. No wonder you can become the boss's girlfriend. Madam Boss, do you want some water? I'll get you some water. I heard that Chilean was Jiang Hao's girlfriend. Su Xiaoli immediately called Chilean the boss lady. She felt that Chilean would be happy if she called her that. Apart from that, she naturally praised Chilean for being beautiful. Girls shouldn't hate others praising her for being beautiful. Su Xiaoli, who used to be a female anchor, is very experienced in how to thank her elder brother. Please the boss and say nice things. Isn't it the same concept as thanking your elder brother? She's familiar with this. No need, I'm not thirsty. Su Xiaoli's enthusiasm made Chilean a little unable to resist. However, Su Xiaoli complimented her on her beauty, which was very useful to her, especially the title of boss. It can be said that it touched her heart. In addition, Su Xiaoli is beautiful and cute. Chilean also developed a lot of affection for Su Xiaoli. Afterwards, Chilean started chatting with Su Xiaoli, mainly asking about Su Xiaoli's family situation. Jiang Hao stood nearby and didn't bother. When she learned about Su Xiaoli's life experience, Chilean actually felt sorry for Su Xiaoli. Women are mostly emotional, and Chilean happens to be too. After learning about Su Xiaoli's life experience, she immediately began to feel sorry for this girl, Su Xiaoli. Compared with Su Xiaoli, her childhood was definitely very happy. Soon, the two became good sisters. A sister called each other. I saw that the two of them were almost done talking. Jiang Hao just spoke out. Okay, let's go and have a look at my research room. Don't be too surprised later. Is there anything to be surprised about? Could it be that there are aliens in your laboratory? After getting acquainted with Jiang Hao, Chilean lost the shyness she had with Jiang Hao before. She gradually let go and recovered her previous temperament. There are no aliens, but you'll find out later when you go there. Jiang Hao walked in front, followed by Chilean and Su Xiaoli. The three of them quickly arrived at Jiang Hao's research laboratory on the 3rd floor. Open the door and go in. It was dark inside. Turn on the lights. A huge space appeared in Chilean's sight. Those who didn't know thought they were in some kind of factory. But what surprised Chilean even more was that she didn't see any high-tech equipment, but instead saw a lot of fitness equipment. She has also been to the gym, but not much. On weekdays, I mostly run by myself or do yoga home. So her figure is actually very good, but it's just because she doesn't wear slimming clothes on weekdays, so it can't be seen clearly. Why do you have so many fitness equipment here? Isn't this your research laboratory? Where are your high-tech instruments? Chilean looked at Jiang Hao and asked, Sister Chilean, this is indeed the boss's laboratory. Those high-tech instruments are inside, and the space is bigger when you go inside. There are so many high-tech instruments of the boss inside. There are many of which I have never seen before. Before Jiang Hao could speak, Su Xiaoli, who was next to Chilean, explained aloud. Only then did Chilean understand. Do you still exercise on weekdays? Chilean asked again. Ari, go over there and show your sister Chilean your power. Oh, Su Xiaoli was a little surprised at first, but then he realized that Chilean was Jiang Hao's girlfriend. He brought Chilean here this time, probably because he was going to tell her what happened. Power? What power? You'll know if you follow him over there and take a look. Chilean knew there must be something wrong here, so the three of them walked towards some dumbbells together. Chilean was stunned when she saw the weights displayed on those dumbbells, because the lightest thing here is actually a dumbbell with 50 kilograms written on it, and that is the smallest. The others are either 100 kilograms or 150, 200, or 500 kilograms. She even saw dumbbells like 1T and 2T. Of course, it was said to be dumbbells, but those dumbbells were as big as a wash basin. If they didn't have grab rings, and they were placed together with these dumbbells, she would have wondered if she had read it wrong. And the logo above, 1T, weighs 1 ton. Are you serious? 500 kilograms is outrageous enough. There are dumbbells like 1T and 2T, which is outrageous. Are these weights fake? You could try it yourself. Chilean didn't believe in evil and walked up to the 50 kilograms dumbbell. Stretched out his hand. This dumbbell is only bigger than an apple. She doesn't believe that such a small dumbbell weighs 50 kilograms. Grasped the dumbbells by their gripping rings. Chilean used force at will, but did not move. She looked at the dumbbells under her hands in surprise. Then, she stood firm on her feet and exerted her strength again. This time, she almost used all her strength, but still did not lift the dumbbell from the ground. Before activating the gene of a generation of super warriors, Chilean was just an ordinary girl. Even though she is a female police officer, her strength is not enough to allow her to lift a 50 kilograms dumbbell with one hand, because her fingers don't have that kind of gripping strength. Not to mention Chilean, a normal adult male. If you ask him to grab a 50 kilograms weight with one hand without exercising, he can't do it. Lifting the 50 kilograms dumbbell with two hands, Chilean finally believed that the dumbbell really weighed 50 kilograms. Then she tried the 100 kilograms dumbbell. Not to mention, lifting it up, I can't even move it. Chilean gave up. Why do you put so many heavy dumbbells here? It's so heavy. Who can lift it? Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Ari, give me a show for your sister Chilean. Okay. Su Xiaoli nodded. Then she walked to the 100 kilograms dumbbell that Chilean tried, but couldn't even move. He stretched out a hand and grabbed it. Although the Fox Demon gene is not a super soldier gene, but as Su Xiaoli became more integrated with it, her physical fitness also improved slightly. There have also been some improvements in strength. It reaches a value that is almost 7 or 8 times that of ordinary people. As for how Jiang Hao knew, naturally, Qi senses it. The Qi in the Dragon Ball world is the total energy of the physical body, and everyone has this kind of Qi. Jiang Hao's Qi sense can be easily felt to judge a person's combat effectiveness. Jiang Hao can determine the extent of Su Xiaoli's strength based on what he perceives as her combat effectiveness. At least 7 or 8 times the strength of an ordinary person. Although the 100 kilograms dumbbell is heavy, it is not a problem for her. When Chilean saw this scene, she was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't believe that the dumbbell, which she had not been able to move with both hands just now, was lifted up by Su Xiaoli. And Su Xiaoli looked effortless. This is the most important thing. But Su Xiaoli was so skinny that he didn't look like a strong man. Ari, why are you so strong? Sister Chilean, my strength is not great. The boss's is. Actually speaking, I don't know why I'm so strong. The boss found me and said I was the descendant of some super soldier, and then I became like this. Su Xiaoli said. Chilean looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao said nothing. Instead, he walked directly to the extra-large dumbbell marked 1T. Under Chilean's gaze, she lifted the dumbbell casually. Then he let it go. Because the strength is not fully withdrawn. The dumbbell made a sound as it hit the ground. Chilean could clearly feel the ground shaking violently. She even suspected that the building was going to collapse. Jiang Hao, what on earth is going on? Come on, let's go inside and I'll tell you slowly. Okay. Chilean nodded. So, I also have a super soldier gene in my body? Faced with Chilean's doubts, Jiang Hao nodded. You have a generation of super soldier genes in your body. As long as you activate it, you can become a super soldier. The strength is more than 10 times that of ordinary people, and the speed, reaction, and endurance are far beyond what ordinary people can compare with. For ordinary people, you can completely heal a fatal injury in a day at most. Chilean was shocked. If she hadn't just seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed Jiang Hao's words. It's not that she doesn't believe Jiang Hao. It's just that Jiang Hao's words are too outrageous. What super soldier? Do you really think you're watching a movie? But after what happened just now, she really had no reason not to believe Jiang Hao. Later, Chilean also got on Jiang Hao's gene charging device. Jiang Hao has not upgraded this gene charging device, but it is completely sufficient to activate the super genes in Chilean's body. It didn't take long for Chilean to sit on the gene charging device. The first generation super gene in the body is successfully activated. Not much change can be seen on the surface, but in fact, she has been transformed. Chilean herself could feel that her power had been greatly improved. She could clearly feel the feeling of power filling her whole body. In addition, her 5 senses have also been greatly improved, especially vision and hearing. If her previous vision was 360p, then her current vision is ultra-clear 4K. It feels like the whole world has become different, more real and colorful. She could even clearly see how many lines there were on a screw in the distance. Hearing has also been greatly enhanced. It even made her feel a little uncomfortable for a while. How does it feel to be a super soldier? Chilean smiled slightly when she heard Jiang Hao's question. There is a desire to maintain world peace. Jiang Hao knew that Chilean was joking. Of course, she is not needed for maintaining world peace or anything like that. But she does feel fine now. Do you want to practice? Jiang Hao proposed. Okay. Chilean nodded without thinking. She is determined that Jiang Hao is no ordinary person. Especially in terms of strength, I could pick up a 1-ton dumbbell so easily before. It can be seen that Jiang Hao is also some kind of super soldier, and he is also a very powerful one. So she also wanted to see how powerful Jiang Hao was. As a criminal policeman, he should be better than Jiang Hao in terms of grappling and close combat. Although this guy was very strong, Chilean felt that she would not lose. In this regard, she still has confidence. The two of them went to the gym outside. There's a ring there. Before entering the ring, Chilean was in high spirits. 3 minutes later, Chilean was lying on the ring, unwilling to get up, because as long as she gets up, she will soon be knocked down by Jiang Hao. The picture she imagined of Jiang Hao not being able to fight did not appear. Instead, she was unilaterally crushed by Jiang Hao in terms of skills. Jiang Hao's skills can be said to be the best among the people she has ever seen. She was much more powerful than the teacher who taught them how to fight when she was in the police academy. After all, she is not an ordinary person, but a criminal policeman. Those who can join the criminal police team must be able to pass the test in terms of fighting. But she couldn't even touch Jiang Hao. And Su Xiaoli was also stunned under the ring. Although she knew that her boss was not simple, she did not expect that her boss Jiang Hao was so powerful. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jiang Hao suppressed Chilean not with strength, but with skill. This is a technical dimensionality reduction attack. Why aren't you moving? Jiang Hao looked at Chilean lying on the ground and said with a smile, "Didn't you just say you were going to knock me down?" Chilean didn't reply, just lying on the ground. Jiang Hao was helpless, knowing that Chilean was having a bad temper. He could only step forward and prepare to pull her up from the ground. As soon as Jiang Hao stretched out her hand, Chilean grabbed her hand fiercely. Then there was a tug. Boom! Jiang Hao was thrown onto the ring. Su Xiaoli below was dumbfounded, but Chilean soon reacted. He quickly turned around and looked at his boyfriend. Just now, she was thrown so badly by Jiang Hao, which aroused her competitive spirit, and she wanted to throw Jiang Hao no matter what. Unexpectedly, he subconsciously slapped Jiang Hao hard, turned around hurriedly, only to find Jiang Hao lying on the ground looking at her with a smile. Chilean still didn't understand that Jiang Hao had thrown her on purpose just now. Otherwise, how could Jiang Hao be so careless with his skills? This guy did it on purpose. Of course, Jiang Hao's intention made her very happy. This guy is quite good at coaxing people. As for whether Jiang Hao is in pain or not, you can tell by looking at his expression that nothing is wrong with him. Duche City Military Region Compound. Duche finished his day's work and returned home to the military compound. He is the commander of the Duche City Military Region, with a military rank of general, and is fully responsible for everything in the Duche City Military Region. Recently, he was troubled by something. Because of the Earth, demons appeared. Demons are legends, at least to people on Earth. But Duche, from Dexing, knows that the demons are not demons living in hell. They are a civilization, a powerful civilization. The leader of this civilization is a woman named Morgana. This woman is very dangerous. If he was once a war madman, then the woman named Morgana was a complete madman. His madness tends to start a war, while Morgana's madness is more about having no scruples and doing whatever she wants. Such people have a great impact on the rules of civilization. That would be fine if she was just an ordinary person. But she happens to be the master and leader of a powerful civilization. So she became a big problem. Morgana's nemesis is the angel, the holy Kesha who claims to be the righteous order. Duche does not deny Kesha's justice, but her justice is too self-centered. In the execution of justice, she doesn't care about the casualties of other civilizations, because in her opinion, death in the face of justice is worth it. As long as justice is carried out, no amount of death is acceptable. This is why Duche feels that Kesha is too self-centered, because she is too extreme. At least for Daxia, it was too extreme. So it has been a few days since Morgana appeared in Asen. As for Daxia, they still haven't come up with a clear attitude. In this regard, Northern Star respects his opinion more, because he has the most say in terms of experience in dealing with aliens. Because he is also an alien himself. But even though 503 is an alien, the country still trusts him, not just because he has a Daxia name. Even more, because he is a game man. The country has always trusted him. Otherwise, it would not be his turn to be the commander of the Duche City military region. After all, the Duche City military district is different from the military districts in other places. Take out the key and open the door. As soon as the door opened, the sound of the TV in the room came. Duche was stunned for a moment. Then he opened the door and walked in. On the sofa, a woman who looked to be in her early 20s and had beautiful brown-red hair was lying on the sofa watching TV. She was wearing a pair of denim shorts, and her long white legs were completely exposed. The upper body is white short-sleeved. She has a very delicate face. When he entered the door, she glanced this way and then looked away again, looking unconcerned. Duche frowned. "Why are you back?" Duche's voice was a little harsh. "I don't want to do it anymore." "Don't want to do it anymore?" When Duche heard this, he immediately became angry. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. He knew that he owed his daughter too much because of work problems, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he has a heavy burden on him. The country believes in him, and he cannot live up to the country's trust in him. "Tell me the reason." Duche knew about his daughter. She might have a little temper. But she entered the army after graduating from college at the age of 19. She has been a soldier in the army for 6 years. She is much more mature than before. She may still have a little temper, but she will not make mistakes in principle. "I just don't want to stay anymore." Duche fell silent after hearing the words. Obviously, Duche didn't want to tell him. Duche was silent for a moment and did not continue to ask. This matter, when he asks the following, it will be the same. Since you don't want to stay there anymore, then don't go. Duche looked at her father unexpectedly, as if she was seeing him for the first time. After all, Duche was not like this before. In her impression, Duche has always been an unreasonable person. It was as if when she was 6 years old, she was unreasonably forced into a stranger's home. She was not picked up until she was 16. When she was 19 years old and wanted to continue studying in college, she was forced to join the army by him. Her life seems to have been controlled by Duche. You have absolutely no right to choose. So even though Duche was her father, she always had a cold face towards him. Every time father and daughter meet, they either quarrel or are on the way to quarrel. This time, Duche unexpectedly did not continue to be tough, which surprised Duche a little. This is not like her father. Of course, it is impossible to hope that she will give Duche a good look. "Xiaowei, I know you have been blaming me for not giving you a chance to choose for yourself, blaming me for throwing you into someone else's family when you were young. But I do it for a reason." "Reason? What reason?" Duche asked directly. "Because Duche always said so, but he never told her why. You will know soon. There are some things I won't tell you because it's not the time yet. When the time comes, you will naturally know." "That's the same rhetoric again." Duche sneered. Duche was about to refute something. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Duche was a little surprised. Very few people knew the number of his own private mobile phone. It is also rare that anyone calls his personal cell phone, because he basically has no friends, and he doesn't like others to call him when he has nothing to do. "Take out your phone. It shows a call from an unknown person." Duche was even more surprised. He has recorded all the phone numbers of people related to him. Displaying a strange call means that he has not made a note to the other party and is a real stranger. Could it be a scam call from a scammer? After all, there's still a lot of scam calls these days. But after hesitating for a moment, Duche connected the phone. After answering the call, he put the phone to his ear, but didn't speak. He planned to listen to what the other end of the phone would say. "Hi, it's General Duche." Duche narrowed his eyes slightly. The person on the other end of the phone actually knew him, which made him even more surprised. "Who are you?" "I'm Duche." Duche didn't stay silent anymore. "Who gave you my phone number?" Duche is worthy of being the commander of the 1st District. The words are very strong. As soon as he opened his mouth, he started questioning the person on the other end of the phone. "No one gave me your phone number, but it's quite easy to find your phone number." The person on the other end of the phone responded casually. Duche could hear the ease in the other party's tone. Obviously, the other party didn't take what he just said seriously. This surprised Duche. As the commander with real power, plus the particularity of Duche City Military District, his power is very great. But at this moment, the person talking to him on the other end of the phone didn't seem to care about his identity at all, which surprised him. What do you mean by checking? I'm a hacker, a top hacker. As long as it's something I want to know, there's nothing I can't know. And I know a lot more than you think. Duche frowned. Do you know what your words mean? You are stealing state secrets. Duche said in a serious tone. Perhaps we can meet and chat and bring your old friend Sun Wukong with you. With him here, I believe you will feel at ease to meet me. Believe me, you will never regret meeting me. I will send a location to your mobile phone. That's it. See you in half an hour. I hope you can come. Do. After hanging up the phone, Duche put down the phone with an ugly expression. What that person said just now exposed too much information. So many that he couldn't believe it. The existence of Sun Wukong is top secret. In the entire Duche, very few people knew that Sun Wukong really existed. But the other party knew how this could not shock Duche. If the other party even knows Sun Wukong, then he will definitely know more national secrets. Once the news leaks out, the shock to the country will be minimal. Of course, the other party asked him to meet and asked him to bring Sun Wukong with him, which puzzled him very much. Could it be that the other party really had no ill intentions? After all, bringing Sun Wukong with him means that he has placed a human-shaped nuclear bomb next to him. Since that person knows the existence of Sun Wukong and has read the information about Sun Wukong, he must also know the strength of Sun Wukong. So what does he mean by taking the initiative to bring Sun Wukong with him? Tell him that he is not afraid of them, or that he really means no harm and just wants to meet him or something. To be honest, he was very busy and he didn't want to waste time meeting a stranger. But after hesitating for a moment, he still planned to go. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. Ajay, it's me. Come pick me up at the military compound. I want to go out. Yes, come right over. I'm going out right away. After hanging up the phone, he dialed another number again. The note for this phone number is only empty. Most people would probably think that this is an empty number, but in fact, it is a note. The call was quickly connected. Lao Du, I'm a rare guest. You rarely call me. Why? You haven't been busy lately? Do you want to invite your old friend to dinner? Wukong, it doesn't matter when you want to eat. If you want to eat, you can come to my place anytime. But I'm calling you this time because of something. I just received a mysterious call, Tuan. Duche briefly summarized what just happened. So I'm calling you this time because I hope you can come and accompany me. Okay, since the other party asked me to accompany you, then I will accompany you. I would like to see who the other party is and why he wants to see you. Please send me the address, and I'll be there first. Waiting for you. Okay, I'll text you the address. Hang up the phone. Duche sent the address Jiang Hao sent to Sun Wukong. The address is in a high-end hotel in Duche City. After hanging up the phone, Duche realized that his daughter Du Qiangwei was staring at him. Although he didn't speak too loudly just now. But they were the only two in the room, so Du Qiangwei must have heard a lot of things. However, he still didn't plan to have a direct showdown with Du Wei. Now is not the time. Qiangwei, I have to go out for something. You can have dinner at home. As he said this, Duche walked toward his room. Soon, Duche, who had changed out of his military uniform and wore ordinary clothes, walked out. He glanced at Du Qiangwei on the sofa, opened the door, and left the room. Wait until Duche leaves. Du Qiangwei just stood up. She heard a lot of useful information from Duche's words just now. Especially the old man and her family actually had friends. How could she not be surprised? To be honest, she was really surprised that he still had friends despite his temper. Besides, his friend's name is Wukong, which is really funny. What are these names? I really think I am the Monkey King. Do you want to go and have a look? Du Qiangwei thought in her heart. Why does he let me eat at home? I have to eat at home, and I have to go out to eat. Thinking of this, Qiangwei immediately changed clothes, pants, and shoes. Black leather pants, red jacket, and boots. Go out, come to the garage. A black motorcycle is parked in the garage. Du Qiangwei straddled up directly, and with a burst of rumble, she rushed out. The guard at the gate of the military compound naturally knew Du Qiangwei. Who doesn't know that the beautiful girl who likes to drive a Hamlet motorcycle is the daughter of Commander Du? No way to stop her. Lee's private kitchen. Located in the center of Duche City, it is a relatively famous private restaurant. Although the price is expensive, the taste is really good. And here is a private room system. The guests who come here are all private rooms for each person, and the privacy is very good. In addition, the taste is really good. So even though the price is expensive, there are not many rich people who come here to eat. It's about 6 o'clock in the evening. It stands to reason that at this time of day, the business of Lee's private kitchen is the busiest, and the store should be full of waiters walking around to serve the food. But today, Lee's private kitchen was unexpectedly deserted. It's not that they don't have business, but that today, this place is booked out. Anyone who comes here will be notified that the place is reserved today, then reluctantly left. Lee's private kitchen is not an ordinary restaurant, and it is reserved here. Whether you eat or not, at least 200W must be taken out. Even in a big city like Duche City, there are only a few wealthy people who are willing to spend 200W to book a venue. So most people won't get emotionally entangled after learning that this place is reserved. At this time, a young man in his 20s walked in. The other party was wearing a black Huxia suit. He was a little tall and looked quite strong. The Huxia-style suit was worn on him, and it was bulging by him, and it was a proper clothes rack. The most important thing is that this man is very handsome. With a faint smile on his face, he looks very friendly. That handsome face is much cuter and more handsome than those male stars in the film and television industry. The waiters in the restaurant, no matter men or women, all looked at his long face after he arrived. It's like there's something magical about his handsome face. "Sir, I'm sorry. We are booked out tonight. If you want to eat, you can come early tomorrow." "I'm really sorry." The person in charge of the restaurant immediately stopped the young man, and at the same time politely explained the situation. They are in the catering business, and they need to pay attention to their good service attitude. Otherwise, even if the food tastes good, your service is not in place, and the guests who come here will be dissatisfied. Who will come again next time? The reason why Lee's private kitchen business is good is because they are doing repeat customer business. The dishes made by the chefs in their restaurants are delicious, but if you say they are unique, there is no such thing. There are not any restaurants in Duche City that taste as good as theirs. There are better ones out there. But why their business is good? Because their service is good. If the customers are satisfied, won't they come to eat more often? "My name is Jiang Hao. I am one who booked here today. I have contacted the manager of your hotel," Jiang Hao said with a smile. It turned out that Jiang Hao was none other than Jiang Hao. As for whether it would be bad to be so high profile, after Jiang Hao decided to meet Duche, this point was no longer important. That's right. The person who called Duche was none other than Jiang Hao. It was also Jiang Hao who asked Duche to meet here. Jiang Hao has considered coming to Duche directly. But after thinking about it, it is still the best way to get Duche out. Jiang Hao knows one thing very well. That is, no matter what you want to do, first of all, you have to let people see your value. Lee's private kitchen is right here. I don't know if that guy Lao Du is here, Sun Wukong muttered as he parked his little electric donkey. As he was talking, he suddenly saw a Hummer with military plates appearing. The Hummer quickly pulled up in front of him. The car door opened, and the person who got out was not Duche, but who else? Today, he was surprisingly not wearing a military uniform. Sun Wukong has not seen him like this for a long time. "Ajay, you go for a walk around. I will call you when I need you to pick me up." "Okay, Chief." Zhou Jin nodded. Then he drove away directly. "Lao Du, how long has it been since we last met?" "Almost a year. I know you're very busy, but you're too busy to have a meal or a drink with an old friend?" "Isn't too busy? I really can't squeeze out any free time. Otherwise, I would have called you long ago." "Forget it. I was just joking. I know you Lao Du are busy. Let's go in." The person who asked you out should have arrived a long time ago. To be honest, I'm quite curious about what that person wants to ask you out for, Sun Wukong said with a smile. He and Duche had known each other thousands of years ago. They are very good friends. After all, the two of them have walked together for thousands of years. Although Duche is an alien, he is also an Earthling now, because the Earth is another country to him. As for his original hometown, it is long gone. For him, The only thing worth devoting his life to now is the land he is stepping on. For this land, he dares to fight to the end with anyone. Therefore, Sun Wukong agrees with Duche very much. The two of them enter the store. After saying that he had made an appointment with Jiang Hao, the waiter immediately took him to the private room where Jiang Hao was. Because Jiang Hao reserved the venue, the private room he is currently in is naturally the largest private room in the store. The room is a large private room large enough to seat 20 people. Push open the private room door. Duche and Sun Wukong saw Jiang Hao sitting in the private room at a glance. After all, Jiang Hao is the only one in the private room. You don't need to think about it to know that Jiang Hao should be the guy who called Duche. The two looked at each other and entered the private room. Guest, will the food be served now? The waiter asked Jiang Hao. It's time to serve. Jiang Hao responded with a smile. Mr. Du, Mr. Sun, please take a seat. If you want to talk about anything, we can talk while eating. You two probably haven't eaten yet. Sun Wukong and Duche couldn't figure out what medicine Jiang Hao was selling in his gourd. But both of them are not young and have enough wealth. So they didn't say much. Instead, they each pulled out a stool and sat down. Soon, after the food was served, the waiters in the room left and closed the door. Only Jiang Hao, Duche, and Sun Wukong were left in the private room. What do you call it? It was Duche who spoke. His tone was a little harsh, but Jiang Hao didn't care because he knew what kind of person Duche was. This is a soldier similar to Li Yunlong. Of course, when it comes to temper, he is definitely less irritable than Li Yunlong, and the mind is clear enough. But in terms of personality, he is indeed quite similar to Li Yunlong. In the original book and anime, many people don't like Duche, but in Jiang Hao's view, he is worthy of respect. Although he is an alien, he is also a martyr. Duche died in the Battle of Giant City. In that battle, he was beheaded by a demon. He died to defend the country, so Gong Hao admired him. After all, he and Duche now belong to the same country and the same lineup. They have a common purpose, that is to protect this beautiful land under our feet. Jiang Hao, you said you were a top hacker, but there are some things you said to me before. Even if you're a top hacker, you cannot know them. Because some important information will not be recorded in computer files, but will be recorded in the form of written documents, especially the matter about Wukong, which is the country's top secret. For you to know his existence, just being a top hacker is not enough. Duche said word by word. Not only did he speak not slowly, but he also spoke very clearly, and his order was very clear. There is no aggressive attitude, as before on the phone, because he has already seen that the Jiang Hao in front of him is not simple. Sun Wukong also looked at Jiang Hao with a smile. His identity has always been the country's biggest secret. There are very few people in the country who know about his existence. The information about his identity is a higher-level secret than the first-level secret. No matter how powerful Jiang Hao's hacking skills are, he shouldn't know about his existence, unless someone told him some information. What if I said, I can predict the future? Jiang Hao said with a smile. Duche's expression moved slightly. Sun Wukong's expression remained unchanged. However, he stared at Jiang Hao with his eyes, as if he wanted to see if Jiang Hao was lying. Wukong. Duche looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shook his head. I can't tell whether he spoke just now. Duche couldn't hold back anymore. His face was full of surprise. Sun Wukong is the leader of Shinhe and a super warrior comparable to the three major god-making projects. Unlike Gu Shaolin and Lu Chuang, the super genes in their bodies have not yet been activated and they still need a lot of time to grow. The super gene in Sun Wukong's body has matured. He once fought against the Sun civilization alone on Earth. Pan Zheng, who was so powerful that the Liang civilization could not do anything to him, had no choice but to leave the Earth. Although Sun Wukong's piercing eyes do not have the ability to see through the nature of demons in myths and legends, he also has powerful computing power. It is still very simple for him to see through whether a person is lying. But now Sun Wukong said that he couldn't tell whether Jiang Hao was lying. How can this not surprise Duche? Panic! Jiang Hao must have said it. As for why Sun Wukong can't see it, The basis for judging whether a person is lying is the changes in his emotions and facial expressions when he speaks. And Jiang Hao has a brain with a development level of 10,000%. His control over his body and his own emotions can be described as meticulous and superb. His acting skills, if he goes to the entertainment industry to make a living, no one can beat him in terms of acting skills. Sun Wukong's dazzling eyes actually use Jiang Hao's facial and emotional data analysis to determine whether Jiang Hao is lying. When Jiang Hao said this, it could be said that he had been deceived. Sun Wukong can tell whether Jiang Hao is lying or not. In the super god world, the super gene system born from the dark matter plane is very powerful, but it is also very simple. Because the rules are too simple. Just like mathematics, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. It is rigid and cannot be changed. Duche frowned. To be honest, he didn't know whether to believe Jiang Hao's words for a while. He is an atheist after all. As for the powerful gods in the universe, he knows their nature very well. The concept of the fairy body in those story novels on Earth is completely different. It is impossible to predict anything. Not to mention the Earth, even the Kamigawa civilization does not have such ability. Because the movement of a universe is irregular. No matter how powerful your computing power is, you can count 10 steps, but you cannot count hundreds, thousands, or 10,000 steps. The larger the value, the greater the error. Some things, no matter how powerful your computing power is, cannot be calculated. How can you make me believe that you can predict? Duche said again. Jiang Hao smiled when he heard this, because he knew that Duche had taken the bait. When a person starts to question your words, it means that he has begun to believe your words. I could be telling you some information that you don't know. What's the message? You must already know the news about Demon Queen Liang Bing's arrival on Earth. Jiang Hao had already expressed Liang Bing's anger. After all, in today's Earth, there are only a handful of strong people who can take action. Except for Sun Wukong, Earth civilization can never find another strong person. As for Su Xiaoli and Lu Chuang, they're still ordinary people now. Before the super genes in their bodies are activated, they're just ordinary people. And because their own super gene level is too high, they cannot be activated just by wanting to activate it. To activate the super genes in their bodies, a huge amount of energy is needed as a basis. And this energy is difficult for the current Earth to provide. First of all, how to send a large amount of energy to Su Xiaoli and the others is a big problem. But for Delana, this is simple. Because Delana is the light of the sun, the Liang civilization has cultivated her for thousands of years. Compared to Su Xiaoli, Li Liaozhao, and others on Earth, Delana's strength can already be said to be completely capable. The control of the micro-wormhole technology is also far beyond that of the warriors on the Earth, coupled with the specialness of its own super genes. She can be easily connected to the star, thus driving the energy of the star. This is also the reason why Su Xiaoli's super genes on Earth were activated by Delana. Because energy is nothing to her who can drive star energy. Her superb micro-wormhole technology also allows her to easily help Su Xiaoli and the others link to their respective dark matter planes, thereby fully activating the super genes in the body. As for why Delana did this, it is not to sell the Earth a good and then come to the Earth. Lena's strength is mature. She is already thousands of years old, and she is the current main god of Liang civilization, the light of the sun. But mentally, she is no different from a young girl in her early 20s who has not seen the darkness of society. Arrogance and stinky beauty are her bad habits. But she also has many advantages. Brave, kind, and gentle. She likes to be lively and doesn't like the scorching sun that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. Let's get back to the point. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Duche looked slightly surprised. Liang Bing. The angelic civilization predates the Dino civilization. Before the cooperation between Super Seminary and Dino civilization, Super Seminary had already been expelled once by Angel civilization. Really counting age, Liang Bing is at least 20,000 years older than Duche. The Liang Bing and Kesha sisters turned against each other and started the war between angels and demons. This also happened to be the period when the Dino civilization, Liang civilization, and Super Seminary cooperated to develop 3 major god-making projects. During this period, Duche was still the marshal of the Nuashing civilization, named Cao. After that, disputes broke out among the 3 civilizations, and 2 civilizations disappeared and perished. Although the Liang civilization survived, it also suffered heavy losses. Because of the destruction of civilization, Duche understood how big of a mistake he had made before. Therefore, he sealed himself for 10,000 years, until he was awakened by Karin, the time principle of the Super Seminary, and then came to the Earth. During this period, his information has been closed. Moreover, the war between angels and demons did not take place in the galaxy where the Dino civilization was located. So he actually doesn't know much about demons and angels. He knew a little bit more about the angel civilization because it passed through the super theological seminary. I know, it is a very powerful civilization. As for demonic civilization, we really don't know much about it. All we know is that they believe in a main god named Morgana, and Morgana calls herself the Demon Queen. In the eyes of people like Duche, what the demonic civilization does represents evil. In Duche's view, civilization without order and rules is uncontrollable. Such a civilization is not a good thing for the universe. Moreover, he heard that demonic civilization had invaded many low-level civilizations and brought death and destruction to those civilizations. Such a civilization is naturally evil in his eyes. Duche didn't know much about demonic civilization, but he knew that the Queen of Demons was called Morgana, not Liang Bing, as Jiang Hao said. This was the first time he heard this name. Morgana is indeed her name, but she also has a name, or rather, a former guest. You mean that Liang Bing? It was Sun Wukong who asked. Jiang Hao nodded. How much does General Du know about angel civilization? Duche frowned, but he still said, I don't know much. Most of the information I got was from the Super Seminary. I only know that Kaisher civilization is a powerful civilization. A long time ago, the angel civilization was dominated by male angels, but later, it was dominated by female angels. Their queen is a woman named Kesha. She is the king of angels and the main god of angels. She is a very powerful existence. It can even be said to be one of the most powerful existences in the known universe. Duche said, It seems that General Du doesn't know much about angel civilization. There was not just one queen of the angelic civilization from the beginning, but 3. You mean that Liang Bing was once an angel? Duche asked in surprise. He really didn't understand this information. After all, he had never come into contact with the angel civilization before. Angel civilization and Dino civilization have never had contact. The Super Theological Seminary was also scared of being cheated by Kesha once. Although they told some things about the angel civilization to the Dino civilization, they did not tell them everything. Moreover, Liang Bing, the Apocalypse King, turned against Kesha because of different ideas and was also expelled from the angel civilization in the Super Seminary. Therefore, there's a lot of information that even the Super Seminary does not understand. Naturally, Duche didn't know. Yes, Morgana's original name is Liang Bing. She was the former Apocalypse King of the angel civilization and one of Kesha's most powerful right-hand men. Liang Bing appears on Earth. As long as the angels receive the message, they will also come to Earth. Once the 2 sides start a war, the Earth will definitely be affected. Kesha's philosophy is absolute justice. In her eyes, as long as it is for justice, any sacrifice is worth it. And this sacrifice can be the female angel under her hand, or it can be an unknown civilization. They're all smart people. How could Duche and Sun Wukong not understand what Jiang Hao meant? Of course, this is not the main thing. The main thing is that there is another civilization eyeing the Earth. And this civilization is definitely familiar to you, General Du. Styx civilization. Duche said, Who is the master of the Styx civilization? You must be familiar with it. Jiang Hao continued. I heard the words Styx civilization. Duke body. Duche didn't know much about Liang Bing. But for Carl, the master of the Styx civilization, he knew it too well. Carl was once a member of the Super Seminary, but he betrayed the Super Seminary. Not only did he betray the Super Seminary, but he also took away the celestial supercomputer, the Big Clock. The Big Clock not only has the computing power of the greatest celestial computer in the known universe, but it also stores all the science and technology studied by the Kamigawa civilization for 200,000 years. This is a huge treasure. Any civilization that obtains this treasure can rely on the science and technology in the Big Clock to lead the civilization to rise. The Big Clock is undoubtedly precious, but it was taken away by Carl. He took the Big Clock to the edge of the known universe, found the expelled beast civilization, subdued them, and created a Yenha civilization. And Carl himself calls himself the god of death, if Duche was once a war madman. Then Carl is a complete lunatic. He likes to experiment with death, and these experiments will lead to the destruction of many civilizations every time. Most of the civilizations bordering the Stick civilization were either destroyed in the hands of Carl or were enslaved by him. If Liang Bing is a bad person, then Carl is a complete evil person. You mean Carl? He will invade Earth? Yes, I don't know why Carl is eyeing the Earth, but the Earth is very special. I think this is why General Du appears on the Earth. In the future, under the Carl Stick civilization, a civilization called the Taotai civilization will invade the Earth. BBJ, we fought a battle with Xiaongbing Company in Tianhe City. Although we won that time, we suffered heavy casualties and the entire Tianhe City was destroyed. The casualties are in the hundreds of thousands. By the way, the Xiaongbing Company is a super soldier team composed of super soldiers. Of course, it is not called the Xiaongbing Company now, but the Black Great Wall Project. Tianhe City is my hometown. Most of my parents and relatives are in Tianhe City, which is why I appear here. The reason why you met us is not just to tell us this, right? What do you want from me? Duche is not a stupid person. Jiang Hao talked to him so much and exposed a lot of information. The other party must have something to ask for. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. The command authority of our Xiaongbing Company, as well as all the technology of the Dino civilization. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Duche was surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Hao to have such a big appetite. He frowned. I can't agree to either of these. I need to discuss with Northern Star before I can make a decision. I'm a soldier. Then let's eat first. After dinner, I will accompany you, General Du, to the Northern Star. After saying that, Jiang Hao stopped talking nonsense and started to eat with his bowl. Duche was stunned for a moment. Didn't they just say something very important? Why can this guy still eat? As for Sun Wukong, he found Jiang Hao more and more interesting. I didn't eat anything before I came here. Jiang Hao ate, and he ate too. He had nothing to worry about anyway. Unlike Duche, he does not seek political advice if he is not in his position. For the Earth, he is just a guardian. When people need help, he will come to the rescue. And how to make decisions is not what he has to consider. Du Cao had little appetite, but Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong were seen moving the dishes. He couldn't do it by himself, so he just started eating. Outside the hotel, Xiang Wei Du has already arrived. She also watched her old man enter. She knew what kind of person Duche was. With his personality, it is impossible for him to go out to eat at a restaurant. And he had received a phone call before leaving. Obviously, someone made an appointment with him. She was very curious about who asked her stubborn old man out. After thinking about it, she decided to follow him and have a look. As for whether he will be scolded by Duche or something, she's already used to it. Just scold me. You won't lose a few ounces of meat anyway. Thinking of this, she walked directly towards Li's private kitchen. In the private room, Jiang Hao, Sun Wukong, and Duche were all eating in silence. No one spoke. This scene looks very strange. How can we eat without chatting? But the three of them ate in harmony, because they all have their own things to think about. Wow! Suddenly, the private room door was pushed open. All three of them looked towards the door. They didn't call for service. Who opened the private room door? Du Qiangwei, with long burgundy hair and a proud figure, was standing at the door. Behind her, the hotel manager and waiter stood there with embarrassed expressions. When he saw it was Du Qiangwei, Duche's face suddenly darkened. I'm about to make a sound. Lao Du, don't lose your temper. This is outside. Save some face for the child. Sun Wukong seemed to have expected it and spoke directly. When Duche heard this, he sighed and his expression softened a bit. Jiang Hao looked at Du Qiangwei in surprise. I didn't expect her to appear here. From the looks of it, he was probably following Duche. Du Qiangwei is the only one who dares to follow the commander of District 1. This kind of thing can only be done by Du Qiangwei. If anyone else dares to do this, big trouble will happen. Why are you just standing there stupidly? Come in, Duche said directly as he saw Du Qiangwei standing motionless at the door. Du Qiangwei rarely refuted. When entering the private room, he did not forget to turn around and close the door. The hotel manager outside breathed a sigh of relief. Du Qiangwei entered the hotel with the excuse of looking for the toilet. As a result, I searched for the toilet and found Jiang Hao's private room directly. She opened the door to Jiang Hao's private room and shocked them all. After all, the guests in Jiang Hao's private room were not ordinary guests. Identity must be huge. Fortunately, Du Qiangwei knew the people in the private room, and they were probably relatives. Jiang Hao and the others in the private room didn't say anything. This made him slightly relieved. In the private room, Du Qiangwei glanced at Monkey King first. A young man who looked to be in his 20s, he was quite thin and average-looking, neither handsome nor ugly. But he just called her stubborn, lousy Lao Du. Obviously, he and his father know each other, and they should be friends. Few people would call Du Cao Lao Du. As far as Du Qiangwei knows, she can only bet on one right now. After all, Du Cao is the commander of a military region at any rate, with a military rank of admiral and high position. At this level, there are very few people who can call him Lao Du. He thought about the second phone call Duche had made at home. I think it was the young man who was called. Then, her eyes fell on Jiang Hao. Compared to Sun Wukong, Jiang Hao looks to be in his early 20s. But he is taller and more handsome, with an indescribable temperament about him, which is very charming. If she had to describe him, he would be a handsome young man, as gentle as jade. There is always a slight smile on the corner of the mouth, which does not appear sinister, but sunny and natural. For such a temperamental and handsome young man, I don't know how many women would be attracted to him outside. As for her, I'm sorry, she doesn't care about face, she only cares about herself. He is not as good as her in ability, and no matter how handsome he is, she will not look down on him. Mr. Jiang, this is my daughter Du Qiangwei. She is a bit rebellious. I didn't know she was here. I'm sorry. Duche apologized to Jiang Hao. It doesn't matter. I'm actually quite interested in your daughter. After all, she did a lot of great things for the Earth. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Du Qiangwei couldn't understand what he said, but Duche understood. Apparently, Jiang Hao knew something about his daughter Du Qiangwei's future. To be honest, even now, he doesn't fully believe Jiang Hao's words. But at least 70% of the trust is already there. Because what Jiang Hao said was too detailed. And there are some things that even he doesn't know. Jiang Hao also knows some information that he knows that people on Earth will never know. And even Sun Wukong doesn't know that information. Because he didn't tell him. But Jiang Hao knew. So, where does his news channel come from? Either Jiang Hao is from another alien civilization like him, or he can really predict the future. When it came to his daughter, even Duche was immediately aroused in his heart to be curious. The Nuashing civilization does not value family like the Earth civilization, nor does it have father-daughter and husband-wife relationships. In Nuashing, comradeship is more important than anything else. Until he came to Earth, and after thousands of years of life on Earth, Duche changed and began to care about his family. After having his daughter, Du Qiangwei, Duche regarded her as everything to him. He gave the space-time rose he brought from Nuashing as a gift to his daughter. Because of their different philosophies, Duche's training of Du Qiangwei was also different from that of most parents in Daxia on Earth. He was always strict with Du Qiangwei, because he wanted Du Qiangwei to grow up independently as soon as possible and learn to rely on herself instead of relying on others. There is a desire for knowledge in his heart, but Duche knows that it is not suitable for him to ask those questions now. Otherwise, Jiang Hao might lead his thoughts and become the dominant one. What are you talking about? My eldest niece, come and sit next to me. This is our first official meeting. Come here and let Uncle Sun see how big it has become in a blink of an eye. Sun Wukong waved to Du Qiangwei. It can be said that Du Qiangwei was born under the watch of Sun Wukong, because when Du Qiangwei was born, Sun Wukong accompanied Duche and waited outside the delivery room. P.S. The setting used here is that Du Qiangwei was born on Earth. On Earth, Sun Wukong is Du Cao's best friend. None of them. The two have known each other for thousands of years and have a very deep friendship. Duche's changes include the influence of Sun Wukong. Du Qiangwei looked at Du Cao. His face was full of puzzlement. Come here, this is your uncle Sun Wukong. He is my best friend on Earth. He was there when you were born. Sun Wukong. Du Qiangwei's expression moved slightly. This name is very special in the building. Because of Qi, he is almost a household name in Daxia. After all, Journey to the West is set in Daxia, and basically everyone has seen it. And who doesn't know about Sun Wukong, the protagonist of Journey to the West? Du Qiangwei also read Journey to the West when she was a child. How could she not know about Monkey King, the Monkey King? And the person in front of him is obviously not as simple as having the same name and surname as Sun Wukong. This is the Sun Wukong you're thinking of. Wukong and I have known each other for thousands of years. There are many things that I didn't plan to tell you so early, but since you are here today, there are some things that I should tell you. I'm not from Earth. Strictly speaking, I'm an alien. Alien? Du Qiangwei was dumbfounded. Anyone who suddenly hears his father say that he's an alien will probably be dumbfounded. Yes, alien. I come from an interstellar civilization called Nuashing Civilization. Compared with Earth civilization, Nuashing Civilization is more technologically advanced and powerful. But Nuashing Civilization has been destroyed. Then I'm an alien too? Duche shook his head. You are at least half an alien, and your mother is an Earthling. As for Wukong, he is a friend I met after coming to Earth. I have known him for thousands of years, and he has helped me a lot during these thousands of years. Although there is still Jiang Hao present. But Jiang Hao probably already knew his identity. So there is no need to avoid Jiang Hao. Of course, when he said these words, Duche was actually secretly observing the changes in Jiang Hao's expression. I found that there was no change in his expression from beginning to end. I don't know if he already knew this information or if he was pretending too well. Are you really the Monkey King? The Monkey King? Aren't you a character in myths and legends? Du Qiangwei looked at Sun Wukong in surprise and asked, I am indeed a character in myths and legends, but someone released me from the myths. It's very troublesome to explain to you. You just need to know that I am the Sun Wukong in your impression, because he can do it, and I can too. Of course, there are some differences. I won't explain them. You will understand them later. Sun Wukong explained. Du Qiangwei is Duche's daughter, considered his niece, and he has watched Du Qiangwei grow up, so he has enough patience with Du Qiangwei. He can still think of Du Qiangwei's cute appearance when she was a child. Sometimes he would sigh that time flies so fast. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. The cute girl who looked at her birth is now a tall and graceful girl. Have you had dinner? Let's sit down and have something together. We will go to the Northern Star later, so you can come with us. Sun Wukong said. Du Qiangwei has a bad temper towards Duche, asking for flowers. But this does not mean that she will lose her temper with others. After Sun Wukong revealed his identity, she immediately became much closer to him. After all, who doesn't want to have Monkey King as his uncle? Of course, these words were said by her father. Otherwise, she would really suspect that the other party was a lunatic, because she knew what kind of person her father Duche was. She still believed his words. Du Qiangwei was not polite either. It's true that she hasn't had supper yet. Anyway, there is ready-made food here, so if you don't eat it, you'll get it for nothing. Half an hour later, everyone finished eating. Left the hotel. Jiang Hao has settled the account a long time ago, so naturally there is no need to settle it again. If we want to go to the Northern Star, let's go to the military area. There's a special plane there that can fly to the Northern Star at any time. After leaving the hotel, Duche said, North Star is definitely going to go. As for Jiang Hao, there's still a lot of useful information. He needs to go to Northern Star to report all of these to Duche in person. No need to bother. It was Jiang Hao who spoke. Duche, Sun Wukong, and Du Qiangwei immediately looked at Jiang Hao. I want to know what he means by not having to worry about it. The three of you come closer to me. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Duche hesitated for a moment, then walked to stand next to Jiang Hao, and Sun Wukong also leaned over. Du Qiangwei naturally followed suit. Wait until the three get close. Jiang Hao directly took the three of them to activate the teleportation ability. Although Jiang Hao has never been to the North Star, but his powerful combat power is enough to allow him to sense the energy of the Northern Star from a distance of thousands of kilometers, lock one of the energy, and use the opponent as an anchor point to teleport himself directly there. And taking people to teleport together is effortless for him with a combat power of 540,000. The three of Duche only felt a blur in front of them. The scene in front of them has changed. That is, see the iconic Tiananmen building of the Forbidden City. The three of Duche immediately realized that they had already arrived at the North Star. It was the first time for Du Qiangwei to experience such a thing, and at this moment, she had already grown her mouth. It wasn't until this moment that she realized that Jiang Hao was not an ordinary person. Sun Wukong looked indifferent, but he was also very surprised in his heart. He can fly too, and not fast enough. But it is definitely not comparable to Jiang Hao's ability to come to North Star from Duche City in an instant. No matter how fast the speed is, you have to consider air resistance, right? He couldn't do it from Duche City to North Star in an instant. Duche was also very shocked in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm, not letting Jiang Hao see that he was surprised. Duche took a deep look at Jiang Hao. After Jiang Hao showed this ability, the weight of Jiang Hao in his heart was much heavier again. I'll make a call. After Duche finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. It's me, ol. I'm calling you this time because I have something to report to the chiefs. I'm already in Beijing. When did you come? You just came, but you didn't come by plane. I'll explain the reason to you when we meet later. We're here in Tiananmen Square now. Please send someone to pick us up. Okay, see you later. It didn't take long for Duche to finish the call. 3 cars with government plates came to pick them up.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.